Prologue. 27 acres of headstones fill the American military cemetery at Carthage, Tunisia. There are no obelisks, no tombs, no ostentatious monuments. Just 2,841 bone-white marble markers, 2 feet high, and arrayed in ranks as straight as gunshots. Only the chiseled names and dates of death suggest singularity. 4 sets of brothers lie side by side. Some 240 stones are inscribed with 13 of the saddest words in our language. Here rests in honored glory a comrade in arms known but to God. A long limestone wall contains the names of another 3,724 men still missing, and a benediction, "Into thy hands, O Lord." This is an ancient place, built on the ruins of Roman Carthage and a stone's throw from the even older Punic city. It is incomparably serene. The scents of eucalyptus and of the briny Mediterranean, barely 2 miles away, carry on the morning air, and the African light is flat and shimmering, as if worked by a silversmith. Tunisian lovers stroll hand in hand across the Kikuyu grass or sit on benches in the bowers framed by orangeberry and scarlet hibiscus. Cypress and Russian olive trees ring the yard with scattered acacia and Aleppo pine and Jerusalem thorn. A carillon plays hymns on the hour, and the chimes sometimes mingle with the muezzin's call to prayer from a nearby minaret. Another wall is inscribed with the battles where these boys died in 1942 and 1943. Casablanca, Algiers, Oran, Kasserine, El Guitar, Sidi Nsir, Bizerte, along with a line from Shelley's Adonais. He has outsoared the shadow of our night. In the tradition of government-issue graves, the stones are devoid of epitaphs, parting endearments, even dates of birth. But visitors familiar with the American and British invasion of North Africa in November 1942, and the subsequent 7-month struggle to expel the Axis powers there, can make reasonable conjectures. We can surmise that Willett H. Wallace, a private first class in the 26th Infantry Regiment who died on November 9, 1942, was killed at Saint-Cloud, Algeria, during the 3 days of hard fighting against, improbably, the French. Ward H. Osman and his brother Wilbur W., both privates from New Jersey in the 18th Infantry and both killed on Christmas Eve 1942, surely died in the brutal Battle of Long Stop Hill, where the initial Allied drive in Tunisia was stopped, for more than 5 months as it turned out, within sight of Tunis. Ignatius Glovac, a private first class in the 701st Tank Destroyer Battalion who died on Valentine's Day 1943, certainly was killed in the opening hours of the great German counteroffensive known as the Battle of Kasserine Pass. And Jacob Feinstein, a sergeant from Maryland in the 135th Infantry, who died on April 29, 1943, no doubt passed during the epic battle for Hill 609, where the American Army came of age. A visit to the Tunisian battlefields tells a bit more. For more than half a century, time and weather have purified the ground at El Guitar and Kasserine and Longstop. But the slit trenches remain, and rusty sea-ration cans and shell fragments scattered like seed corn. The lay of the land also remains, the vulnerable low ground, the superior high ground, incessant reminders of how, in battle, topography is fate. Yet even when the choreography of armies is understood, or the movement of this battalion or that rifle squad, we crave intimate detail of individual men in individual foxholes. Where, precisely, was Private Anthony N. Marfione when he died on December 24, 1942? What were the last conscious thoughts of Lieutenant Hill P. Cooper before he left this earth on April 9, 1943? Was Sergeant Harry K. Midkiff alone when he crossed over on November 25th, 1942? Or did some good soul squeeze his hand and caress his forehead? The dead resist such intimacy. The closer we try to approach, the farther they draw back, like rainbows or mirages. They have outsoared the shadow of our night, to reside in the wild uplands of the past. History can take us there almost. Their diaries and letters, their official reports and unofficial chronicles, including documents that until now have been hidden from view since the war, reveal many moments of exquisite clarity over a distance of 60 years. Memory, too, has transcendent power, even as we swiftly move toward the day when not a single participant remains alive to tell his tale, and the epic of World War II forever slips into national mythology. The author's task is to authenticate, to warrant that history and memory give integrity to the story, to aver that all this really happened. But the final steps must be the reader's, for among mortal powers, only imagination can bring back the dead. No 21st century reader can understand the ultimate triumph of the Allied powers in World War II in 1945 without a grasp of the large drama that unfolded in North Africa in 1942 and 1943. The liberation of Western Europe is a triptych, each panel informing the others. First, North Africa, then Italy, and finally the invasion of Normandy and the subsequent campaigns across France, the Low Countries, and Germany. From a distance of 60 years, we can see that North Africa was a pivot point in American history, the place where the United States began to act like a great power, militarily, diplomatically, strategically, tactically. Along with Stalingrad and Midway, North Africa is where the Axis enemy forever lost the initiative in World War II. It is where Great Britain slipped into the role of junior partner in the Anglo-American alliance, and where the United States first emerged as the dominant force it would remain into the next millennium. None of it was inevitable. Not the individual deaths, nor the ultimate Allied victory, nor eventual American hegemony. History, like particular fates, hung in the balance, waiting to be tipped. Measured by the proportions of the later war, of Normandy or the Bulge, the first engagements in North Africa were tiny, skirmishes between platoons and companies involving at most a few hundred men. Within 6 months, the campaign metastasized to battles between army groups comprising hundreds of thousands of soldiers. That scale persisted for the duration. North Africa gave the European war its immense canvas and implied, through 70,000 Allied killed, wounded, and missing, the casualties to come. No large operation in World War II surpassed the invasion of North Africa in complexity, daring, risk, or, as the official U.S. Army Air Force's history concludes, the degree of strategic surprise achieved. Moreover, this was the first campaign undertaken by the Anglo-American alliance. North Africa defined the coalition and its strategic course, prescribing how and where the Allies would fight for the rest of the war. North Africa established the patterns and motifs of the next 2 years, including the tension between coalition unity and disunity. Here were staged the first substantial tests of Allied land power against Axis land power, and the initial clashes between American troops and German troops. Like the first battles in virtually every American war, this campaign revealed a nation and an army unready to fight and unsure of their martial skills, yet willful and inventive enough finally to prevail. North Africa is where the prodigious weight of American industrial might began to tell, where brute strength emerged as the most conspicuous feature of the Allied arsenal, although not, as some historians suggest, its only redeeming feature. Here, the Americans in particular first recognized viscerally the importance of generalship and audacity, guile and celerity, initiative and tenacity. North Africa is where the Allies agreed on unconditional surrender as the only circumstance under which the war could end. It is where the controversial strategy of first contesting the Axis in a peripheral theater, the Mediterranean, was effected at the expense of an immediate assault on northwest Europe, with the campaigns in Sicily, Italy, and southern France following in train. It is where Allied soldiers figured out, tactically, how to destroy Germans, where the fable of the Third Reich's invincibility dissolved, where, as one senior German general later acknowledged, many Axis soldiers lost confidence in their commanders and were no longer willing to fight to the last man. It is where most of the West's great battle captains emerged, including men whose names would remain familiar generations later: Eisenhower, Patton, Bradley, Montgomery, Rommel, and others who deserve rescue from obscurity. It is where the truth of William Tecumseh Sherman's postulate on command was reaffirmed. There is a soul to an army as well as to the individual man, and no general can accomplish the full work of his army unless he commands the soul of his men, as well as their bodies and legs. Here, men capable of such leadership stepped forward, and those incapable fell by the wayside. North Africa is where American soldiers became killing mad, where the hard truth about combat was first revealed to many. It is a very, very horrible war, dirty and dishonest, not at all that glamour war that we read about in the hometown papers. One soldier wrote his mother in Ohio. For myself and the other men here, we will show no mercy. We have seen too much for that. The correspondent Ernie Pyle noted a new professional outlook where killing is a craft. North Africa is where irony and skepticism, the twin lenses of modern consciousness, began refracting the experiences of countless ordinary soldiers. The last war was a war to end war. This war's to start 'em up again, said a British Tommy, thus perfectly capturing the ironic spirit that flowered in North Africa. 60 years after the invasion of North Africa, a gauzy mythology has settled over World War II and its warriors. The veterans are lionized as the greatest generation, an accolade none sought and many dismiss as twaddle. They are condemned to sentimental hagiography, in which all the brothers are valiant and all the sisters virtuous. The brave and the virtuous appear throughout the North African campaign, to be sure, but so do the cowardly, the venal, and the foolish. The ugliness common in later campaigns also appears in North Africa. The murder and rape of civilians, the killing of prisoners, the falsification of body counts. It was a time of cunning and miscalculation, of sacrifice and self-indulgence, of ambiguity, love, malice, and mass murder. There were heroes, but it was not an age of heroes as clean and lifeless as alabaster. At Carthage, demigods and poltroons lie side by side. The United States would send 61 combat divisions into Europe, nearly 2 million soldiers. These were the first. We can fairly surmise that not a single man interred at the Carthage cemetery sensed on September 1, 1939, that he would find an African grave. Yet it was with the invasion of Poland on that date that the road to North Africa began, and it is then and there that our story must begin. September 1st, 1939, was the first day of a war that would last for 2,174 days, and it brought the first dead in a war that would claim an average of 27,600 lives every day, or 1,150 an hour, or 19 a minute, or one death every 3 seconds. Within 4 weeks of the Blitzkrieg attack on Poland by 60 German divisions, the Lightning War had killed more than 100,000 Polish soldiers, and 25,000 civilians had perished in bombing attacks. Another 10,000 civilians, mostly middle-class professionals, had been rounded up and murdered, and 22 million Poles now belonged to the Third Reich. Take a good look around Warsaw, Adolf Hitler told journalists during a visit to the shattered Polish capital. That is how I can deal with any European city. France and Great Britain had declared war against the German aggressors on September 3rd. But fighting subsided for 6 months while Hitler consolidated his winnings and plotted his next move. That came in early April 1940, when Wehrmacht troops seized Denmark and attacked Norway. A month later, 136 German divisions swept into the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France. Winston S. Churchill, a short, stout, lisping politician of indomitable will and oratorical genius, who on May 10th became both Britain's Prime Minister and Defense Minister, told President Franklin D. Roosevelt, "The small countries are simply smashed up, one by one, like matchwood." It was the first of 950 personal messages Churchill would send Roosevelt in the most fateful correspondence of the 20th century. France was not small, but it was smashed up. German tactical miscalculation allowed the British to evacuate 338,000 troops on 900 vessels from the northern port of Dunkirk. But on June 14th, the German spearheads swept across the Place de la Concorde in Paris and unfurled an enormous swastika flag from the Arc de Triomphe. As the French tottered, Germany's partner in the Axis alliance, the Italian government of Benito Mussolini, also declared war on France and Britain. "First they were too cowardly to take part," Hitler said. "Now they are in a hurry, so that they can share in the spoils." After the French cabinet fled to Bordeaux in shocked disarray, a venerable figure emerged to lead the rump government. Marshal Philippe Pétain, the hero of Verdun in World War I, and now a laconic, enigmatic 84-year-old, had once asserted, "They call me only in catastrophes." Even Pétain had never seen a catastrophe like this one, and he sued for terms. Berlin obliged. Rather than risk having the French fight on from their colonies in North Africa, Hitler devised a clever armistice. The southern 40% of France, excluding Paris, would remain under the sovereignty of the Pétain government and unoccupied by German troops. From a new capital in the resort town of Vichy, France would also continue to administer her overseas empire, including the colonies of Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, which together covered 1 million square miles and included 17 million people, mostly Arab or Berber. France could keep her substantial fleet and an army of 120,000 men in North Africa by pledging to fight all invaders, particularly the British. To enforce the agreement, Germany would keep 1.5 million French prisoners of war as collateral. Pétain so pledged. He was supported by most of France's senior military officers and civil servants, who swore oaths of fidelity to him. A few refused, including a 49-year-old maverick brigadier general named Charles-Henri Joseph-Marie de Gaulle, who took refuge in London, denounced all deals with the devil, and declared, in the name of Free France, "Whatever happens, the flame of French resistance must not and shall not die." Hitler now controlled Europe from the North Cape to the Pyrenees, from the Atlantic Ocean to the River Bug. In September, Germany and Italy signed a tripartite pact with Japan, which had been prosecuting its own murderous campaign in Asia. The Axis assumed a global span. "The war is won," the Führer told Mussolini. "The rest is only a question of time." That seemed a fair boast. Britain battled on, alone. "We are fighting for life, and survive from day to day and hour to hour," Churchill told the House of Commons. But German plans to invade across the English Channel were postponed repeatedly after the Luftwaffe failed to subdue the Royal Air Force. Instead, the bombardment known as the Blitz continued through 1940 and beyond, slaughtering thousands and then tens of thousands of British civilians, even as RAF pilots shot down nearly 2,500 German planes in 3 months, killing 6,000 Luftwaffe crewmen and saving the nation. Churchill also received help from Roosevelt, who nudged the United States away from neutrality even as he promised to keep Americans out of the war. Roosevelt's true sympathies were given voice by his closest aide, Harry Hopkins. "Whither thou goest, I will go," Hopkins told Churchill in January 1941, quoting the Book of Ruth. "And where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God." Hopkins added softly, "even to the end." Roosevelt sent Churchill 50 U.S. Navy destroyers in exchange for the use of British bases in the Caribbean and Western Atlantic, and by the spring of 1941 had pushed through Congress a vast program of Lend-Lease assistance under the charade of renting out the materiel. By war's end, the United States had sent its allies 37,000 tanks, 800,000 trucks, nearly 2 million rifles, and 43,000 planes, so many that U.S. pilot training was curtailed because of aircraft shortages. In 1941, though, the British were hanging on by our eyelids, as General Alan Brooke, chief of the Imperial General Staff, put it. Hitler faced other annoying disappointments. Spain refused to join the Axis or abandon her neutrality to permit a German attack against the British fortress at Gibraltar, which controlled the mouth of the Mediterranean. Italian troops invaded Greece without warning on October 28, 1940. "Führer, we are on the march," Mussolini exclaimed, and immediately found themselves so overmatched that Wehrmacht divisions were needed to complete the conquest and rout an ill-conceived British expeditionary force sent to save the Balkans. Greece fell in April 1941, a week after Yugoslavia, where 17,000 people had been killed in a single day of Luftwaffe bombing. Mussolini's legions had also been on the march in Africa, attacking from the Italian colony of Libya into Egypt, a former British protectorate still occupied by British troops. A British and Australian counteroffensive in December 1940 smashed an Italian army twice its size, eventually inflicting 150,000 casualties. With the Axis southern flank imperiled, Hitler again came to Mussolini's rescue, dispatching a new Africa Corps to Libya under a charismatic tank officer who had previously commanded the Führer's headquarters troops in Poland. General Erwin Rommel reached Tripoli in mid-February 1941 and launched a campaign that would surge back and forth across the North African littoral for the next 2 years, first against the British and then against the Americans. Two monumental events in 1941 changed the calculus of the war. On June 22nd, nearly 200 German divisions invaded the Soviet Union in abrogation of the non-aggression pact that Hitler and Soviet leader Joseph Stalin had signed in 1939, which had allowed a division of spoils in Eastern Europe. Within a day, German attacks had demolished 1/4 of the Soviet Air Force. Within 4 months, the Germans had occupied 600,000 square miles of Russian soil, captured 3 million Red Army troops, butchered countless Jews and other civilians, and closed to within 65 miles of Moscow. But 4 months after that, more than 200,000 Wehrmacht troops had been killed, 726,000 wounded, 400,000 captured, and another 113,000 had been incapacitated by frostbite. The second event occurred on the other side of the world. On December 7th, Japanese aircraft carriers launched 366 aircraft in a sneak attack on the U.S. Navy Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, sinking or damaging 8 battleships at their moorings, destroying or crippling 11 other warships, and killing 2,400 Americans. Simultaneous attacks were launched on Malaya, Hong Kong, and the Philippines. In solidarity with their Japanese ally, Hitler and Mussolini quickly declared war on the United States. It was perhaps the Führer's gravest miscalculation, and, as the British historian Martin Gilbert later wrote, the single most decisive act of the Second World War. America would now certainly return to Europe as a belligerent, just as it had in 1917 during the Great War. "I knew the United States was in the war, up to the neck and into the death," Churchill later wrote. "I went to bed and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful." 2 years, 3 months, and 7 days had passed since the invasion of Poland, and the United States had needed every minute of that grace period to prepare for war. Churchill's chief military representative in Washington, Field Marshal Sir John Dill, told London that, notwithstanding the long prelude, American forces are more unready for war than it is possible to imagine. In September 1939, the U.S. Army had ranked 17th in the world in size and combat power, just behind Romania. When those 136 German divisions conquered Western Europe 9 months later, the War Department reported that it could field just 5 divisions. Even the homeland was vulnerable. Some coastal defense guns had not been test-fired in 20 years, and the Army lacked enough anti-aircraft guns to protect even a single American city. The building of the armed forces was likened to the reconstruction of a dinosaur around an ulna and 3 vertebrae. That task had started with the 16 million men who registered for the draft in the fall of 1940, and who would expand regular Army and National Guard divisions. By law, however, the draftees and newly federalized Guard units were restricted to 12 months of service, and only in the Western Hemisphere or U.S. territories. Physical standards remained fairly rigorous. Soon enough, the day would come when new recruits claimed the Army no longer examined eyes, just counted them. A conscript had to stand at least 5 feet tall and weigh 105 pounds, possess 12 or more of his natural 32 teeth, and be free of flat feet, venereal disease, and hernias. More than 40 of every 100 men were rejected, a grim testament to the toll taken on the nation's health by the Great Depression. Under the rules of conscription, the Army drafted no fathers, no felons, and no 18-year-olds. Those standards, too, would fall away. Nearly 2 million men had been rejected for psychiatric reasons, although screening sessions sometimes went no further than questions such as, "Do you like girls?" The rejection rate, one wit suggested, was high because the Army doesn't want maladjusted soldiers, at least below the rank of major. Jeremiads frequently derided the nation's martial potential. A Gallup poll of October 1940 found a prevailing view of American youth as a flabby, pacifistic, yellow, cynical, discouraged, and leftist lot. A social scientist concluded that to make a soldier out of the average free American citizen is not unlike domesticating a very wild species of animal. And many a drill sergeant agreed. Certainly no hate yet lodged in the bones of American troops. No urge to close with an enemy who before December 7, 1941, seemed abstract and far away. Time magazine reported on the eve of Pearl Harbor that soldiers were booing newsreel shots of Roosevelt and General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, while cheering outspoken isolationists. Equipment and weaponry were pathetic. Soldiers trained with drain pipes for anti-tank guns, stovepipes for mortar tubes, and brooms for rifles. Money was short, and little guns were cheaper than big ones. No guns were cheapest of all. Only 6 medium tanks had been built in 1939. A sardonic ditty observed, "Tanks are tanks, and tanks are dear. There will be no tanks again this year." That, in part, reflected an enduring loyalty to the horse. The idea of huge armies rolling along roads at a fast pace is a dream, Cavalry Journal warned in 1940, even after the German blitzkrieg signaled the arrival of mechanized warfare. Oil and tires cannot, like forage, be obtained locally. The Army's cavalry chief assured Congress in 1941 that 4 well-spaced horsemen could charge half a mile across an open field to destroy an enemy machine gun nest without sustaining a scratch. The motor-mad advocates are obsessed with a mania for excluding the horse from war, he told the Horse and Mule Association of America, 4 days before Pearl Harbor. The last regular Army cavalry regiment would slaughter its mounts to feed the starving garrison on Bataan in the Philippines, ending the cavalry era not with a bang, but with a dinner bell. To lead the eventual host of 8 million men, the Army had only 14,000 professional officers when mobilization began in 1940. The Interwar Officer Corps was so thick with deadwood that one authority called it a fire hazard. Swagger sticks, talisman of the old army, could serve for kindling. Secret War Department committees known as plucking boards began purging hundreds of officers who were too old, too tired, too inept. Not a single officer on duty in 1941 had commanded a unit as large as a division in World War I. The average age of majors was 48. The National Guard was even more ossified, with nearly 1/4 of Guard first lieutenants over 40, and senior ranks dominated by political hacks of certifiable military incompetence. Moreover, Guard units in 18 states were stained with scandal, embezzlement, forgery, kickbacks, and nepotism. Yet, slowly, the giant stirred. Congress in 1940 had given the Army $9 billion, more than all the money spent by the War Department since 1920. The fabled arsenal of democracy began to build steam, although nearly half of all military production in 1941 went to Lend-Lease recipients, including 15,000 amputation saws and 20,000 amputation knives to the Soviets. A remarkable cadre of promising professional officers began to emerge. The 2-year, 3 months, and 7-day preparation period was over. It was time to fight. But where? American strategists since the early 1920s had considered Tokyo the most likely enemy, as the United States and Japan vied for dominance in the Pacific. But in 1938, a series of informal conversations with the British marked the start of an increasing Anglo-American intimacy nurtured by a growing conviction in Washington that Germany was mortally dangerous and that the Atlantic sea lanes must always be controlled by friendly forces. Among potential adversaries, Germany had the largest industrial base and the greatest military capacity, and therefore posed the biggest threat. A U.S. strategy paper of November 1940 concluded that if Britain lost the war, the problem confronting us would be very great, and while we might not lose everywhere, we might, possibly, not win anywhere. An evolving series of American war plans culminated in a strategic scheme called Rainbow Five, which in the spring of 1941 posited joint action by the United States, Britain, and France in the event of America's entry into war, with the early dispatch of U.S. troops to effect the decisive defeat of Germany or Italy or both. Forces in the Pacific would remain on the strategic defensive until European adversaries had been clubbed into submission. Even the debacle at Pearl Harbor failed to shake the conviction of Roosevelt and his military brain trust that Germany first was conceptually sound, and this remained the most critical strategic principle of the Second World War. The smoke had hardly cleared from Pearl Harbor when Churchill arrived in Washington for extensive talks. The conference, code-named Arcadia, failed to produce a specific Anglo-American plan of attack, but the Prime Minister and President reaffirmed the Germany First decision. Moreover, on January 1, 1942, 26 countries calling themselves the United Nations signed an agreement to forswear any separate peace without mutual concurrence and to make a common cause of life, liberty, independence, and religious freedom, and to preserve the rights of man and justice. The American idea of how to defeat the Third Reich was simple and obvious. Drive straight for Berlin. Through France passes our shortest route to the heart of Germany, declared Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff. It was only 550 miles from the northwest coast of France to the German capital, over flat terrain, with a sophisticated road and rail network that also sliced through the core of Germany's war industry. If Hitler was the objective, the American instinct was to go for him bald-headed and as soon as possible by the shortest and most direct route, a British general later noted. The Yanks, another British officer agreed, wanted revenge, they wanted results, and they wanted to fight. Direct, concentrated attack was an American strategic tradition often linked to Ulysses S. Grant in the Civil War. The surest route to victory was to obliterate the enemy's army and destroy his capacity to make war. As the world's greatest industrial power, with a military expanding to 12 million men, the United States could do that, particularly now that the nation belonged to a powerful alliance that included the British Empire, the Soviet Union, and China. The prevailing impatience to get on with it was voiced by a young American general from Kansas, whose diligence, organizational acumen, and incandescent grin had made him a rising star in the War Department. "We've got to go to Europe and fight," Dwight David Eisenhower scribbled in a note to himself on January 22, 1942. "And we've got to quit wasting resources all over the world, and still worse, wasting time." As the new Chief of War Plans for the Army's General Staff, Eisenhower helped draft the blueprint that would convert these strategic impulses into action. A three-part American proposal evolved in the spring of 1942. Under a plan codenamed Bolero, the United States would ferry troops and materiel across the Atlantic for more than a year to staging bases in Britain. This massing of forces would be followed in April 1943 by Roundup, an invasion across the English Channel to the coast of France by 48 American and British divisions, supported by 5,800 aircraft. The spearhead would then seize the Belgian port of Antwerp before wheeling toward the Rhine. If Germany abruptly weakened before that invasion, or if Soviet forces in the east appeared in danger of collapse and needed diversionary help, a smaller emergency assault by 5 to 10 divisions, codenamed Sledgehammer, would be launched in the fall of 1942 to secure a beachhead in France, perhaps at Cherbourg or Calais, and tie up as many German soldiers as possible. Churchill and his commanders concurred in principle with this strategy in April 1942, then immediately began backing away. The British already had been expelled from the continent 3 times in this war, from Dunkirk, from Norway, and from Greece, and they were reluctant to risk a 4th drubbing with a hasty cross-channel attack. "We shall be pushed out again," warned Alan Brooke. More than 24 German divisions were now based in France, and the Germans could operate on interior lines to shift additional forces from the east and seal off any Allied beachhead. Sledgehammer particularly discomfited the British, who would have to provide most of the troops for the operation, while American units were still making their way across the Atlantic. Studies of Channel weather over the previous decade showed the frequency of autumn gales that could dismast an Allied expeditionary force as surely as the Spanish Armada had been wrecked in 1588. The Axis enemy would also have a 6-to-1 air advantage and could reinforce the point of attack 3 times faster than the Allies could. In all likelihood, the Wehrmacht defenders in France would need no reinforcement from the Russian front to bottle up or even massacre an Allied bridgehead that would be so weak some skeptics called the plan Tackhammer. Hitler had begun constructing formidable coastal fortifications from above the Arctic Circle to the Spanish border on the Bay of Biscay, and a few planners considered Festung Europa, Fortress Europe, impregnable. In their view, the Allies would have to land in Liberia, midway down the west coast of Africa, and fight their way up. Churchill shared his military commander's misgivings. He recoiled in horror from any suggestion of a direct approach in attacking Europe, one British general later recalled. A disastrous Allied defeat on the French coast, the Prime Minister warned, was the only way in which we could possibly lose this war. If eager to accommodate his American saviors, he was also mindful of the 1 million British dead in World War I. A French invasion, he believed, could cost another 500,000 and, if it failed, accomplish nothing. Bodies floating in the Channel haunted him, George Marshall later acknowledged. Marshall's own reference to Sledgehammer as a sacrifice play to help the Russians hardly was comforting. Whereas the dominant American strategic impulse was a direct campaign of mass and concentration, the British instinctively avoided large-scale land campaigns. For centuries, Britain had relied on superior naval power to protect the home islands and advance her global interests. She was accustomed to protracted wars in which she minimized her losses and her risks, outmaneuvering opponents and restricting combat to the periphery of the empire. The catastrophic stalemate in the trenches from 1914 to 1918 was an exception to the wisdom of the strategic rule. Churchill even hoped that, by encircling and squeezing Hitler's empire, Allied forces could foster rebellions by the subjugated peoples of Europe. With the Wehrmacht enervated by such revolts, an Anglo-American force could swiftly dispatch a depleted, exhausted Germany. North Africa seemed a plausible place to start. British officers had first floated the possibility of joint Anglo-American action there in August 1941. Churchill raised the notion again during the Arcadia Conference in Washington at the end of the year, when the plan was assigned the code name Super Gymnast, and he continued to bring it up throughout the spring with the dogged enthusiasm of a missionary. Punctuating each point with the stab of his trademark cigar, the Prime Minister ticked off the advantages to anyone within earshot. The occupation of Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia could trap the Africa Corps between the new Anglo-American force and the British Eighth Army already fighting Rommel in Egypt. Allied possession of North Africa would reopen the Mediterranean routes through the Suez Canal, shortening the current trip around the Cape of Good Hope by thousands of miles and saving 1 million tons of shipping. Green American soldiers would get combat experience in conditions less harrowing than a frontal assault on France. The operation would require fewer landing craft and other battle resources than a cross-channel attack. The Vichy government might be lured back into the Allied camp, and the operation could be mounted in 1942 in keeping with Roosevelt's wishes to help the Soviets as soon as possible and to expedite the entry of American soldiers into the war. "This has all along been in harmony with your ideas," Churchill told the President. "In fact, it is your commanding idea. Here is the true Second Front of 1942. The American military disagreed, adamantly and then bitterly. North Africa was a defeatist sideshow, a diversion, a peck at the periphery. Even before Pearl Harbor, a War Department memo warned that an attack in Africa would provide only an indirect contribution to the defeat of the Nazis. That obdurate conviction hardened through the first 6 months of 1942. Another memo, in June 1942, concluded that the invasion of North Africa probably will not result in removing one German soldier, tank, or plane from the Russian front. To many American officers, the British proposal seemed designed to further London's imperial ambitions rather than win the war quickly. The Mediterranean for centuries had linked the United Kingdom with British interests in Egypt, the Persian Gulf, India, Australia, and the Far East. Old suspicions resurfaced in Washington that American blood was to be shed in defense of the British Empire, particularly after Japanese armies swept across Hong Kong, Singapore, and Burma to threaten India. U.S. Army officers recalled a bitter joke from 1917 that AEF stood not for American Expeditionary Force, but for After England Failed. Following another visit by Churchill to Washington in mid-June 1942, the fraternal bickering intensified, and the Anglo-Americans entered what turned out to be the most fractious weeks of their wartime marriage. On July 10th, Marshall and the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Ernest J. King, suggested to Roosevelt that if the British continued to insist on scatterization in North Africa, the U.S. should turn to the Pacific for decisive action against Japan. The irascible King, who had once been accused by Roosevelt of shaving with a blowtorch, went so far as to predict that the British would never invade Europe except behind a Scotch bagpipe band. Roosevelt likened this repudiation of Germany first as taking up your dishes and going away. He asked Marshall and King to send detailed plans for your Pacific Ocean alternative that very afternoon, knowing that no such plans existed. Roosevelt was so enigmatic and opaque that his own military chiefs often had to rely on the British for clues to his inner deliberations. But increasingly he seemed beguiled by Churchill's arguments rather than those of his own uniformed advisers. Although Roosevelt never had to enunciate his war principles, and they could surely have been scribbled on a matchbook cover, foremost among them was the simple fact that the Russian armies are killing more Axis personnel and destroying more Axis materiel than all the other 25 United Nations put together, as he had observed in May. The War Department now estimated that the Red Army confronted 225 German divisions. 6 faced the British in Egypt. If Soviet resistance collapsed, Hitler would gain access to limitless oil reserves in the Caucasus and Middle East, and scores of Wehrmacht divisions now fighting in the East could be shifted to reinforce the West. The war could last a decade, War Department analysts believed, and the United States would have to field at least 200 divisions, even though it was now hard-pressed to raise fewer than half that number. A gesture of Anglo-American good faith beyond Lend-Lease was vital to encouraging the Soviets. After promising Moscow in May that the United States expected to open a second front before the end of the year, Roosevelt in July told his lieutenants that it is of the highest importance that U.S. ground troops be brought into action against the enemy in 1942. Other factors also influenced the president's thinking. More than half a year after Pearl Harbor, restive Americans wanted to know why the country had yet to counterpunch against the Axis. November's congressional elections would provide a referendum on Roosevelt's war leadership, and polls indicated that he and his Democratic Party could take a drubbing. Demonstrators in London's Trafalgar Square and elsewhere were chanting, "Second Front now," in sympathy with the besieged Russians. By seizing Africa, the Allies would deny the Axis potential bases for attacking shipping lanes in the South Atlantic, or even striking the Americas. The Pacific Campaign, although hardly swinging in the Allies' favor, had stabilized, permitting the strategic defensive envisioned in the Rainbow Five plan. But unless another battlefront opened across the Atlantic, U.S. forces would drain into the Pacific. In May, the U.S. Navy in the Coral Sea had attacked a Japanese fleet escorting invasion troops bound for the Solomon Islands and New Guinea. Losses on the two sides had been nearly equal. A month later, 4 Japanese aircraft carriers were sunk at the Battle of Midway, marking the first unambiguous American victory of the war. Operation Watchtower, the first Allied counteroffensive against Japan, was about to unfold with the landing of 16,000 American troops on an island in the Solomons, Guadalcanal. The campaign against Germany and Italy, on the other hand, was faltering. Wehrmacht troops had overrun the Don River in southern Russia and were approaching Stalingrad on the Volga. Except for Britain and neutrals such as Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland, all Europe belonged to the Axis. In Egypt, the Africa Corps was only 60 miles from Alexandria and the Nile Valley, gateway to the Suez Canal and Middle East oil fields. In Cairo, refugees jammed the rail stations and panicky British officers burned secret papers in their gardens. After a long siege, Rommel had captured 30,000 British Commonwealth troops in the Libyan port garrison of Tobruk. Hitler rewarded him with a field marshal's baton, to which prize Rommel replied, "I am going on to Suez." By chance, the bad news from Tobruk reached Churchill on June 21, 1942, while he stood next to Roosevelt's desk in the Oval Office. Marshall's face was grimmer than usual as he strode in with a pink dispatch sheet. Churchill read the message and took a half-step back, his ruddy face gone ashen. Roosevelt's response was a thrilling gesture of magnanimity to a friend in need. "What can we do to help?" the President asked. In the short run, the Americans could and did strip 300 new Sherman tanks from the newly outfitted U.S. 1st Armored Division for shipment to British troops in Egypt. Marshall, Admiral King, and Harry Hopkins returned Churchill's visit by flying as a delegation to London for more strategic negotiations. But the talks bogged down even as the Americans conceded that an attack across the Channel that year was unlikely. In a limp gesture of mollification, the British took the 3 Yanks to see Oliver Cromwell's death mask and Queen Elizabeth's ring before they flew home. Roosevelt had had enough. The time had come to end the protracted stalemate and get on with the war. After informing both Churchill and his own senior military advisers on July 25th that he intended to invade North Africa, he slammed the door on further discussion. At 8:30 p.m. on Thursday, July 30th, he summoned his lieutenants to the White House and announced that, as he was commander-in-chief, His decision was final. North Africa was now our principal objective. There would be no sledgehammer against France. The African offensive was to occur at the earliest possible date, preferably within 2 months. The President had made the most profound American strategic decision of the European War, in direct contravention of his generals and admirals. He had cast his lot with the British rather than with his countrymen. He had repudiated an American military tradition of annihilation, choosing to encircle the enemy and hack at his limbs rather than thrust directly at his heart. And he had based his fiat on instinct and a political calculation that the time was ripe. In choosing Operation Torch, as the North Africa invasion was now called, Roosevelt made several miscalculations. Despite Marshall's warnings, he refused to believe that a diversion to North Africa in 1942 precluded a cross-channel invasion in 1943. He failed to see that the Mediterranean strategy of encirclement precluded other strategies, or that more than 1 million American soldiers and millions of tons of materiel would be sucked into the Mediterranean in the next 3 years, utterly eviscerating the buildup in Britain. He continued to argue that defeat of Germany means defeat of Japan, probably without firing a shot or losing a life. Yet the President's decision was plausible, if not precisely wise. As Brooke had observed of the proposed cross-channel attack, the prospects of success are small and dependent on a mass of unknowns, whilst the chances of disaster are great. American planners considered the British argument for Torch persuasive rather than rational, but the American argument for Sledgehammer and Roundup had been neither. Direct attack was premature. Its adherents exemplified an amateurish quality in American strategic thinking that would ripen only as the war ripened. The American military had been animated mostly by can-do zeal and a desire to win expeditiously. These traits eventually would help carry the day, but only when tempered with battle experience and strategic sensibility. One general later claimed that Army logisticians kept insisting they could support 10 Allied divisions in Cherbourg, although they were not certain where the French port was, much less what the condition of the docks might be or whence those divisions would come. Moving a single armored division required 45 troop ships and cargo ships, plus warship escorts, and moving the 50 divisions needed to sustain an invasion required far more ships than the Allies now possessed. Similarly, the critical issue of landing craft had been blithely ignored. "Who is responsible for building landing craft?" Eisenhower had asked in a May 1942 memo. With some planners estimating that an invasion of France required at least 7,000 landing craft, and others believing the number was really triple that, the hard truth was that by the fall of 1942, all the landing craft in Britain could carry only 20,000 men. Yet a U.S. War Department study had concluded that to draw significant numbers of German troops from the Russian front required at least 600,000 Allied soldiers in France. "One might think we were going across the channel to play baccarat at Le Touquet, or to bathe at the Paris plage," Brooke fumed. Roosevelt had saved his countrymen from their own ardor. His decision provoked dismay, even disgust, and would remain controversial for decades. "We fail to see," Marshall later said of his fellow generals, "that the leader in a democracy has to keep the people entertained." Eisenhower believed the cancellation of Sledgehammer might be remembered as the blackest day in history, a silly hyperbole, given the blackness of other days. The alienation many senior American officers felt from their British cousins could be seen in a War Department message of late August proposing that the Middle East should be held if possible, but its loss might prove to be a blessing in disguise by giving the British their comeuppance and bringing them to their senses. But the decision was made. The thrashing around in the dark, as Eisenhower called it, was over. The dangerous impasse had been breached. Much remained to be done. Problems ranging from the size and composition of the invasion force to the timing and location of the landings required solutions. In early August, Torch planners moved into offices at Norfolk House on St. James's Square in London under the supervision of Eisenhower, who had recently been sent from Washington to Britain as commanding general of the European Theater of Operations. As a gesture of reconciliation, and in anticipation of the eventual American preponderance, the British proposed that the Allied expedition be commanded by an American. Churchill nominated Marshall, but Roosevelt was reluctant to give up his indispensable army chief. Eisenhower, already overseas, had demonstrated impressive diligence and energy, and on August 13th he was named Commander-in-Chief of Torch. As the days grew shorter and the summer of 1942 came to an end, few could feel buoyed by news from the front. Wehrmacht troops had reached the Volga, and the first shots were exchanged in the battle for Stalingrad. German U-boats traveling in predatory wolf packs were sinking ships faster than Allied yards could build them. A supply convoy to northern Russia lost 13 of 40 vessels, despite an escort of 77 ships. The Chinese war effort against the Japanese had disintegrated. The fighting over the Solomon Islands had made Guadalcanal a shambles. The fall of Suez seemed imminent. 4 of the 7 aircraft carriers in the American fleet when the United States entered the war had been sunk. And antipathy between British and American Confederates threatened to weaken the alliance even before the fight against their common enemy was joined. Only seers or purblind optimists could guess that these portents foreshadowed victory. The Allies were not yet winning, but they were about to begin winning. Night would end, the tide would turn, and on that turning tide, an army would wash ashore in Africa, ready to right a world gone wrong. Part 1. Chapter 1. Passage. A meeting with the Dutchman. A few minutes past 10 a.m. on Wednesday, October 21st, 1942, a twin-engine Navy passenger plane broke through the low overcast blanketing Washington, D.C., then banked over the Potomac River for the final approach to Anacostia Field. As the white dome of the Capitol loomed into view, Rear Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Before dawn, Hewitt had decided to fly to Washington from his headquarters near Norfolk rather than endure the 5-hour drive across Virginia. But thick weather abruptly closed in, and for an anxious hour the aircraft had circled the Capitol, probing for a break in the clouds. Usually a man of genial forbearance, Hewitt chafed with impatience at the delay. President Roosevelt himself had summoned him to the White House for this secret meeting, and although the session was likely to be little more than a courtesy call, it would never do for the man chosen to strike the first American blow in the liberation of Europe to keep his commander-in-chief waiting. Kent Hewitt seemed an unlikely warrior. Now 55, he had a high, bookish forehead and graying hair. Double chins formed a fleshy creel at his throat, and on a ship's bridge in his everyday uniform, he appeared a fat, bedraggled figure in khaki, as a British admiral once observed, with more accuracy than kindness. Even the fine uniform he wore this morning fit like blue rummage, notwithstanding the flag officer's gold braid that trimmed his cuffs. A native of Hackensack, New Jersey, Hewitt was the son of a mechanical engineer and the grandson of a former president of the Trenton Iron Works. One uncle had been mayor of New York, another the superintendent of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Kent chose the Navy, but as a midshipman in the Annapolis sail loft, he was said to have been so frightened of heights that he squeezed the tar out of the rigging. As a young swain, he had enjoyed dancing the turkey trot. In recent decades, though, he was more likely to be fiddling with his slide rule or attending a meeting of his Masonic Lodge. Yet Hewitt had become a formidable sea dog. Aboard the battleship USS Missouri, he circled the globe for 15 months, with Theodore Roosevelt's great white fleet displaying such a knack for navigation that the stars seemed to eat from his hand. As a destroyer captain in World War I, he had won the Navy Cross for heroism. Later, he chaired the Naval Academy's mathematics department, and for 2 years after the invasion of Poland, he ran convoy escorts between Newfoundland and Iceland, ferrying war material across the North Atlantic. In April 1942, Hewitt had been ordered to Hampton Roads to command the Atlantic Fleet's new amphibious force. Late that summer came Roosevelt's decision to seize North Africa in Operation Torch. 2 great armadas would carry more than 100,000 troops to the invasion beaches. One fleet would sail 2,800 miles from Britain to Algeria, with mostly British ships ferrying mostly American soldiers. The other fleet, designated Task Force 34, was Hewitt's. He was to sail 4,500 miles to Morocco from Hampton Roads and other U.S. ports with more than 100 American ships bearing 33,843 American soldiers. In a message on October 13th, General Eisenhower, the Torch commander, had reduced the mission to 26 words. The object of the operations as a whole is to occupy French Morocco and Algeria with a view to the earliest possible subsequent occupation of Tunisia. The Allies' larger ambition in Torch had been spelled out by Roosevelt and Churchill: complete control of North Africa, from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. Through a tiny window over the plane's wing, Hewitt could see the full glory of Indian summer in the nation's capital. Great smears of color, crimson and orange, amber and dying green, extended from the elms around the Lincoln Memorial to the oaks and maples beyond the National Cathedral. Across the Potomac, the new Pentagon building filled Hell's Bottom between Arlington Cemetery and the river. Jokes had already begun circulating about the immense 5-sided maze, including the story of a Western Union boy who entered the Pentagon on a Friday and emerged on Monday as a lieutenant colonel. Though it now owned the world's largest building, the Army was still leasing 35 other office complexes around the city. And cynics quipped that if the military were to seize enemy territory as quickly as it had conquered Washington, the war could end in a week. The plane settled onto the runway and taxied to a hangar. Hewitt buttoned his jacket and hurried down the steps to the Navy staff car waiting on the tarmac. The car sped through the airfield gate and across the Anacostia River to Pennsylvania Avenue. Hewitt had enough time to swing by the Navy Department building downtown and check there for messages before heading to the White House. "You do everything you can," he liked to say, "then you hope for the best." Since receiving the first top-secret orders for Task Force 34, he had done everything he could to the verge of exhaustion. Every day brought new problems to solve, mistakes to fix, anxieties to quell. Rehearsals for the Torch landings had been hurried and slipshod. With Axis predators sinking nearly 200 Allied vessels a month, including many along the American coast, all amphibious training had been moved inside the Chesapeake Bay, whose modest tides and gentle waves resembled not at all the ferocious surf typical of the Moroccan coast. During one exercise, only a single boat arrived on the designated beach, even though a lighthouse had provided a beacon on a clear night with a calm sea. The rest of the craft were scattered for miles along the Maryland shore. In another exercise at Cove Point, 90 miles north of Norfolk, security broke down and the men stormed the beach to be greeted by an enterprising ice cream vendor. In Scotland, the training by troops bound for Algeria was going no better. Sometimes it was conducted without the encumbrance of actual ships, because none were available. Troops moved on foot across an imaginary ocean, toward an imaginary coast. Would the 8 Vichy French divisions in North Africa fight? No one knew. Allied intelligence estimated that if those troops resisted stoutly, it could take Eisenhower's forces 3 months just to begin the advance toward Tunisia. If U-boats torpedoed a transport during the Atlantic Passage, how many destroyers should be left behind to pick up survivors? Hewitt was not certain he could spare any without jeopardizing the task force, and the prospect of abandoning men in the water gnawed at him. Had word of the expedition leaked? Every day he received reports that someone, somewhere, had been talking too much. For the first months after its creation, the amphibious force was so secret that it used a New York City post office box as its mailing address. Only a select few now knew Hewitt's destination, but the existence of a large American fleet designed to seize a hostile shore could hardly be kept secret anymore. A few weeks earlier, Hewitt had received a letter from Walt Disney, written on stationery with the embossed letterhead, "Bambi, a great love story," who offered to design a logo for the amphibious force. Ever the gentleman, Hewitt wrote back on October 7th with polite, non-committal thanks. The staff car crawled past Capitol Hill to Independence Avenue. Nationwide gasoline rationing would begin soon, but Washington's population had nearly doubled in the last 3 years, and for now the streets were jammed. Coffee rationing would begin even sooner, 1 cup per person per day, and diners had started hoarding for special customers like speakeasies, stocking up on liquor just before Prohibition. Bawling newsboys on street corners shouted the day's headlines from the various war fronts. Fighting on Guadalcanal ebbs. Red Army at Stalingrad stops Nazi tank attacks. Another American merchantman sunk in the Atlantic. The 500th U.S. ship lost to U-boats since Pearl Harbor. The domestic news was also war-related, if less febrile. The first Meatless Tuesday had gone well in New York. Penitentiary inmates with only 1 felony conviction were urged to apply for parole so they could serve in the Army. And a survey of department stores in Washington revealed that there aren't any nylon stockings to be had for love or money. The car pulled up to the Navy Department's blocky gray building just south of the mall. Hewitt climbed from the rear seat and hurried up the steps. He knew where all those stockings had gone. Flying from Norfolk that morning, he could see stevedores on the docks still trying to wedge 50,000 tons of food, gasoline, and munitions into the holds of ships moored across Hampton Roads. Among the secret cargoes and sealed crates were 6 tons of women's stockings and lingerie, to be used for barter with Moroccan natives. Clandestine military buyers had swept clean the store shelves all along the eastern seaboard. For Hewitt, it was just another secret to keep. Since Roosevelt's final decision on July 30th, torch had grown so complex that planning documents now filled a pair of mail sacks, each weighing 50 pounds. 2 issues in particular had occupied Anglo-American strategists, and in both instances the President, who referred to himself as a pig-headed Dutchman, had pressed his views relentlessly. First, he insisted that almost no British troops participate in the initial landings. A seething Anglophobia had spread through Vichy France in the past 2 years as a consequence of several unhappy incidents. Royal Air Force bombers had accidentally killed 500 French civilians while attacking a Renault plant outside Paris. British forces had intervened in the French overseas dependencies of Syria and Madagascar. Britain had also sponsored a failed attack on the French port at Dakar, Senegal, by the Free French forces of Charles de Gaulle, whom Marshal Pétain and many French officers considered an impertinent renegade. And worst of all, in July 1940, British warships had issued an ultimatum to the Vichy fleet at Mers el-Kebir near Oran, Algeria. Lest the French ships fall into German hands, the captains were told to sail for Britain or a neutral port. When the ultimatum was rejected, the British opened fire. In 5 minutes, they slaughtered 1,200 French sailors. I am reasonably sure a simultaneous landing by British and Americans would result in full resistance by all French in Africa, whereas an initial landing without British ground forces offers a real chance that there would be no French resistance or only a token resistance, Roosevelt cabled Churchill on August 30th. To test this theory, the President commissioned a Princeton, New Jersey firm to discreetly survey public opinion in North Africa. The poll results, drawn from a scientifically dubious sample of fewer than 150 respondents, reinforced Roosevelt's conviction. There was skepticism in London. One British diplomat believed that Roosevelt's Spirit of Lafayette merely reflected a sentimental Yankee affection for Paris, where all good Americans hoped to go in the afterlife. But having won on the larger issue of whether to invade Africa or France, Churchill chose to concur with the President. "I consider myself your lieutenant," he cabled Roosevelt. "This is an American enterprise in which we are your helpmates." The President's further suggestion that British forces wait a full month after the invasion before coming to North Africa was gently rebuffed. The plan now called for Tommies to follow hard on the heels of their Yank cousins in Algeria. The second vital issue involved where to land. Most British strategists, supported by Eisenhower, had stressed the importance of controlling Tunisia within 2 weeks of the invasion, before Axis troops from nearby Sicily and the Italian mainland could establish a bridgehead. The whole conception of Torch may stand or fall on this question of early Allied occupation of Tunisia, a British message advised. Once Tunisia was held, Allied control of Mediterranean shipping was all but assured. Rommel's Afrika Korps would be trapped in Libya, and the Allies would possess a southern springboard for further operations against Sicily or the European continent. These considerations argued for putting invasion forces from both armadas onto Mediterranean beaches in Algeria, and perhaps even as far east as the principal Tunisian port of Bizerte. "We should take great risks to reach Tunis first," the British military chiefs of staff urged. Landings too far west should be avoided like the plague because of the hazard that the subsequent advance eastward will be so slow as to allow Germans to reach Tunisia in force. In late August, Eisenhower's preliminary Torch plan called for landings entirely within the Mediterranean, at the Algerian ports of Oran, Algiers, and Bonn. But General Marshall and War Department planners had other ideas. Tunisia and eastern Algeria lay within range of Axis warplanes on Sicily and beyond range of Allied fighters at Gibraltar. Landings at sites vulnerable to Luftwaffe attack would be extraordinarily perilous. Furthermore, the Americans feared that Hitler might lunge through neutral Spain and close the Straits of Gibraltar, trapping them in the Mediterranean as if cinching the drawstring of a sack. That argued for at least one landing on Morocco's Atlantic coast to guarantee an open supply line across the Atlantic. For weeks, cables had fluttered back and forth in what Eisenhower called a transatlantic essay contest. The Royal Navy believed that although the Strait of Gibraltar at its narrowest was just 8 miles wide, it could not be controlled by enemy forces any more than the English Channel had been controlled. British planners also calculated that even with Madrid's consent to cross Spain, consent that London insisted was unlikely to be given, the Germans would need at least 6 divisions and more than 2 months to overpower Gibraltar. In the American view, however, the risks were too great. The Torch landings must succeed, Marshall argued, because failure in the first big American offensive of the war would only bring ridicule and loss of confidence. Roosevelt agreed, and again he intervened. "I want to emphasize," he cabled Churchill on August 30th, "that under any circumstances one of our landings must be on the Atlantic." The President blithely dismissed the notion that Axis forces might build a Tunisian redoubt before the Allies arrived. In another message to the Prime Minister, he reiterated our belief that German air and parachute troops cannot get to Algiers or Tunis any large force for at least 2 weeks after the initial attack. Again, Churchill acquiesced, not least because General Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, shared the American disquiet and believed that diverting Hewitt's armada to Morocco is a much wiser plan. If not wiser, it was safer in the short run. But rarely are wars won in the short run. The Americans had been audacious to the point of folly in advocating Sledgehammer, the sacrificial landing of a mostly British force on the French coast. Now, with American soldiers predominant in Torch, caution prevailed and audacity stole away. Hewitt's Task Force 34 would deposit 1/3 of the invasion force more than 1,000 miles from Tunis. The invaders would bifurcate themselves by facing east and west, violating the hallowed principle of concentration and weakening their Sunday punch. In London, Eisenhower changed the odds of quickly capturing Tunis from the realm of the probable to the remotely possible. On September 5th, the final decision was made to attempt landings at 3 sites in Morocco and at 6 beaches around Algiers and Oran. "Please make it before Election Day," Roosevelt asked Marshall. In this, the President would be disappointed. Various delays intruded, and on September 21st, Eisenhower fixed the invasion date for Sunday morning, November 8th, 5 days after the U.S. congressional elections. Torch remained breathtakingly bold, an enterprise of imagination and power. But at a critical moment, the Allies had taken counsel of their fears. His business done at the Navy Department, Hewitt emerged at 1 p.m. to find that the day had turned warm and humid, with temperatures edging into the low 70s. The staff car picked him up and headed east on Independence Avenue before angling north across the mall on 15th Street. At the White House, a Secret Service agent directed his driver through the southeast gate, then led Hewitt on a circuitous route to avoid reporters. Walking through the narrow corridors, the Admiral saw that the mansion was battened down for combat. Blackout curtains draped the windows, and skylights had been painted black. Every room in the old tinderbox was equipped with a bucket of sand and a shovel, along with folded gas masks. The cluttered fish room, where Roosevelt kept trophies from his angling expeditions, was a reminder of the Admiral's last encounter with the President. In December 1936, as skipper of the USS Indianapolis, Hewitt had taken Roosevelt on a month-long trip to South America. He fondly remembered his passenger casting from the boat deck, then chortling with glee as he hauled in 2 fish. Roosevelt named them Maine and Vermont, for the 2 states he had failed to carry in his recent re-election. Waiting, as planned, in a small, vaulted antechamber of the Oval Office was the battle captain who would command the American troops in Morocco once Hewitt put them ashore, Major General George S. Patton, Jr. He, too, had been escorted by a roundabout route to avoid the press, but Patton was incapable of looking inconspicuous. Tall and immaculate, in his starched pinks and greens, the crease in his trousers bayonet sharp, gloves folded just so in his left hand, Patton seemed every inch the warrior looking for a war. Even as he shook Patton's hand and returned his broad smile, Hewitt remained uncertain what to make of this strange man. That he was a gifted and charismatic officer bound for glory seemed obvious. But thoughtful and utterly charming one moment, he could be profane and truculent the next. Later in the war, military planners were to recommend at least 6 months' preparation from the day an invasion order was issued to the day the fleet sailed. The belated decision to invade Morocco had given Task Force 34 only 7 weeks to ready one of the most complex military operations in American history. George Patton seemed determined to make every hour as difficult as possible. Rather than move his headquarters to Hampton Roads, Patton had remained in his capacious office loft in the munitions building on the Mall, even as he railed against the goddamn fools in Washington. "By all means, as I have already written you, come see us as soon as you can," Hewitt wrote in exasperation. Without consulting the Navy, Army planners proposed Moroccan landing sites, one of which had no beach, and another of which was booby-trapped with shoals. In recent days, Patton had finally traded Washington for Norfolk. Yet he still seemed deeply suspicious of naval officers in general, "that bunch of rattlesnakes," he called them, and of Hewitt in particular. Hewitt had been puzzled, then annoyed, then alarmed, and his mild complaints of August had escalated by mid-September to a formal protest at the Army's failure to cooperate. Only Eisenhower's personal warrant to the War Department of his old friend's virtues had prevented Patton from being sacked and ending a luminous career before it began. Marshall added his own admonition in a private meeting with Patton: "Don't scare the Navy." Another tense moment came when Hewitt proposed delaying Torch a week, to give the invaders a rising tide rather than risk having their boats stranded on the beaches by the ebb tide forecast for dawn on November 8th. Patton objected with arm-flapping vigor, and even Hewitt's Navy superiors agreed that a postponement was impossible. Oddly, Patton seemed to take personally neither Hewitt's complaints about him nor their professional disagreements. Odder still, Hewitt found himself liking the man, and he suspected that Patton liked him, too. Hewitt could only chuckle at the shotgun marriages made by war. At precisely 2, the wide door to the Oval Office opened, and Roosevelt spoke. "Come in, Skipper and old cavalryman, and give me the good news." The President sat in his armless wheelchair, beaming and gesturing to a pair of empty chairs. Patton, unaware that Hewitt and Roosevelt had been shipmates 6 years earlier, looked nonplussed to find himself introduced to the President by the Admiral. "Well, gentlemen," Roosevelt asked with a wave of his cigarette, What have you got on your minds?" Hewitt had a great deal on his mind, but he tried to summarize the Torch plan as succinctly as possible. 300 warships and nearly 400 transports and cargo vessels would land more than 100,000 troops, 3/4 of them American, the rest British, in North Africa. Task Force 34 would sail for Morocco on Saturday morning. The other armada would leave Britain shortly thereafter for Algeria. With luck, the Vichy French controlling North Africa would not oppose the landings. Regardless, the Allies were to pivot east for a dash into Tunisia before the enemy arrived. The grey-green walls of the Oval Office gave the room a nautical air. Patton waited for a lull, then in his shrill nasal voice said, "Sir, all I want to tell you is this. I will leave the beaches either a conqueror or a corpse." Roosevelt smiled and deflected the remark with that jaunty toss of the head that George Marshall privately called the cigarette-holder gesture. Did the general plan to mount his old cavalry saddle on a tank turret? The President asked Patton. Would he charge into action with his saber drawn? The conversation rambled on, with much more left unsaid than said. Hewitt chose not to dwell on Torch's risks. Unlike most senior officers, he had felt only relief upon learning that there would be no frontal assault against the French coast. Even zealous advocates of Sledgehammer had been chastened in mid-August when a raid by 6,000 Canadian and British troops on the German-occupied French port of Dieppe ended in catastrophe. Hewitt had watched a rehearsal for Dieppe during a visit to England, and he still found it hard to accept that half of those eager young men were now dead or in German prison camps. But Torch had its own hazards. Except for the Guadalcanal landings in August, it was the first large amphibious operation by the United States in 45 years, and the most audacious ever. Some believed it to be the greatest amphibious gamble since Xerxes crossed the Hellespont in the 5th century B.C. The only modern precedent for landing on a hostile shore after a long sea voyage through perilous waters was the British disaster at Gallipoli in 1915, which cost 250,000 Allied casualties. The initial mission of seizing 3 port cities, Casablanca, Algiers, and Oran, was complicated by the need to land at 9 coastal sites scattered across 900 miles. And not only U-boats menaced Task Force 34, so would the sea, for the long fetch across the Atlantic often brought mountainous waves to the Moroccan coast. For his part, Roosevelt chose not to mention the War Department's lingering resentment of Torch. Even his Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, had accused him of the wildest kind of dispersion debauch, and called North Africa the President's great secret baby. Nor did the President complain about delays in the invasion date, although he must have suspected how badly his party would fare in the elections less than 2 weeks away. The Democrats were to lose almost 60 congressional seats to a disgruntled electorate unaware that their nation was about to strike back. After half an hour, the conversation drifted into trivialities. Roosevelt offered Hewitt detailed advice on how to moor a ship with a stern anchor to keep her head into the wind, a tactic he had once employed with a yacht. Patton made a final effort to pull the discussion back to Torch. "The Admiral and I feel that we must get ashore regardless of cost, as the fate of the war hinges on our success," he told the President. But the meeting was over. "Of course you must," Roosevelt replied with a final cigarette-holder gesture. He ushered them out the door with handshakes and a hearty Godspeed. Patton returned to the munitions building. Hewitt drove directly to Anacostia Field and flew to Hampton Roads. By late afternoon he was back in his office, a tiny converted bedroom in the Hotel Nansemond at Ocean View. He had been gone only 10 hours, but a thick stack of papers awaited him, including weather reports for Africa and the Atlantic and the latest intelligence on German U-boats. You do everything you can, then you hope for the best. Night had fallen by the time he stepped into his admiral's barge at the Willoughby Spit boat landing. The coxswain steered across Hampton Roads toward the Hotel Chamberlain at Fortress Monroe, where Hewitt had a suite with his wife, Floride. He studied the silhouettes of the ships moored in the Great Bay. Their superstructures loomed against the skyline, inky black but for the occasional orange glow of cigarettes on the weather decks. In 2 days, this fleet would carry 33,843 soldiers, every last one of them his responsibility. Hewitt ate a quick supper at the Chamberlain, then moved to an armchair in the sitting room and unfolded the afternoon newspaper. A few minutes later, Floride Hewitt looked in on her husband and screamed. He lay crumpled on the floor. Hewitt sat up slowly, more bemused than shaken. "I guess I just dropped off," he said. The barge was dispatched for a medical officer who examined Hewitt and pronounced him healthy but exhausted. The Admiral, he admonished, really should get more rest. Gathering the ships. An unholy din rolled across Hampton Roads at dawn on October 22nd. Aboard a dozen ships at 5 sets of piers, sailors in dungarees and white pillbox caps ripped out linoleum decks, wood paneling, and cork insulation. Hundreds of other swabs with hammers and chisels scraped the painted bulkheads to bare metal. Raging ship fires in the Solomon Islands earlier that fall had convinced the Navy to strip Task Force 34 of all combustible furnishings, giving the fleet the fighting trim of an unfinished garage. From Norfolk and Portsmouth on the southern rim of the roads to Newport News and Hampton in the north, tugboats bullied another clutch of cargo ships into the wharves. Stevedore battalions swarmed onto each vessel, stacking hatch covers on an aft deck and swinging a boom over the exposed hold. Gangway men clipped the cargo sling to a pallet on the dock, and chuffing steam winches hoisted another load onto the ship. Above the cacophony of welders and riveters and that infernal scraping, the strains of Over There drifted from a warehouse where the port band practiced its war repertoire. The Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming. Into the holds went tanks and cannons, rubber boats and outboard motors, ammunition and machine guns, magnifying glasses and stepladders, alarm clocks and bicycles. Into the holds went tractors, cement, asphalt, and more than 1 million gallons of gasoline, mostly in 5-gallon tins. Into the holds went thousands of miles of wire, well-digging machinery, railroad cars, 750,000 bottles of insect repellent, and 7,000 tons of coal in burlap bags. Into the holds went black basketball shoes, 3,000 vehicles, loudspeakers, 16,000 feet of cotton rope, and $100,000 in gold coins, entrusted to George Patton personally. And into the holds went a platoon of carrier pigeons, 6 fly swatters, and 60 rolls of fly paper for each 1,000 soldiers, plus 5 pounds of rat poison per company. A special crate, requisitioned in a frantic message to the War Department on October 18th, held 1,000 Purple Hearts. In theory, only 800 people in the world knew the destination of the torch armadas. Many boxes had been sealed and placed under guard to avoid leaking any hint of French North Africa. Phrase books with pronunciation keys to be distributed at sea perfectly captured Allied ambivalence, giving the French for both "I am your friend" and "I will shoot you if you resist." A propaganda radio station, cobbled together with a transmitter salvaged in Jersey City and a generator from a South Carolina cotton mill, was secretly installed in the USS Texas, along with a script to be broadcast to Berber tribes. "Behold, we the American holy warriors have arrived. We have come to set you free." Quartermasters had rounded up not only all that lingerie, but also 70,000 pairs of goggles and a comparable number of havelocks, neckcloths sewn at a secret plant in Philadelphia, as well as 10 million salt tablets and 67,000 American flag armbands, with 138,000 safety pins to secure them to uniform sleeves. Black-lettered labels on the boxes warned, "Do not open until destination is reached." A 30-day supply of poison gas bombs, shells, and mines had been tentatively consigned to a follow-up convoy, then cancelled in late September after Allied commanders deemed it most unlikely that an enemy would use chemical weapons early in the North Africa campaign. Using a Michelin commercial road guide to Morocco, A government printing plant outside Washington had spent weeks reproducing 60 tons of maps, which were manhandled into the holds along with sealed bundles of Baedekers, old issues of National Geographic, French tourist guidebooks, and Volume M of various encyclopedias. Armed couriers brought aboard plaster of Paris relief maps of Moroccan ports and coasts. The War Department had found that men drafted from the Confectioners and Bakers Union became the best model makers. Other secret crates contained peculiar 54-inch open tubes and 3-pound darts, along with instruction sheets, because almost no one in the task force had ever heard of a launcher, rocket, anti-tank, 2.36-inch M9, soon to be known as a bazooka. All cargo was supposed to be combat-loaded, a key principle of assault in which equipment is stowed in reverse order of the sequence needed upon landing under fire. Instead, the only principle in effect was chaos. Materiel had been cascading into port since late September in rail cars so poorly marked that at one point all loading stopped while soldiers pawed through 700 mysterious boxcars that had been diverted to a Richmond siding. Different railroads served different piers, so that misdirected freight had to be lighted across the bay. Docks grew cluttered with dunnage. Cargo holds were packed so haphazardly that soldiers climbing over vehicles in search of their kit broke nearly a third of the windshields. Ammunition needed for ballast arrived late, forcing some ships to warp back to the docks for reloading. Artillery shells, loose grenades, and TNT were simply dumped on the decks or in passageways, staterooms, and troop holds. The captain of USS Lakehurst confided that a torpedo would sink his ship in 5 minutes unless the stocks of gasoline and ammo were hit, in which case it would be quicker. An officer with a twisted mind and a classical education had borrowed the motto for Hampton Roads' port of embarkation from the Aeneid. Forsan et haec olim memenice juvabit. Someday, perhaps, the memory of even these things will be pleasant. Someday, perhaps, but not soon. On this disorderly Thursday, Patton flew to Norfolk from Washington in a C-47 transport plane with his tin suitcase and an entourage of 8 staff officers. In his slashing, runic handwriting, he had written his will and a long treatise to his wife, Bee, on how to care for their horses in his absence. He also wrote several farewell letters. To his brother-in-law, "My proverbial luck will have to be working all out. All my life I have wanted to lead a lot of men in a desperate battle. I am going to do it." To a family friend he noted that by the time she read his letter, "I will either be dead or not. If I am, please put on a good Irish wake." Now, striding from ship to ship along the wharves, Patton inspected the cargo with the possessive eye of a man who intended to use every last bullet, bomb, and basketball shoe. When he asked a young quartermaster captain how the loading was proceeding, the officer replied, "I don't know, but my trucks are getting on all right." Patton took a moment to scribble in his diary, "That is the answer. If everyone does his part, these seemingly impossible tasks get done. When I think of the greatness of my job and realize that I am what I am amazed, but on reflection, who is as good as I am? I know of no one." It was a fair self-assessment by a man who had spent the past 4 decades preparing for this moment, since the day he had arrived as a plebe at West Point. More than a quarter-century had gone by since his first intoxicating taste of battle and fame during the punitive expedition to Mexico in 1916, when he had briefly become a national hero for killing 3 banditos and strapping their bodies to his automobile running boards like game trophies. He had been a temporary colonel at age 32 in the Great War and a founding father of armored warfare. Then his career had seemed all but over, mired in the lethargy of the interwar army. At the age of 50, upon reading J.F.C. Fuller's classic Generalship, Its Diseases and Their Cures, Patton had wept bitterly because 89 of the 100 great commanders profiled were younger than he. Now, when he was 56, his hour had come round. He was a paradox, and would always remain one, a great tangle of calculated mannerisms and raw, uncalculated emotion. Well-read, fluent in French, and the wealthy child of privilege, he could be crude, rude, and plain foolish. He had reduced his extensive study of history and military art to a 5-word manifesto of war. Violent attacks everywhere with everything. In less than 3 years, he would be the most celebrated American battle captain of the 20th century, a man whose name, like those of Jeb Stuart and Phil Sheridan, evoked the dash and brio of a cavalry charge. In less than 4 years, he would be dead, and the New York Times obituary would offer the perfect epitaph: he was not a man of peace. "Give me generals who are lucky," Roosevelt had recently told a British officer. In their encounter in the Oval Office the previous afternoon, the President had shrewdly sized up Patton as a man who was lucky and who also believed in his luck. "Patton is a joy," Roosevelt had written after the meeting. For his part, typically, Patton dwelt on his disappointment at the President's failure to deliver a more stirring victory-or-death speech to Admiral Hewitt, whose resolve Patton still doubted. "A great politician," Patton told his diary after leaving the White House, "is not of necessity a great military leader." Nor was a great military leader, of necessity, a great politician, as Patton had repeatedly demonstrated during the preparations for Torch. While Hewitt readied his ships, Patton readied his men, and he had approached the task by imposing his will on everything and everyone in his path. His command for Torch consisted of 3 divisions pieced together from other units: the 9th Infantry, the 3rd Infantry, and the 2nd Armored. 8 other divisions had been so ransacked of troops and equipment to fill out the departing force that 6 months would pass before they recovered. In the past 2 weeks, Patton had traveled to staging areas across Virginia and North Carolina to inspect the troops and put iron in their souls. One commander later recalled that he always knew when Patton had visited because the units so honored invariably called to report that assorted officers had been ordered into arrest after incurring his wrath. On October 14th, Patton sent identical letters to all his senior commanders. "If you don't succeed, I don't want to see you alive," he advised. "I see no point in surviving defeat, and I am sure that if all of you enter into battle with equal resolution, we shall conquer and live long and gain more glory." In a dinner toast at one base, Patton declared, "Here's to the wives! My, what pretty widows you're going to make!" His advice to the 9th Division for defeating the Germans was, "Grab those pusillanimous sons of bitches by the nose and kick 'em in the balls." To others, he spoke of slaughtering lousy Hun bastards by the bushel. At Fort Bragg, while he was addressing troops he had once commanded in the 2nd Armored Division, tears coursed down his cheeks, and he stalked from the stage without a word. The men roared their approval. In his diary, Patton had once rebuked himself for being inclined to show emotion, a most unmilitary trait. On Friday morning, October 23rd, more than 150 troop commanders, ship captains, and senior staff officers filed into a tightly guarded Army warehouse in Norfolk. Hewitt spoke briefly, revealing to most for the first time that they were bound for Africa. For more than 4 hours, the Torch planners reviewed the operation in intricate detail. They finished with the proper procedures for burying the dead and registering their graves. Then Patton took the stage in breeches and riding boots, ivory-handled pistols on either hip. He roused the men from their torpor by announcing that he would shoot any American soldier molesting a Moroccan woman. "If you have any doubts as to what you're to do, I can put it very simply," he said in his jarring falsetto. "The idea is to move ahead, and you usually know where the front is by the sound of gunfire. To make it perfectly clear to you, suppose you lose a hand or an ear is shot off, or perhaps a piece of your nose, and you think you should go back to get first aid. If I see you, it will be the last goddamn walk you'll ever take. As an officer, you're expected to move ahead." Then he challenged the Navy to emulate Admiral David Farragut, who had damned the torpedoes at Mobile Bay in 1864. But Patton continued, "I'm under no illusion that the goddamn Navy will get us within 100 miles of the beach or within a week of the date set for landing. It doesn't matter. Put us on Africa. We'll walk." He finished with a flourish. "We shall attack for 60 days, and then, if we have to, for 60 more. If we go forward with desperation, if we go forward with utmost speed and fight, these people cannot stand against us." The men came to attention as Patton strode from the room. Most of the Navy officers, and even some of their Army counterparts, had never heard of George S. Patton before. Now they knew who he was. As the hour of departure drew near, anarchy ruled the docks. Sometimes Patton contributed to the disorder. On one especially hellish morning, his quartermasters changed the loading plans 6 times between 8 and 9 a.m. More usually, however, Patton, Hewitt, and their lieutenants demonstrated the inventive resolve that would characterize the American way of war for the duration. At the 11th hour, medical officers abruptly realized that Task Force 34 had stockpiled only a small fraction of the blood plasma required. Recent experience had shown that plasma, the fluid remaining after removing red and white blood cells, was highly effective in keeping wounded soldiers alive, and when dried, it could be stored without refrigeration for weeks. With authority from the War Department, the port surgeon by day's end had requisitioned virtually all the plasma east of the Mississippi River and organized 3 bombers to deliver it. When bad weather closed in on Norfolk, ground crews lit flares to guide home the pilots. Trucks raced from the airfield to the port with 1,000 precious units just before the fleet weighed anchor. No less dramatic was the saga of the SS Contessa. The War Department, for weeks, had sought a shallow draft ship capable of navigating a dozen miles up a serpentine Moroccan river to the Port Lyautey airfield, one of Patton's prime objectives. A worldwide search turned up the Contessa, a salt-caked, rust-stained scow that drew just over 17 feet and had spent most of her undistinguished career hauling bananas and coconuts from the Caribbean. She was ordered to Newport News. There, the skipper, Captain William H. John, a thick-browed Briton with an untended mustache and a long, saggy face, learned he was to load more than 1,000 tons of bombs, depth charges, and high-octane aviation fuel for a destination to be named later. The crew promptly jumped ship. The Contessa was emptied of bananas and winched into dry dock on October 24th for a quick caulking of her leaky seams. Captain John and a Navy Reserve lieutenant named A.V. Leslie then headed for the Norfolk jail, which state corrections officials recently had identified as the most squalid lockup in all Virginia. John and Leslie interviewed 50 inmates. Many were bibulous seamen said to be bleary-eyed and unsteady on their pins, but game for a voyage described only as high-paying, dangerous, and far from any Norfolk cell block. 15 men were chosen and their sentences commuted. Navy guards with riot guns escorted them to the Contessa. Pumped dry and heavily patched, the fruiter slid from the dry dock with a clean bottom and made for Pier 10, the ammunition wharf, to begin loading her cargo. All the confusion that characterized the cargo loading now attended the convergence of 34,000 soldiers on Hampton Roads. Troop trains with blinds drawn rolled through Norfolk and Portsmouth, sometimes finding the proper pier and sometimes not. Many men were exhausted, having traveled all night or even all week. One artillery commander, suspecting they were bound for a tropical battlefield, had decided to acclimate his troops by sealing the windows on their train, transforming it into what one surviving officer described as a sweltering inferno. Military policemen patrolled the tracks and bus stations to watch for deserters. The Army, in the past 6 months, had charged more than 2,600 soldiers with desertion and convicted 90% of them. Indiscipline also plagued units that had been staging in southeast Virginia for weeks. So many men were sentenced to the crowded brig at Solomon's Island in Chesapeake Bay during amphibious training that there was a waiting list to serve time. On October 3rd, alone, 30 men had been court-martialed for various infractions. Sensing they were going to war, many troops drank until they were knee-walking tight. Commanders distributed pamphlets warning, "The truth is that using the sex glands too much exhausts them and weakens a man." Many a weak man dragged himself to the pier. Naughty Norfolk catered to those looking for sin before shipping out, notwithstanding the occasional sign that read, "No dogs or sailors allowed." The town's iniquity grew with the arrival of each new regiment. Every night, thousands of men swarmed down East Main Street, described as the largest, most solid block of beer joints in the world. Taxis became rolling brothels, and fleets of girly trailers served the concupiscent. On October 18th, vice officers arrested 115 people in the largest morals raid in local history. His jail cells bulging, Norfolk's police chief asked the federal government to give me a concentration camp, a camp large enough to handle 2,000 or 3,000 women. The strains of war, including many U-boat attacks along the Virginia coast, pushed the town toward hysteria. Widespread rumor had it that local Negroes planned to massacre white citizens during a blackout. The plotters were even said to have purchased 300 ice picks at a downtown hardware store. Sober and otherwise, the troops found their way to the 28 transport ships. All public telephones at the wharves were disconnected, and port engineers erected a high fence around each dock area. "If you tell where you are going, you may never get there," security posters warned, pointlessly, because few men had any inkling of their destination. Some soldiers inflated condoms with natural gas from tent heaters and floated them toward town, with notes attached inviting any girl willing to comfort a departing warrior to infiltrate the security area. In a final, senseless act of confusion, the Army insisted the men board alphabetically, rather than by tactical unit. Thousands struggled up the ramps with heavy barracks bags and wandered the companionways for hours in search of their comrades. Others disembarked at night to reform on the dock by platoon and then reboard. 8 to 12 officers shared each stateroom, the ranks wedged into holds with bunks stacked 4 high and hammocks slung in every open space. "God must love enlisted men," they told one another. "He made so many of them." Poker and dice games raged in the stairwells. Sailors scraped and scraped. Boys, barely old enough to shave, lay in their bunks and stared vacantly at the bulkheads, or struggled to articulate, in letters home, what every one of them felt. "I'm scared, I miss you, I love you." A distant clatter of winches signaled the lifting of the last cargo slings, and a new sound joined the racket, the harsh grind of 1,000 whetstones, as soldiers put an edge on their bayonets and trench knives. Dawn on October 24th revealed a forest of masts and fighting tops across Hampton Roads, where the greatest war fleet ever to sail from American waters made ready. Brief squalls blew in from the Atlantic, shrouding the ships in gray mist. Launches with hooded lanterns carried a few officers from a final night with their wives in the Chamberlain Hotel. Wrapped in a boat cloak, Hewitt boarded his flagship, the USS Augusta. The rising trill of a boatswain's whistle announced the Admiral's arrival. From this very anchorage, dispatched with patriotic huzzas and guided from the roads by Theodore Roosevelt aboard his yacht Mayflower, Hewitt had sailed the world with 16 battleships in the Great White Fleet in 1907. To make the current departure less conspicuous, Hewitt arranged for a mid-ocean rendezvous with several of his biggest warships, including the new dreadnought Massachusetts, which had sortied from Maine. An even larger contingent awaited the task force near Bermuda. This group included the Ranger, his only true aircraft carrier, and 4 escort carriers, oil tankers overlaid with flight decks. None of the carriers had more than a half a dozen experienced aviators. The Navy also reported that some crews included a bare handful of officers and men who had previously seen salt water. But of the 102 ships in the fleet, only Contessa was seriously delayed. Still loading fuel and bombs at Pier 10, she would follow the convoy in 2 days, alone. Patton settled into the comfortable captain's cabin aboard Augusta. A stack of mystery novels lay on the table by his bunk, along with the Koran, which he planned to read during the passage. He had often practiced a fierce martial scowl in the mirror, but there was no need for dramatics now. He was alone, as only a battle commander could be, bound for the sharp corners of the world. "This is my last night in America," he had written in his diary the previous evening. It may be years, and it may be forever. God grant that I do my full duty to my men and myself." He thought of his Wednesday morning in Washington 3 days earlier. Before going to the White House, he had driven up 16th Street to Walter Reed Army Hospital to call on his ancient hero, General John J. Pershing. A feeble 82, Pershing had reminisced about their adventures in Mexico, where Patton had served as an unofficial aide-de-camp. "I can always pick a fighting man," Pershing said. "I like generals so bold they are dangerous." Patton kissed Pershing's hand, as desiccated as a fallen leaf, and asked for his blessing. "Goodbye, George," the old general replied. "God bless you and keep you, and give you victory." Generals so bold, they are dangerous. He would take that challenge. To his old friend Eisenhower in London he had written, "We should plan either to conquer or to be destroyed at Casablanca." He also scribbled 2 notes to B. "It will probably be some time before you get a letter from me, but I will be thinking of you and loving you," he wrote in one. In the other, to be opened only "when and if I am definitely reported dead." He confessed how difficult it was to convey his feelings for a woman he had known since they were both 16 years old. He addressed her as if from beyond the grave. "Your confidence in me was the only sure thing in a world of dreadful uncertainty." Shortly before 7 a.m., the Joseph T. Dickman slipped her lines and moved into the stream, joined by the Thomas Jefferson, the Leonard Wood, and a stately procession of other transports. Destroyers darted ahead into the seaward mists, the lead ship in the position known as Dead Man's Corner, as the transports threaded the anti-submarine nets protecting Hampton Roads. With radio silence imposed, course adjustments swept across the fleet in an ecstasy of signal lamps and semaphore flags. Patrol planes and 2 silver blimps scouted the swept channel that angled eastward between Cape Henry and Cape Charles. Building to 14 knots, the transport steamed up the drowned mouth of the James River, across Thimble Shoals and tail of the Horseshoe. Soldiers cinched their life jackets and lined the weather deck rails, staring in silence at Old Point Comfort. The dawn was bright and glowing. Angels perched unseen on the shrouds and crosstrees. Young men, fated to survive and become old men dying abed half a century hence, would forever remember this hour, when an army at dawn made for the open sea in a cause none could yet comprehend. Ashore, as the great fleet glided past, dreams of them stepped, like men alive, into the rooms where their loved ones lay sleeping. Rendezvous at Cherchell. Even before the fleet weighed anchor in Virginia, a small invasion vanguard had arrived off the African coast. This party comprised fewer than a dozen men. Their mission, both courageous and daft, would become one of the most celebrated clandestine operations of the war. It began with a single light. Major General Mark W. Clark stood on the bridge of the submarine HMS Seraph at 10 p.m. on October 21st, peering through his binoculars at a bright beacon on the Algerian coast. Braced to absorb the submarine's roll, he raked the lenses across the white line of surf 2 miles away. After several days of creeping submerged across the Mediterranean from Gibraltar at 4 knots, Clark was desperate to get ashore. Though Seraph surfaced every night to recharge her batteries, the fetid air inside grew so stale each day that a struck match would not light. Clark and the 4 other American officers had passed the time playing countless rubbers of bridge or, after lessons from the British commandos aboard, hands of cribbage. Small bruises covered Clark's head. At 6'3" tall, he found it impossible to dodge the sub's innumerable pipes and knobs. "There's the Sugarloaf Hill to the left. I can see its outline against the sky," Clark told Seraph Commander Lieutenant Norman L.A. Jewell. A pale glow to the east marked the fishing port of Cherchell, said to have been founded by Selene, daughter of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Algiers lay another 60 miles up the coast. Clark focused again on the light burning in the seaward gable of an isolated farmhouse. "There's a beach below the house. A black splotch behind the beach. That's the grove of trees," Clark said. "Yes, sir, this is the place we're looking for." Jewell ordered the diesel engine started. Seraph edged forward to within 400 yards of the breakers and hove to. A rising moon silvered the deck and dark sea. The commandos deftly assembled the full-boats, two-man kayaks made with hickory frames and canvas skins. Clark and the other Americans rechecked their inventory, including money belts stuffed with greenbacks and $1,000 in Canadian gold pieces, which had been obtained with difficulty from the Bank of England vault in central London on Sunday afternoon. Every man wore his military uniform. 6 German saboteurs, captured in civilian clothes after being put ashore by U-boat in New York and Florida, had died in the District of Columbia electric chair 2 months earlier. No one on this mission wanted to be executed as a spy. The first 3 pairs of men successfully grabbed the full-boat rails and eased themselves into the waist holes. But as Clark was about to step from the submarine, the heavy lop flipped his boat and the commando already in it, Captain Godfrey B. Courtney. "I've got to get off," Clark shouted. "I've got to go now." Another full-boat was recalled, and one of the Americans surrendered his seat to Clark. The submarine crew righted the capsized craft and fished Courtney from the sea. Ready at last, the men feathered away from Seraph with their double-scoop paddles, then turned in a V formation toward the beckoning light above the beach. Mark Clark, Wayne to his friends, was an odd choice to lead a clandestine mission behind enemy lines. As Eisenhower's deputy and chief planner, he knew more about Operation Torch than any man alive. He also was among the few Americans privy to Ultra, the intelligence gathered through British decipherment of coded German radio messages, a secret so profound it was jokingly known as BBR, burned before reading. Should Vichy forces capture Clark and surrender him to the Gestapo, the consequences would be incalculable, for both Torch and the Allied cause. That Eisenhower had entrusted this mission to Clark, despite the hazards, was a sign of both his naivete as the new Allied commander-in-chief and his faith in Clark, who had become his indispensable alter ego. Clark's parents were an army officer and the daughter of an immigrant Romanian Jew. As a West Point cadet, he had had himself baptized an Episcopalian, the creed considered most expedient for aspiring generals. At the academy, he was known as Contraband, for his guile in smuggling forbidden sweets into the barracks. More important, he fashioned a friendship with the company sergeant, an older cadet named Ike Eisenhower. Seriously wounded by shrapnel in 1918, Clark, as a young captain between the world wars, had been detailed to a Chautauqua tour, spreading the gospel of Army life with an ensemble of ventriloquists, road company Macbeths, and Swiss bell ringers. More recently, while serving as a War Department staff officer, he had been credited with designing the Army's assembly line techniques for mass-producing divisions. In June 1941, his superior officer described him as a rare combination of a most attractive personality with a stout heart and fine tact and intelligence. George Marshall had asked him after Pearl Harbor for a list of 10 able brigadier generals from among whom to select a new war plans chief. "I'll give you 1 name and 9 dittos," Clark replied. "Dwight D. Eisenhower." Years later, Eisenhower would tell Clark, "You are more responsible than anybody in this country for giving me my opportunity." The debt was repaid in August 1942 when Eisenhower made Clark his chief planner in London and the deputy Torch commander. Soon, the 2 Americans were favorites of Churchill, frequently summoned to No. 10 Downing Street or the Prime Minister's country home at Chequers for midnight skull sessions. Clark vividly described Churchill, dressed in his baggy smock and carpet slippers, expounding on strategy while drinking brandy or devouring a late supper. When the soup was put before him, he tackled it vigorously, his mouth about 2 inches from the liquid and his shoulders hunched over. He ate with a purring and slurping, and the spoon went from mouth to plate so rapidly you could hardly see it until he was scraping the bottom of the bowl and bawling lustily, "More soup!" Turning to his guests, he'd say, "Fine soup, ain't it?" Like Eisenhower, Clark had vaulted over hundreds of more senior officers in the past 2 years during his ascent from major to major general. Meticulous and shrewd, he was also given to a relentless self-promotion that vexed his friends and outraged his rivals. Among the latter was Patton, who confided to his diary in late September, He seems to me more preoccupied with bettering his own future than in winning the war." Another general called Clark the evil genius of the Allied force, but that epithet both diminished and caricatured his role. In truth, he was a gifted organizer. His daily memos to Eisenhower are tiny masterpieces of precision and efficiency, bedeviled by insecurities. "The more stars you have, the higher you climb the flagpole, the more of your ass is exposed," he once asserted. "People are always watching for opportunities to misconstrue your actions." The voyage to Cherchell had been hastily organized at the secret request of General Charles Emmanuel Mast, a senior Vichy commander in Algiers. Mast had sent word that he wanted to confer with a high-ranking American about how the Allies might gain entry practically without firing a shot. Clark insisted on leading the mission, happy as a boy with a new knife, at both the prospective adventure and the chance to consummate the greatest American diplomatic coup of the war. In addition to collecting intelligence through Ultra, the Allies had managed, by seduction and burglary, to purloin various Italian, Vichy, French, and Spanish diplomatic codes. Washington also had an espionage network in North Africa. A dozen American vice-consuls, known as the 12 Apostles, who technically served as food control officers under a trade agreement still in effect between Vichy and Washington. But the Apostles were hardly professional spies. One had been a Coca-Cola salesman in Mississippi, and another was described as an ornament of Harry's bar in Paris. A third later confessed, "I didn't even know how to pry open a desk drawer." The Apostle Kenneth Pendar, a former Harvard archaeologist, acknowledged, "We flew over to drop like so many Alices into the African wonderland." A dismissive German agent reported to Berlin, "All their thoughts are centered on their social, sexual, and culinary interests." Although the Apostles in fact collected useful information about ports, beaches, and coastal defenses, they could not answer the most fundamental question: would the French fight? Clark intended to find out. Only a howling dog and the murmuring surf broke the stillness as Clark and Captain Courtney waited 200 yards offshore. It was now shortly after midnight on October 22nd. Moonlight and that naked bulb dangling in the dormer revealed that the farmhouse on the bluff had a red-tile mansard roof and stucco walls draped with vines. From the beach came the all-clear signal, the dash-dot-dash of a Morse K. Leaning into their paddles, the two men skimmed neatly across the breakers and joined the others, who were already dragging their boats across the sand. From an olive grove at the edge of the bluff stepped a tall, stooped man wearing a turtleneck sweater, sneakers, and a baseball cap. Robert Murphy was the top American diplomat in Algiers, as well as the Apostles' spymaster. "Welcome to North Africa," he said, with the insouciance of an experienced host greeting dinner guests. Clark abandoned the grand speech he had prepared in French and replied simply, "I'm damn glad we made it." The men shouldered the full boats and followed Murphy up the hill and through a large green gate. Entering a courtyard lined with palm trees, they passed the villa's owner, a French patriot named Henri Tessier, who stood watching nervously from the shadows. Eyeing Clark with his carbine, another Frenchman muttered, "A general with a rifle. What sort of army is this?" After hiding the boats in a kitchen storeroom, they settled into a small, untidy room in the farmhouse, toasting their good fortune with glasses of whiskey before stretching out for a nap. Murphy was too excited to sleep. This rendezvous was his doing, and he believed that if it succeeded, he could deliver North Africa into the Allied camp without bloodshed. Now 47, with pale Irish skin and a gaiety that brought out gaiety in others, he had grown up in Milwaukee. A foot crushed in an elevator accident had kept him out of the military in World War I. Instead, he studied law before joining the diplomatic corps. Fluent in German and French, genial and cultured, he spent a decade in Paris. When the Germans marched in, he followed the rump government to Vichy on orders from Washington. He had helped arrange the secret shipment of nearly 2,000 tons of gold from the Bank of France to Dakar on an American cruiser, and Roosevelt, who always appreciated a charming operator, appointed Murphy his personal representative to French Africa with the admonition, "Don't bother going through State Department channels." For months, Murphy had shuttled between Washington and London, occasionally disguised as a lieutenant colonel because, as General Marshall noted, nobody ever pays any attention to a lieutenant colonel. On frequent trips to North Africa, he smuggled radio transmitters in his diplomatic pouches. By nature drawn to the conservative status quo, Murphy was distrusted by the Free French of Charles de Gaulle, who dismissed him as inclined to believe that France consisted of the people he dined with in town. The British diplomat Harold Macmillan concluded that Murphy has an incurable habit of seeing every kind of person and agreeing with them all in turn. Bob Murphy shrugged off such derision with an impish smile, secure in the conviction that he was doing Roosevelt's bidding. At 6 a.m., General Mast arrived by car from Algiers with 5 staff officers. Murphy roused Clark and the others for introductions, followed by a breakfast of coffee and sardines in the living room. Short, burly, and fluent in English, Mast had been captured by the Germans in 1940 and repatriated after months in Saxony's notorious Königstein prison. His post as deputy commander of the Vichy's Army 19th Corps notwithstanding, he had the heart of an insurrectionist. If the Americans were to invade North Africa, Mast told Clark, they should consider doing it in the spring, when rebel officers would be fully ready to help. Clark had strict orders not to disclose that Torch was actually underway. He replied vaguely that it was best to do something soon. We have the army and the means. For more than 4 hours, the two generals exchanged mendacities. Mast urged the Americans to align themselves with his patron, Henri Giraud, a senior general whose bold recent escape from Königstein had galvanized French resistance. If you bring Giraud to Algiers from his hiding place in southern France, Mast promised, all North Africa will flame into revolt and rally around him as a symbol of French resurgence. With sufficient weapons, Mast nearly wept describing the bedraggled Vichy troops, North Africa could field an army of 300,000 in common cause with the Allies, all under Giraud's inspiring generalship. He also urged a simultaneous invasion of southern France to prevent the Germans from seizing the fragment of the country controlled by Vichy. Clark carefully sifted through Mast's proposals. He pledged immediate delivery of 2,000 automatic weapons to North Africa, a promise that would not be kept. In a rare show of candor, he admitted that simultaneous invasions of North Africa and metropolitan France exceeded Allied means. But he assured Mast that any assault would be more than a hit-and-run raid like that at Dieppe in August. An African invasion force would involve 500,000 men with 2,000 aircraft. This was a 5-fold exaggeration. "Where are these 500,000 men to come from?" Mast asked. "Where are they?" "In the U.S. and U.K., Clark replied. "Rather far, isn't it?" "No." Perhaps lies and misunderstandings were inevitable. Clark could hardly disclose the imminence of Torch, even if Mast's good faith seemed genuine. But by mid-morning, tiny seeds of confusion and distrust had been sown over the timing of the invasion, the political realities of Vichy North Africa, the extent to which each side could aid the other, and, most important, who would command whom. At 11, Mast stood and announced that he must return to Algiers before his absence aroused suspicions. Before walking to his car, he warned Clark, "The French Navy is not with us. The Army and the Air Force are." Mast also repeated his earlier assertion that General Giraud intended to command all forces in North Africa, including any Allied troops. Clark was non-committal, and Mast left in a flurry of salutes. He drove slowly past the café card players and old men bowling on the public square in Cherchell, taking with him the pleasant delusion that he had weeks or even months to properly prepare for an Allied invasion. After 12 hours of hosting this cabal, Monsieur Tessier had become visibly anxious. Nevertheless, he served the conspirators a fortifying lunch of peppery chicken with red wine and oranges. Several of General Mast's staff officers had remained at the farmhouse for further talks. They handed over maps and charts pinpointing gasoline and ammunition caches, airfields, troop strengths, and other military secrets. Clark swapped uniform blouses with one of the Frenchmen and took a stroll in the courtyard for some fresh air. The happy colloquy ended abruptly with the jangling of the telephone early that evening. Tessier answered, then slammed down the receiver with a shriek. "The police will be here in 5 minutes." This news, Clark later observed, had the effect of 50 dead skunks thrown on the table. One French officer bolted out the door with his satchel. Others leaped through the windows and vanished into the brush. Gold pieces clattered across the floor as the Americans flung francs, Canadian dollars, and greenbacks at Murphy to use for possible bribes. Clark rousted the British commandos and sent one packing toward the beach with a walkie-talkie to alert the Sheriff. With 6 others, he then scrambled into a dank wine cellar beneath the patio. "I don't want you to lock me up," he called. Tessier slammed the trapdoor anyway. The men crouched in darkness, clutching their rifles and musette bags full of documents. Murphy and Tessier agreed to feign an inebriated revel, with much slurred singing and clinking of wine bottles. At 9:30 p.m., a Coast Guard cadet loyal to Tessier arrived at the Green Gate to explain his earlier telephone warning. An off-duty servant had reported odd activity at the farmhouse, and the police, suspecting smugglers, were organizing a raid. Murphy urged the cadet to stall the authorities as long as possible. "We had a little party down here. We had some girls, a little liquor and food," Murphy said. "Everybody's left now, but I can assure you that no harm was done." Clark and the others soon emerged from the cellar. "Get the hell down to the beach as fast as you can," Murphy urged. Collecting the full-boats, the men clattered down the bluff. The brisk clacking of a nearby windmill signaled a freshening sea breeze, and to Clark's dismay, waves 5 to 7 feet high now crashed onto the shore. He stripped to his undershorts, tucking the money belt and his rolled-up trousers in the boat's waist-hole. After a short sprint into the surf, he and one of the commandos leaped aboard, paddling furiously. An immense comber lifted the nose of the kayak until the craft was nearly vertical, then pitched it backward into the foaming sea. "To hell with the pants!" someone yelled from shore. "Save the paddles!" Cold, drenched, and trouserless, Clark requisitioned an underling's pants and hiked to the villa, where he was confronted by a horrified Tessier. "Please, for God's sake," the Frenchman begged, "get out of the house." Clark snapped, "I don't like to be hurried." Wrapped in a silk tablecloth, he hobbled barefoot back to the beach with a loaf of bread, 2 borrowed sweaters, and several bottles of wine. To keep warm, Clark bobbed up and down in a frenzy of deep knee bends. Meanwhile, the men reviewed their options. Should they storm Cherchell to steal a fishing boat? Perhaps they could buy one instead. Murphy suggested offering 200,000 francs. A French officer pointed out that either gambit would likely bring the police, if not the army. The Americans agreed that if any Arab blundered onto the beach, they would lasso and strangle him. At 4 a.m., someone noticed a sheltered spot where the surf seemed a bit calmer. Clark and a comrade mounted their kayak. 4 others carried the boat to shoulder depth and shoved it seaward. Again, the craft nosed up nearly perpendicular to the shore, but this time it crested the wave. Aboard Seraph, Lieutenant Jewell eased the submarine so close to shore that her keel shivered from proximity to the seafloor. The other boats, after capsizing at least once each, finally cleared the surf and made for the silhouetted conning tower. Murphy capered along the beach, kissing the French officers in glee as they collected the commandos' abandoned Tommy guns and raked all footprints from the sand. Clark's men spread their sopping documents in the engine room to dry. Fortified with a double tot of Nelson's blood from Seraph's rum cask, Clark composed a message for London. "Eisenhower, eyes only. All questions were settled satisfactorily, except for the time the French would assume supreme command. Anticipate that the bulk of the French army and air forces will offer little resistance. Initial resistance by French Navy and coastal defenses indicated by naval information, which also indicates that this resistance will fall off rapidly as our forces land." Jewell swung the submarine due west toward Gibraltar and sounded the dive klaxon. On the knees of the gods. As Hewitt's Task Force 34 zigged and zagged toward Morocco with Patton's legions aboard, more than 300 other ships bound for Algeria steamed from anchorages on the Clyde and along England's west coast. For all these vessels to shoot the Strait of Gibraltar in sequence and arrive punctually at various Barbary Coast beaches, the 2-week voyage must, in Churchill's phrase, fit together like a jeweled bracelet. The challenge had roused the Royal Navy to its keenest pitch of seamanship. and the convoys held such perfect alignment that only the boiling white foam thrown up by the screws betrayed that the ships were moving. 8 distinct deception plans had been adopted by the Allies to suggest that this armada was bound for Scandinavia, or France, or the Middle East. The ploys included noisy searches for Norwegian currency, public lectures on frostbite, the conspicuous loading of cold-weather clothing, bulk purchases of French dictionaries, and instruction for army cooks on how to prepare rice dishes. A platoon of reporters were shunted to northern Scotland for ski and snowshoe training. Whatever their effect on Axis intelligence, these clues so confounded American troops that many simply concluded they were sailing for home, especially when the fleet first veered far west to evade U-boat wolf packs before looping southeast toward the Mediterranean. Like Hewitt's ships, those loaded in Britain carried tens of thousands of tons of war supplies. The cargo manifests also included $500,000 worth of tea, hand tools for 5,000 North African natives, 390,000 pairs of socks, and $5 million in gold, packed in 30 small safes at a Bank of England vault in Threadneedle Street. Complementing all those French lexicons, a special glossary translated British into American, noting, for example, that an accumulator is a battery, that indent means requisition, and that a Dixie is a bucket for brewing tea. The loading at British ports made even the Hampton Roads ordeal seem a model of logistical simplicity. On September 8th, Eisenhower had sent Washington a 15-page cable confessing that his quartermasters in Britain were profoundly confused. Roughly 260,000 tons of supplies, ammunition, and weapons, enough to fight for a month and a half, had been misplaced after arriving in the United Kingdom. Would the War Department consider sending a duplicate shipment? The cable explained that the American system for marking and dispatching the cargo was poor. One U.S. Army regiment and its kit arrived in England on 55 different ships, and British warehouse procedures worse. Pilferage topped 20%, and many crates were buried beyond retrieval in 1,000 dockside sheds. Eisenhower, not as embarrassed as perhaps he should have been, also asked that, as long as Army logisticians were rummaging about, would they please send various additional items, including barber chairs and a bulletproof 7-passenger automobile of normal appearance. The cable stirred grave doubts about Eisenhower's management acumen among the few senior officers permitted to see it. Both he and Patton seemed to be improvising to an alarming extent. A tart message from the War Department to London in October noted, "It appears that we have shipped all items at least twice and most items 3 times." But with Torch on the tightest of schedules, logisticians had little recourse. By October 16th, another 186,000 tons had been shipped across the Atlantic, and 11 million rounds of ammunition were borrowed from the British. Much of this cargo was now Africa-bound. Few of the 72,000 troops embarked in Britain knew or cared about these travails. Outnumbering their British comrades 2 to 1, the Americans were mostly drawn from 3 divisions staging in England, Scotland, and Northern Ireland: the 1st Infantry, the 1st Armoured, and the 34th Infantry. After a few days at sea, convoy life took on a monotony only partly relieved by topside boxing matches and makeshift rings, where pugilists in sleeveless shirts pummeled one another into insensibility. An Army booklet, What to Do Aboard a Transport, contained sections on seasickness, cold, and balance, and malaria and other plagues. An equally dispiriting essay on mental matters warned one of the deep-down urges that must be controlled is that of sex, advice that failed to curb the troops' endless reliving of amorous conquests, real and imagined. Belfast's Belgravia Hotel, dubbed the Belgravia Riding Academy, was a favorite fantasy site of the 34th Division. The mandatory short-arm inspections for venereal disease gave many a Lothario his comeuppance. Regimental bands organized afternoon concerts of college fight songs and Sousa marches, always ending with the Star-Spangled Banner, God Save the King, and the Marseillaise, in rotating order. The Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders marched fore and aft aboard the café, loudly accompanied by bagpipers. Although all soldiers had been ordered to remove their unit insignia, it was widely agreed that any potential enemy should know that Highland troops were afoot. Yanks with guitars or harmonicas played Marching Through Georgia, or a ribald ballad about the medically exempt called 4F Charlie. For their part, Tommies sang, "There'll be no promotion this side of the ocean. Fuck them all, fuck them all, fuck them all." More refined entertainment was provided 34th Division troops on Otranto by a soldier thespian who delivered soliloquies from Hamlet over the ship's public address system. For the officers, the voyage was weirdly languorous, as if they were going to war on a Cunard cruise. Stewards awakened them with cups of tea each morning. Waiters posted printed menus in the dining rooms before every meal. An American officer on the Durban Castle later recalled blouses were worn for dinner with coffee in the lounge afterwards. Slender Indian cabin boys in black and white livery filled the tubs with hot seawater each evening and asked, "Bath, Sahib?" On the Monarch of Bermuda, Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., Assistant Commander of the 1st Infantry Division, entertained his staff officers by reciting long passages of Kipling from memory after they challenged him with a succession of first lines. He further cheered the men by observing that the division's headquarters ship, several hundred yards abaft, appeared to be rolling twice as much as the Monarch. "Cleared for strange ports, that's what we are," Roosevelt wrote to his wife on October 26th. "Here I am off again on the great adventure." Below the waterline, in the troop holds known as Torpedo Heaven, the adventures seemed less thrilling. The stench of sweat, oil, and wool blankets filled the nostrils, while the ear heard an incessant clicking of dice and snoring so loud it was likened to the ripping of branches from a tree. Bunks on some tubs were stacked 6 high. A soldier in one top berth passed the time by penciling poetry on the steel overhead a few inches above his nose, and sketching tourist maps of his native Philadelphia. To preserve the blackout, hatches had to be closed at night. The air grew so foul that some Coldstream guards rigged a canvas airshaft to little avail. Amid heavy seas mid-voyage, the large drums for the use of seasick soldiers slid across the deck with unpleasant splashings. Mess kits, washed in seawater, produced mass dysentery. Long queues formed at the sick bays and heads, and abject soldiers lined the rails. Troops caught nibbling their emergency D-ration chocolate bars were dubbed chocolate soldiers and punished by forfeiting 2 meals. This was a happy penance. The galleys served so much fatty mutton that derisive bleating could be heard throughout the convoy, and the 13th Armored Regiment proposed a new battle cry, "Bah!" Crunchy raisins in the bread proved to be weevils. Soldiers learned to hold up slices to the light as if candling eggs. The 1st Infantry Division on Reina del Pacifico organized troop details to sift flour through mesh screens in a search for insects. Wormy meat aboard the Karen so provoked 34th Division soldiers that officers were dispatched to keep order in the mess hall. When soldiers aboard Letitia challenged the culinary honor of one French cook, he became quite wild and threatened to jump overboard. Morale suffered as much as stomachs. Relations between the cousins grew testy. Yanks resented the British food, if not the war itself. Tommies, who had long been entitled to rum rations, were shocked to get nothing stronger than ginger ale aboard ship. To monitor morale, American censors collected excerpts from more than 8,000 letters home. "The British are nothing but sorry sons of bitches, feed us stuff a hog wouldn't eat," one disgruntled soldier wrote. Another confided, "Don't mind my continual bitching, it's only that I hate myself and hate this life and I'm sick of it all." To make a good army out of the best men will take 3 years, Sylvanus Thayer, father of the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, concluded in the early 19th century. Most American soldiers bound for Africa in October 1942 had been in the Army for less than 3 years, some for less than 3 months. They were fine men, but not yet a good army. Indeed, they were not an army at all, but a hodgepodge of units cobbled together after the decision to launch Torch. Mighty hosts are rarely made from expedients. The 1st Armored Division, formed in 1940 and known as Old Ironsides, was a case in point. More than half its strength had been left behind in Britain for a later convoy. Most of the division's medium tanks had also remained behind after they proved a couple of inches too big for the bow openings on the only landing ships available. Instead, the crews manned light tanks with a puny 37mm gun, and some units still carried equipment from horse cavalry days. Even before crossing the Atlantic to Northern Ireland earlier in the year, Old Ironsides had been dislocated by frequent moves. Mackerel fishing in the Bay of Dundrum and fresh lobsters at 50 cents apiece were pleasant enough, but training on Britain's narrow lanes and stone-fence fields was limited. British officers trailed the American tanks and paid local farmers a shilling for each 16 feet of fence destroyed. Many of the division's best soldiers volunteered for new Ranger, paratrooper, and commando units, to be sometimes replaced by men of lesser mettle with no armor training. Some crews had fired as few as 3 tank rounds. The War Department had long assumed that the division was destined for combat in Northern Europe, and little thought was given to other possible battlefields. Old Ironsides, the only American tank division to see desert combat in World War II, was the only one to get no desert training. Hamilton H. Howes, the first armored operations officer and a future 4-star general, later asserted, "None of the division was worth a damn." This harsh secret, suspected by few and believed by fewer, was equally true of other units. The 34th Infantry merits particular scrutiny because it had been the first American division dispatched to the European theater, and because the division's saga in North Africa and beyond would embody the tribulations and triumphs of the U.S. Army as fully as any of the 89 divisions ultimately mustered in World War II. 20 months earlier, the 34th had existed only in principle, as regiments of the Iowa National Guard and sister guard units from Minnesota. Guardsmen in peacetime met once a week, usually on Monday evenings. For 2 hours of close-order drill, they earned $1. Training in the art of war was limited to bayonet assaults against a football goalpost and skirmishes across the town square, where platoons practiced outflanking the local Civil War monument. Training in more sophisticated martial skills was limited to a couple weeks of summer camp. Troops were pressed into civil service for floods or harvests, or strike-breaking at the Swift meatpacking plant in Sioux City, where guardsmen in 1938 had pierced the workers' cordon with a flying wedge before setting up their machine guns on a loading dock. That was the closest to combat most had ever come. On February 10, 1941, after 9 false alarms, the War Department federalized the Iowa and Minnesota regiments to form the 34th Division. It was among the last of 18 Guard divisions swept into the Army under the Congressional Act that limited Guardsmen to a year of service in defense of the Western Hemisphere. Regiments staged hasty recruiting drives to fill out their ranks before heading to Louisiana for further training. The 151st Field Artillery, headquartered in Minneapolis, offered new recruits $21 a month and a chance to go south with the Gopher Gunners. Those who signed up gathered on the balcony of the State Armory, where a Guard Major General told them, "I hope you return with Hitler and Mussolini on your shield." Disconcerting words to troops who had enlisted for 12 months of homeland defense. Many preferred to heed President Roosevelt, who had promised a crowd in Boston, "I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into foreign wars." Newspaper editorials across the Midwest caught the same spirit of denial. World War II is a battle of airplanes and naval units, the Daily Freeman Journal of Webster City, Iowa, intoned on February 27, 1941. No one expects the United States infantry to leave the borders of the United States, even if this country should get into war. 10 months later, war came, and not the pleasant war that required no infantrymen. The 34th Division was rushed to Britain in January 1942 as a symbol of American commitment to the Allied cause. In Britain, the troops unloaded supplies and guarded various headquarters, with little opportunity for garrison soldiers to become combat killers. The division missed large-scale maneuvers in Louisiana and the Carolinas that benefited many other U.S. units. As with the 1st Armored, hundreds of the division's best men left to form other units. The new 1st Ranger Battalion had been carved mostly from the 34th Division. With the decision to undertake Torch, the 34th, already in Britain and thus deemed available even if ill-prepared, was consigned to Algeria. The lower ranks were still flush with boys from Iowa and Minnesota, but not the division's officer cadre. Thanks to a general purge of National Guard officers from the Army, the 34th retained few of the leaders who had led them out of the Midwest. Once begun, the turmoil snowballed. In the past year alone, for example, the officers in the division's 168th Infantry Regiment had been cashiered almost wholesale 3 times. Among those who survived the purges was an engaging citizen soldier named Robert R. Moore. Now aboard the Karen, Moore had spent the days since sailing from Britain quelling mutiny in the mess hall and keeping his men occupied with calisthenics and busywork. Of average height, with a broad Irish face and a toothy grin, Moore had grey eyes and a forelock that hung from his crown like a pelt. He hailed from the southwest Iowa town of Villisca, population 2011, where he owned the local drugstore, a homey place with a striped retractable awning and Meadow Gold ice cream signs in the window. Moore had joined the Iowa Guard in 1922 at the age of 17, and 6 years later took command of Company F of the 168th Infantry's 2nd Battalion. Known as Captain Bob, or the Boy Captain, Moore was obstinate, charming, and unsparing, purging the company of those he deemed no-accounts, and working hard to prepare his guardsmen for the war no one expected to fight. 14 years later, Bob Moore was 37. No longer a boy, he was also no longer a captain, having been promoted to major and appointed executive officer, 2nd in command, of the 2nd Battalion. At night on the Karen, in his crowded cabin, or by moonlight on the weather deck, Moore scribbled letters home and thought often of the last days in Iowa in February 1941, as the regiment had prepared to leave for what everyone believed was a year's training. Those days were the benchmark against which all subsequent progress could be measured in the transmutation of ordinary American boys into troops capable of crushing the Third Reich. Moore remembered how the men had plucked the brass Iowa insignia from their uniforms and replaced it with a brass U.S. He still had the letter he had sent to the 114 men in Company F, ordering them to report to the Villisca Armory with 3 suits of underwear, either long or short, whichever you wear, 6 handkerchiefs, 6 pair of socks, no silk, 1 white shirt, if you have one. It is not necessary, however. For 3 weeks they had practiced the manual of arms in the same soup bowl helmets their fathers had worn at the Meuse-Argonne, with the same Springfield bolt-action rifles. They pitched tents on the town square, grousing about their 4-buckle shoes, which they swore the Army had deliberately designed to be an inch shorter than the average depth of mud. Then they ate chicken-fried steak in the Presbyterian church basement. The Methodists organized a town banquet honoring the departing warriors with roast turkey served by home economics students in red, white, and blue uniforms. The after-supper program included a solo, If I'm Not at the Roll Call, and a reading of Old Glory by Miss Eva Arbuckle. A local booster supplied a tune with these encouraging lyrics. The boys are okay, you need have no fears, for they've drilled each week for the last 3 years. The splendid evening ended with the townfolk on their feet, singing God Bless America, followed by the mournful notes of taps from the company bugler. Then the time had come to leave, and in 32 Iowa towns during the first week of March 1941, the troops gathered at their armories while citizens lined the streets leading to the train depots. Aging veterans of the Great War, their shadows stretching long and blue across the snow, stamped their frozen feet and reminisced about their own call to the colors nearly a quarter-century before. In Des Moines, a live radio broadcast covered the progress of 600 men of the 168th Infantry from East 1st Street across the Grand Avenue Bridge to Union Station. When the band launched into Sousa's Field Artillery March, a haunting anthem of World War I, a mother marching where their son had shrieked, "Those bastards, they promised they'd never play that again." At Clarinda, the high school band played God Be With You Until We Meet Again, as the anti-tank company boarded the Burlington Special. At Red Oak, where officers from Company M had urged mothers to stay home and avoid any emotional display as the men leave for their year's training, scores of tearful mothers thronged the platform, clinging to their sons in a last embrace. And in Villisca, on March 2nd, cars lined the village square, and 1,500 people spilled from the little depot into the adjacent streets. "Most cars I ever saw in Villisca on Sunday morning," said the graybeards before launching into another account of the departure of 17. Shortly before 8 a.m., someone spotted the flash of the drum majorette's baton on 3rd Avenue. "Here they come," the crowd murmured. Behind the Company F guidon, Bob Moore led his men across the viaduct in perfect march step. At the station, he commanded them to halt and fall out for final hugs and handshakes, and murmured words of reassurance no one quite believed. An airplane circled overhead. "There's a German bomber," a prankster shouted. A nervous titter rippled through the crowd. Then the fatal order was given, and the men disentangled themselves to heave their packs into the coaches, blowing kisses through the windows. With a shudder, the train lurched forward, and a great cry formed in the lungs of those standing on the platform. A roar of pride and hope, and dread of all that was yet to come. "The boys are okay. You need have no fears." 87 weeks had passed since that moment, far short of the 3 years Sylvanus Thayer deemed necessary to make a good army from the best men. Bob Moore knew he was a better officer now, and that his men were better soldiers. But whether the division was worth a damn remained to be seen. As the convoy neared the Mediterranean in early November, the men finally learned their destination, Algeria. Grumbling subsided. A new sense of mission obtained as the troops realized they were soon to attempt the most daring amphibious operation in the history of warfare. "Everyone was excited and trying to be calm," one private wrote. Someone from the 1st Ranger Battalion on HMS Ulster Monarch mistook 2 frolicking porpoises for torpedoes, and a brief, if intense, panic ensued. Francophone officers in the 1st Infantry Division offered French lessons, only to emerge from their wardroom classes shrouded in chalk dust with expressions of despair. American soldiers in yellow May Wests did jumping jacks on deck while chanting, "Nous sommes soldats américains, nous sommes vos amis." To obscure the British roll and torch, each Tommy sewed an American flag on his sleeve. "Long as it saves lives, we don't care if we wear the bloody Chinese flag," a British officer said. A newly uncrated 15-page pamphlet advised, "Never smoke or spit in front of a mosque," and "When you see grown men walking hand in hand, ignore it, they are not queer." Repeated lectures stressed such respect for Arab dignity that many GIs were said to think of the North Africans as the first families of Virginia in bathrobes. Shortly after sunset on November 5th, the convoy began to swing east, past the Pillars of Hercules. Soon the fleet would split apart, with 33,000 soldiers bound for Algiers and 39,000 for Oran. Wisps of mist drifted across the forecastles. Anti-aircraft gunners flipped up the collars on their peacoats, scanning a sky teeming with stars, but still empty of enemy planes. Gibraltar loomed off the port bow. The lights of Algeciras on the Spanish coast to the north, and Ceuta in Spanish Morocco to the south, brought thousands of men on deck. Most had not seen a city illuminated at night in months, or even years. The vision made them yearn for home and peace. "The die is cast," Ted Roosevelt wrote his wife, "and the result is on the knees of the gods." A man must believe in his luck. Known as Tuxford in British codebooks and as Durbar in the American, Gibraltar, by any name, was formidable. Guns bristled like needles from the great slab of Jurassic limestone, 3 miles long and a mile wide. British sentries patrolled the perimeter against all enemies of empire, keeping an especially keen eye on the surveillance teams, known to the Tommies as Der Führer's snoopers, that watched the rock from La Linea on the Spanish side of the border. Canadian miners bored relentlessly with gelignite explosives and special drill bits designed for the obdurate Rockies and edged with 9 carats of industrial diamonds. 30 miles of tunnel now wormed through Gibraltar. Compressed air shovels removed the spoil, which engineers tamped into the sea to extend the airfield's runway another 250 yards. Oilers, freighters, and refueling men-of-war filled the harbor, as thick as logs behind a mill dam. Tars on liberty wandered the narrow cobblestoned streets of Gibraltar town, delighted to learn that liquor was still just 10 shillings a bottle. The snoopers had much to observe. 14 squadrons of fighter planes that had arrived by sea in crates over the past few weeks now stood assembled, wing to wing, around the colonial cemetery. The Gibraltar Racecourse Starters box had been converted into one of the world's busiest control towers. Several hundred pilots took turns flying patrols in their Spitfires and Hurricanes to master local conditions. Winds shearing off the cliffs could be so treacherous that windsocks at either end of the runway often pointed at each other. Late in the afternoon of November 5th, 1942, as the convoys bound for Algeria first nosed into the Mediterranean, 5 B-17 Flying Fortresses touched down on the airfield after a harrowing flight from England. Their departure from Bournemouth had twice been postponed by heavy fog on the Channel coast. As one pilot reported, even the birds were walking. Having flown only 100 feet above the Atlantic to evade enemy fighters, the planes then circled Gibraltar for an hour until the crowded runway could be cleared. Staff cars pulled up to the stairs beneath each bomber to shield the arriving passengers from prying eyes. Their leader, disembarking from a plane named Red Gremlin, traveled under the nom de guerre of General Howe. But the baggage carted through town to the former convent now known as Government House was stenciled Lieutenant General Dwight D. Eisenhower. At 8 p.m. Greenwich time, he cabled London, "Command post opens Gibraltar 2000 Zulu, 5 November. Notify all concerned." Eisenhower left the guest suite on the second floor, ignoring the fat cask of sherry in the Governor-General's drawing room, and immediately headed for the tunnel angling into Mount Misery above the harbor. A guard in the sentry box snapped a salute as the torch commander and his staff marched past on their way to the command center. In the future, Eisenhower would jog the half-mile, but this evening the 10-minute walk allowed his British hosts to describe the underground lair that would be his headquarters for the next 3 weeks. It was a subterranean village with sewers, heating pipes, and water mains threading the tunnels. Signposts pointed down oblique shafts to a laundry and Monkey's Cave Convalescent Hospital. A naked bulb burned every 25 feet, casting eerie shadows on the weeping limestone walls. Duck boards bridged the puddles, and clattering ventilation fans discouraged conversation. Rats were a nuisance. They even ate uncovered bars of soap. Galleries had been cut for 3 dozen offices built with corrugated sheeting. Jerry cans caught the dripping water. Eisenhower's brisk stroll also let the British take his measure. There was that incandescent grin, of course, said to be worth an army corps in any campaign. His eyes were wide-set and unwavering, his head broad-browed and perfectly centered over squared shoulders. Both his face and his hands moved perpetually, and he exuded a magnetic amiability that made most men want to please him. Perhaps that was because, as one admirer asserted, they intuited he was good and right in the moral sense. Or perhaps it was because, as a British air marshal concluded, Ike has the qualities of a little boy which make you love him. In his rapid rise, talent, opportunity, and fortune converged improbably. To many it seemed providentially. Patton, who earlier in the year had told Eisenhower, "You are my oldest friend," privately claimed the initials DD stood for Divine Destiny. 30 months earlier, Eisenhower had been a lieutenant colonel who had never commanded even a platoon in combat. Young Ike, the third son of a failed Midwestern merchant turned creamery worker, had chosen a military career because West Point provided a free education. After an indifferent cadetship, he embarked on an ordinary career as a staff officer, stalled at the middling rank of major for 16 years. Even his first venture into the rarefied circles he would inhabit for 2 decades was inauspicious. The White House usher's log for February 9th, 1942, recorded the initial visit to the Oval Office of one P.D. Eisenhower, H-A-U-E-R. His worldview seemed conventional, his gifts commensurate with the modesty he exuded. He was a true believer in Allied righteousness. If the Axis should win, he said, we would really learn something about slavery, forced labor, and loss of individual freedom. Congenitally willing to make decisions and shoulder responsibilities, he had limited opportunities for either in the interwar army. "There's a lot of big talk and desk hammering around this place, but very few doers," he wrote in frustration. He took pride in being apolitical, as required of American Army officers, and he impressed others, as one British admiral later noted, as completely sincere, straightforward, and very modest, but not very sure of himself. Yet he possessed depths enough to resist easy plumbing. "I have the feeling," the war correspondent Don Whitehead later wrote, "that he was a far more complicated man than he seemed to be, a man who shaped events with such subtlety that he left others thinking they were the architects of those events, and he was satisfied to leave it that way." Eisenhower's sincerity and native fairness were so transparent that they obscured an incisive intellect. He had read much and thought much, concluding soon after the First World War that a second was inevitable. Friends called him Alarmist Ike, and that the winning side must fight as a coalition under a unified command. He graduated first in his class at the Army Staff College and served 6 years in Washington and the Philippines on the staff of that American Machiavelli, Douglas A. MacArthur, learning courtiers' arts best displayed in a palace or a headquarters. His capacity for hard work was heroic. In the past 11 months, he had taken just 1 day off, which he spent practicing pistol marksmanship outside London. He wrote well and spoke very well. The infamous wandering syntax of his White House years, one historian concluded, was contrived for presidential purposes. His frequent Dear General letters to Marshall were dictated with clarity, precision, and occasional obsequiousness, as in this of October 20th, 1942. "Whenever I'm tempted to droop a bit over the burdens cast upon us here, I think of the infinitely greater ones you have to bear, and express to myself a fervent wish that the Army may be fortunate enough to keep you at its head until the final victory is chalked up." To Mark Clark and other intimates, Eisenhower claimed he would rather be leading a division into combat, but the bravado rang hollow. So too did his posture of steely ruthlessness, a quality he had yet to develop. "I find," he wrote in October, "that all my senior commanders are still inclined to regard inexcusable failures and errors with too tolerant an eye." As if fearing his own exposure, he had written a friend, "Fake reputations, habits of glib and clever speech, and glittering surface performance are going to be discovered and kicked overboard." As D-Day for Torch drew near, he affected a hearty confidence. "Never felt better in my life," he wrote on October 12th, 2 days before his 52nd birthday. "And as the big day approaches, feel that I could lick Tarzan." In fact, he had been irritable and often depressed, smoking up to 4 packs of Camel cigarettes a day. To Marshall, he would concede only that it has been a trifle difficult to keep up in front of everybody a proper attitude of confidence and optimism. Not until years later did he acknowledge the sober, even fearful atmosphere of those days. For now, the concealment of his anxieties was part of the art of generalship. Inside Gibraltar, just off Green Lane and Great North Road, several Nissen huts housed the operations center. The armada from Britain inched eastward on the charts of the Mediterranean that covered the wall. A map of the eastern Atlantic charted the estimated position of Hewitt's fleet. A chagrined British officer showed Eisenhower the dank office he would share with Clark. It was an 8-foot square cell with a wall clock, maps of Europe and North Africa, and several straight-backed chairs. The plain desk held a water carafe, a pen set, and an ancient telephone of the sort surmounted with dual bells. Eisenhower was so amazed to find himself in command of Fortress Gibraltar that he hardly noticed the drab setting. For 48 hours he paced and smoked. Communications with London and Washington via ocean cable were good, but he had nothing to report. The convoys from Britain kept radio silence, and of Hewitt's task force virtually nothing was known, except that meteorologists forecast bad conditions in Morocco with 15-foot swells. "Dear Kent," Eisenhower radioed Hewitt, "here is wishing you all the glory there is and greatest success to you and General Patton. I'll be around close if you need me. As always, Ike." On November 6th, Eisenhower had time to ask London about the health of his black Scotty dog, Telek. Privately, to Clark, he again grumbled about the decision to invade Africa rather than France. Whether the French in North Africa would resist was still unclear. Although General Mast had guaranteed that there would be no resistance at airfields near Oran and other key sites, on November 4th, Robert Murphy in Algiers had relayed a warning from a top French commander who revealed orders to defend French Africa at all costs so that we should not make the mistake of attacking. Murphy sent another panicky cable insisting that Torch be delayed at least 2 weeks to sort out Vichy politics, and was brusquely dismissed. The proposal was inconceivable, said Eisenhower. He and Clark agreed that Murphy had the big and little jitters. On November 7th, Eisenhower drove in a Ford to view the Barbary apes. An officer in charge of rock apes was responsible for their survival, a heavy burden given the British conviction that without its apes, the rock would be lost to the Empire. Eisenhower petted one for good luck. As the afternoon shadows lengthened, blue searchlights played over the airfield and the Spanish frontier. 1,400 feet below, tiny ships milled about the harbor. 15 miles beyond Point Europa lay Africa, a tawny smudge on the southern horizon. "We are standing, of course, on the brink, and must take the jump," he had cabled Marshall that morning. "We have worked our best to assure a successful landing, no matter what we encounter." His head cleared, Eisenhower returned to the tunnel and jogged down the Great North Road. The first substantive news from the Torch transports had arrived. It was bad. Not until reconnaissance planes finally detected the Armada in the western Mediterranean had the Axis High Command begun to suspect an invasion. Speculation about landing sites ranged from southern France to Egypt. The German Navy considered French North Africa the least likely destination. Hitler believed that the Allied ships were bound for Tripoli or Benghazi in an attempt to trap Rommel's Afrika Korps, which had begun retreating from El Alamein after a thrashing from Montgomery's Eighth Army. Hoping to annihilate the Allied fleet in the Sicilian Straits, Hitler ordered his available forces, 35 submarines and 76 aircraft, to concentrate at the Narrows. "I await a ruthless, victorious attack," he proclaimed. Too late, the Fuhrer would realize that nearly all of his ambush force had been positioned too far east. But not all. At daybreak on Saturday, November 7th, USS Thomas Stone was making 11 knots in the left column of ships 33 miles off the Spanish coast. Stone was among the few American transports in the Armada. She carried 1,400 soldiers from the 2nd Battalion of the 39th Infantry, 9th Division Regiment. Eisenhower had added them late to the Algiers assault, although they had little amphibious training. An alert officer on the bridge spotted the white runnel of a torpedo wake several hundred yards off the port side. "Hard right rudder," he ordered the helmsman, then rang up flank speed. The ship tacked 90 degrees and was nearly parallel to the torpedo's path when the blast ripped through her stern so hard that sailors on Samuel Chase, 600 yards ahead, thought they had been struck. Men already about their morning duties were flung to the deck. Captain B. Frank Cochran, the chaplain of the 39th Infantry, had risen early to read his Bible. Now he heard the screams of dying sailors and shouts from a fire brigade heaving ammunition crates over the side. The blast demolished the fantail, snapped Stone's propeller shaft, and killed 9 men. Her rudder jammed at hard right. The ship drifted in a languid arc before stopping dead in the water, 160 miles from Algiers. 2 white rockets burst above the superstructure, the signal for "I have been torpedoed." As ordered, other ships in the formation steamed past without slowing. Swabs watched wide-eyed from the rails. The 2nd Battalion commander was an obstinate 37-year-old major named Walter M. Oakes. With Stone in no danger of sinking, and help summoned from Gibraltar, Oakes assembled his men on deck and announced to lusty hurrahs that they would continue on to Algiers in 24 landing craft. Chaplain Cochrane, who was to remain aboard the Stone, offered the departing mariners his benediction, and at 3 p.m. the troops clambered down the boarding nets into the flimsy boats. Among them was a galley cook who stowed away in a landing craft rather than be left behind. "The men in this battalion," he told his new comrades, "are lousy with courage." Soon enough they were also desperately seasick. After wallowing about until dark, the Matchwood fleet motored south in 3 columns at 8 knots. At 8 p.m. the first boat broke down. 90 minutes later, the flotilla made way again, only to have 2 more boats stall. Overheated engines and ruptured oil lines now spread like the pox, with all boats forced to stop during each repair. An east wind rose, and with it the sea, forcing the men to bail with their helmets. At 11 p.m., the corvette HMS Spey, assigned to guide the craft to Algiers Bay, darted off to investigate a mysterious radar contact 4 miles to the east. As the puttering boats waited, a white flare and the roar of 20mm cannon fire tore open the night. When the corvette returned, her chastened captain explained that his men had mistaken landing boat number 28, lost and headed the wrong way, for an enemy submarine. Fortunately, the shots missed. Shortly after midnight, boat number 9 reported she was sinking after colliding with another craft. The men scrambled off, and the seacocks were opened. By this time, the flotilla was making less than 4 knots, with 100 miles still to cover. Tow ropes broke, engines seized up, retching soldiers by the hundreds hung their heads over the gunwales and prayed for land. Major Oakes agreed to cram the men into 7 seaworthy boats and scuttle the rest, a task Spey's gunners undertook with uncommon zeal. Even then, the cause was lost. The sea too great, the craft too frail. Sodden and miserable, the battalion and its stowaway cook gingerly boarded the Spey. With all deliberation, to avoid shipping seas that would wash men overboard, the corvette steamed south, nearly foundered by the burden of an extra 700 men, but determined to invade Algiers, however belatedly. Some hours passed before Eisenhower learned that the first dire reports about the Stone, like most first dire reports, were exaggerated. She was not sinking. Her troops had not perished. By the time an accurate account reached Gibraltar, however, he was occupied with a challenge to his generalship more distressing than a mere torpedo strike. The French had arrived. General Henri-Honoré Giraud had been plucked from the Côte d'Azur 2 days earlier by the ubiquitous HMS Seraph. He wore a gray fedora and a wrinkled herringbone suit, with field glasses around his neck. Stubble filled the hollows of his cheeks. Nor had his appearance been improved by a partial ducking during the perilous transfer from a fishing smack to the submarine. But his bearing was imperious, and his handlebar mustache magnificent. Tall and lean, he marched down the Great North Road tunnel as though it were the Champs-Élysées. It was then 5 p.m. on November 7th. In a briefcase, Giraud carried his own plans for the invasion of North Africa, the liberation of France, and final victory over Germany. He stepped into the tiny office where Eisenhower and Clark waited, and as the red "Do Not Disturb" light flashed on outside the closed door, he proclaimed, "General Giraud has arrived." Then, "As I understand it, when I land in North Africa, I am to assume command of all Allied forces and become the supreme Allied commander in North Africa." Clark gasped, and Eisenhower managed only a feeble, "There must be some misunderstanding." Indeed there was. Eisenhower had tried to avoid this meeting, in part because the issue of command remained unresolved, and he had even written Giraud an apology for not seeing him, post-dated with a phony London letterhead. But when the general showed up at Gibraltar demanding answers, Eisenhower relented. Giraud was without doubt intrepid. U.S. intelligence reported that his last message before being captured in 1940 was this: "Surrounded by 100 enemy tanks. I am destroying them in detail." One officer described him flinging men into battle with a rousing "Allez, mes enfants!" Thrusting one hand into his tunic, like Napoleon, he used the other to point heavenward whenever he spoke of the noble French army. In German captivity, he signed his letters, resolution, patience, decision. But valor has its limits. Giraud, one of his countrymen observed, had the uncomprehending eyes of a porcelain cat. "So stately and stupid," Harold Macmillan wrote, adding that the general was ever willing to swallow down any amount of flattery and Benedictine. Privately, the Americans called Giraud Papa Snooks. The general's greatest genius appeared to be a knack for getting captured and then escaping. He had been taken prisoner in 1914, too, but soon made his way to Holland and then England, disguised as a butcher, a stable boy, a coal merchant, and a magician in a traveling circus. His April 1942 flight from Königstein, after 2 years' imprisonment with 90 other French generals, was even more flamboyant. Saving string used to wrap gift packages, he plaited a rope reinforced with strips of wire smuggled in lard tins. After shaving his mustache and darkening his hair with brick dust, he tossed the rope over a parapet and, at age 63, climbed down 150 feet to the Elbe River. Posing as an Alsatian engineer, he traveled by train to Prague, Munich, and Strasbourg with a 100,000 mark reward on his head before slipping across the Swiss border and then into Vichy France. Now he was in Eisenhower's office, demanding Eisenhower's job. Giraud spoke no English, and Clark, hardly fluent in French, labored with help from an American colonel to translate the words of a man who habitually referred to himself in the third person. "General Giraud cannot accept a subordinate position in this command. His countrymen would not understand, and his honor as a soldier would be tarnished." Eisenhower explained that the Allies, under the murky agreement negotiated at Cherchell and approved by Roosevelt, expected Giraud to command only French forces. Acceding to his demand to command all Allied troops was impossible. To ease Giraud's burden, the U.S. military attaché in Switzerland had made available 10 million francs in a numbered account. A staff officer with a map was summoned to describe the landings about to begin in Algeria and Morocco. Giraud would not be deflected. The plan impressed him, but what about the bridgehead in southern France? He believed 20 armored divisions there should suffice. Were they ready? And was Eisenhower aware that Giraud outranked him 4 stars to 3? But the heart of the matter was supreme command of any landing on French soil. "Giraud," he said, "cannot accept less." After 4 hours of this, Eisenhower emerged from what he now called my dungeon, his face as crimson as the light over the door. He had agreed to dine in the British Admiralty mess while Giraud enjoyed the Governor-General's hospitality at Government House. Several days earlier, Eisenhower had warned Marshall, "The question of overall command is going to be a delicate one. I will have to ride a rather slippery rail on this matter, but believe that I can manage it without giving serious offense." Unfortunately, Clark had ended this first meeting by telling Giraud, "Old gentleman, I hope you know that from now on, your ass is out in the snow." Eisenhower dashed off a quick message to Marshall, closing with the simple confession, "I'm weary." Dinner at Government House, where the sherry cask was always full and the larder well provisioned, softened Giraud not a whit. Back in Eisenhower's office at 10:30 p.m., with the red light again burning, he again refused all appeals. After 2 hours of circular argument, Giraud retired from the field. The impasse remained. Giraud wanted supreme command, not the limited command of French troops offered by the Americans. His favorite joke was that generals rose early to do nothing all day, while diplomats rose late for the same purpose. Tomorrow's dawn would bring another opportunity for inaction, and he announced plans to shop for underwear and shoes in the town bazaar. Clark threatened him again, although less crudely this time. "We would like the Honorable General to know that the time of his usefulness to the Americans for the restoration of the glory that was France is now," he said through the interpreter. "We do not need you after tonight." Giraud took his leave with a shrug and a final third-person declaration. "Giraud will be a spectator in this affair." Eisenhower muttered a sour joke about arranging a little airplane accident for their guest, then headed outside for a few moments of meditation. From the face of the rock, the Mediterranean stretched away to merge with the night sky in 1,000 shades of indigo. Eisenhower was a gifted card player, and he sensed a bluff. Perhaps Giraud was playing for time, waiting to see how successful the invasion was. Eisenhower suspected he would come around once events had played out a bit. Otherwise, the news was heartening. After more than 2 weeks of battle at El Alamein, Rommel was in full retreat from Egypt. The British Eighth Army could either destroy the Afrika Korps piecemeal or drive Rommel into the Torch forces that would soon occupy Tunisia. And not only had the Axis ambush in the Mediterranean been laid too far east, but a German wolf pack in the Atlantic had been lured away from Morocco by a British merchant convoy sailing from Sierra Leone. More than a dozen cargo ships were sunk, but Hewitt's transports and Task Force 34 remained unscathed. Was it possible that the great secret would hold until morning? There had been some horrifying security breaches. Secret papers, for instance, consigned to a blazing fire at Allied headquarters in London, had been sucked up the chimney, unsinged. Staff officers had scampered across St. James's Square for an hour, spearing every scrap of white in sight. Still, the Axis forces appeared to have been caught unawares by Torch. To Marshall, Eisenhower had written, "I do not need to tell you that the past weeks have been a period of strain and anxiety. I think we've taken this in our stride. If a man permitted himself to do so, he could get absolutely frantic about questions of weather, politics, personalities in France and Morocco, and so on." Eisenhower headed back to his catacomb, dragging on another camel. He spread his bedroll, determined not to stray from the operations center as he awaited reports from the front. "I fear nothing except bad weather and possibly large losses to submarines," he had asserted with the bravado of a man obliged by his job to fear everything. Years later, after he was crowned with laurels by the civilized world he had helped save, Eisenhower would remember these hours as the most excruciating of the entire war. In the message to Marshall, he had added a poignant postscript. "To a certain extent," he wrote, "a man must merely believe in his luck." Chapter 2. Landing. In the night, all cats are gray. 230 nautical miles southeast of Gibraltar, Oran perched above the sea, a splinter of Europe cast onto the African shore. Of the 200,000 residents, 3/4 were European, and the town was believed to have been founded in the 10th century by Moorish merchants from southern Spain. Sacked, rebuilt, and sacked again, Oran eventually found enduring prosperity in piracy. Ransom paid for Christian slaves had built the Grand Mosque. Even with its corsairs long gone, the seaport remained, after Algiers, the greatest on the old pirate coast. Immense barrels of red wine and tangerine crates by the thousands awaited export on the docks, where white letters painted on a jetty proclaimed Marshal Pétain's inane slogan, "Travail, famille, patrie." A greasy, swashbuckling ambience pervaded the port's many grog shops. Quays and breakwaters shaped the busy harbor into a narrow rectangle 1.5 miles long, overwatched by forts and shore batteries that swept the sea to the horizon and made Oran among the most ferociously defended ports in the Mediterranean. Here the Allies had chosen to begin their invasion of North Africa, with a frontal assault by 2 flimsy Coast Guard cutters and half an American battalion. While Kent Hewitt's Task Force 34 approached the Moroccan coast, the fleet from Britain had split. Half had turned toward 3 invasion beaches around Algiers, while the other half steamed for the 3 beaches around Oran. Since the reaction of French defenders in Africa remained uncertain, in both Morocco and Algeria, quick success for the Allies required that the ports be seized to expedite the landing of men and supplies. Oran was considered so vital that Eisenhower personally had approved a proposal to take the docks in a bold coup de main before dawn on November 8, 1942. The plan was British. Concocted in August and codenamed Reservist, the attack, similar to a successful British operation 6 months earlier against Vichy forces in Madagascar, was designed to forestall the sabotage of Oran's port. British intelligence estimated that French sailors would need only 3 hours to scuttle all merchant ships at their quays and another 12 to sink the huge floating dock across from the harbor entrance. To encourage a friendly reception from Anglophobic defenders, the British also proposed using mostly American troops aboard 2 Great Lakes cutters. Once used to chase rum runners, the boats had been deeded to the Royal Navy under Lend-Lease and renamed HMS Walney and HMS Heartland. How French gunners would recognize the American complexion of the assault in utter darkness was never clarified, notwithstanding Churchill's warning that in the night all cats are gray. Each cutter, 250 feet long and built to withstand North Atlantic storms but not shell fire, was fitted with iron plating around the wheelhouse and lower bridge. Code words drawn from an exotic palette were assigned to various docks, barracks, and other objectives to be seized: magenta, lemon, claret, fawn, heliotrope, and scarlet. To command reservist, the British chose a voluble 53-year-old salt named Frederick Thornton Peters. Thin-lipped, with arching half-moon eyebrows, Captain Peters had returned to the Royal Navy in 1939 following a 20-year hiatus. After commanding a destroyer flotilla on convoy duty, he headed a training school for intelligence agents in Hartford. His students included Kim Philby and Guy Burgess, who would be notorious soon enough as British traitors. Peters razored his jowls so vigorously that they had a blood sheen. He favored slender black cheroots, preferably lit by a toady with a ready match. Rain, darkness, and secrecy followed him, one acquaintance wrote. Now glory was his goal. Peters meant not only to prevent sabotage of the port, but also to capture the fortifications and accept Oran's surrender. This, he confided, is the opportunity I have been waiting for. Peters worried the Americans, and so did his plan. Even Churchill acknowledged that the catastrophe at Dieppe in August had showed how a frontal assault on a defended port was doomed to failure. Naval wisdom since Admiral Horatio Nelson's day held that a ship's a fool to fight a fort. At a minimum, one British theorist argued, defenders must be drenched with fire and reduced to a state of gibbering. No drenching bombardment would precede reservist, and no defenders would gibber. An intelligence report warned the number of naval vessels in the Oran harbor varies daily, and they are capable of delivering heavy, long-range fire. The timing of the attack caused particular consternation. Originally, reservist was to coincide with the first beach landings, east and west of Oran. But now the cutters were to enter the harbor 2 hours after the landings had started, allowing time to cancel the mission if the French appeared either particularly inflamed or conveniently supine. The Royal Navy insisted reservist was more a Trojan horse operation than an assault. Convinced that Peters planned to attack regardless of conditions ashore, the senior U.S. Navy officer in the Oran Task Force, Rear Admiral Andrew C. Bennett, protested to Eisenhower. If determined resistance is met from the French Navy, which seems to be the general opinion, it is believed that this small force will be wiped out. Bennett wrote on October 17th. If resistance is determined, then I am convinced that 5 times the number of troops would be insufficient. Reservist was suicidal and absolutely unsound. Another American admiral working in London, Bernhard H. Bierry, also protested. But Eisenhower felt obliged in the interests of Allied harmony to heed the British, particularly the 4-star Admiral Bertram H. Ramsay. "I can't take your advice on this thing," Eisenhower told Bierry. "I have to get my advice from Ramsay." Bierry then approached Ramsay, who replied, "If it doesn't do anything else, it's good for the spirit of the people to carry out one of these operations. If successful, it's a wonderful boost for morale." Further objection from Major General Orlando Ward, whose 1st Armored Division was to provide the troops for reservist, brought only a rebuke from Mark Clark, who had become an enthusiast. "If these craft are fired on by coast defenses, they are to retire," Clark assured Eisenhower on October 13th. Ward's misgivings persisted, but he wrote a subordinate, "My conscience is clear in this matter." The honor of storming Oran port went to Ward's 3rd Battalion of the 6th Armored Infantry Regiment. First organized in 1789, the 6th Infantry carried battle streamers from Chapultepec and Chancellorsville San Juan Hill, and San Miguel. The regimental rolls had included Jefferson Davis, Zachary Taylor, and a particularly gallant commander mortally wounded while fighting the Seminoles in a Florida swamp on Christmas Day, 1837. "Keep steady, men," he advised before expiring. "Charge the hummock." The current 3rd Battalion commander was a 31-year-old Floridian named George F. Marshall. A West Pointer whose domed forehead crowned a long face and a strong jaw, Marshall had served in the Philippine Scouts and married the daughter of an Army doctor. He had jumped from captain to lieutenant colonel in recent months. If he had doubts about reservist, he kept them private. The mission, he told the division staff officer, was the finest assignment possible. He would charge the hummock. After a few days' training in Britain with grappling hooks and boarding ladders, Marshall and 392 of his men, all that the cutters could carry, sailed to Gibraltar on a Royal Navy cruiser. Arriving on November 5th in time to witness the landing of Eisenhower and his staff aboard the B-17s, the men were ferried to the Walney and Heartland, which had sailed separately from Northern Ireland. They joined anti-sabotage specialists, including 26 U.S. Navy officers and seamen, 6 U.S. Marines, 52 Royal Navy officers and ratings, and the cutter's British crews. At noon on November 7th, the enlisted men and junior officers learned their destination. The overloaded cutters wallowed so badly during the short trip across the Mediterranean that soup sloshed from the mess bowls. Neither Peters nor Marshall knew that in Oran a coup organized by Robert Murphy's 12 Apostles and the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the American spy agency, was collapsing. Although a plucky cabal of royalists, Jews, Freemasons, and communists remained eager to seize the port and other installations, a key conspirator in the Army High Command had lost his nerve. A coded alert sent to Gibraltar from a secret radio transmitter in Oran, "Expect resistance everywhere," was not relayed to the Allied task force. Each cutter flew an American flag the size of a tablecloth. Both boats also hoisted the white ensign, emblem of the Royal Navy. The British crews had insisted on sailing under their own flag. Deception be damned. Peters met his fellow officers for a final briefing in the Walney wardroom. "I think," he said, "we've got a good chance of carrying out our mission without firing a shot." At 1 minute past midnight on November 8th, the cutter's crews took battle stations. Tars stacked extra ammunition in the quarterdeck lockers and the laundry, close to the guns. Scrambling nets were draped over the bows. On Walney's darkened upper bridge, Lieutenant Paul E.A. Duncan of the Royal Navy stood in American battle dress with 2 pistols strapped low on his hips and a Tommy gun clutched across his chest. He was Captain Peters's linguist, and he practiced speaking French with an American accent, murmuring words he would soon bellow over the boat's public address system. With Heartland trailing 600 yards behind, Walney stalked the Algerian coast at 6 knots, carving a brilliant green furrow in the phosphorescent sea. Colonel Marshall's men waited on the mess deck below, sipping coffee and listening to the water hiss along the hull. Physicians' assistants spread white sheets over makeshift operating tables. Among them was Marvin P. Clemens, a former coal mine brakeman from Eccles, West Virginia. The battalion surgeon, Captain Robert Fuller, had recently busted his rambunctious assistant from sergeant to private, and Clemens planned to desert after the first payday in Oran. He helped Fuller lay out the surgical instruments, while privately plotting his flight. Peters, Duncan, and 15 other men crowded the bridge. Their faces were so blackened with camouflage that close friends could not recognize one another. The amber lights of Oran spilled down the dark hills, then, abruptly at 2:45 a.m., began to wink out. The distant moan of air raid sirens carried across the water. Walney's skipper, Lieutenant Commander P.C. Merrick, read aloud an equivocal radio message from the task force command ship, HMS Largs. "No shooting thus far. Landings unopposed. Don't start a fight unless you have to." The men on the bridge laughed. Their disembodied cackling died away as a flare soared lazily above the docks off the starboard bow. For the first time, Peters saw that a double boom stretched 200 yards across the harbor mouth. Merrick ordered the helmsman to swing beneath the shadow of the cliffs east of the port. Two small motor launches that had accompanied the cutters from Gibraltar prepared to lay down a smokescreen. Walney's propellers wrenched at the water as Meyrick came about at 15 knots for a run at the booms. At a nod from Peters, it was precisely 3 a.m., Duncan gripped the microphone and in his faux American accent bawled into the dark, "Ne tirez pas! Nous sommes vos amis! Ne tirez pas!" Red tracers arced across the water, and the stutter of a machine gun echoed from the Molra Vin Blanc. Tongues of flame erupted from shore batteries at Fort Lomond above the harbor entrance. Violent splashes sounded from out on the dark water. "Lie flat for crash," Meyrick ordered. "We are approaching boom." With hardly a shudder, Walney sliced the first cable and then, like a wire through cheese, parted the string of coal barges that formed the second boom. She was in the harbor. A splintering crash cut short all congratulatory banter. One of the motor launches, swerving to escape its own asphyxiating smoke, had collided with Walney. No one was injured, but the launch, her bow crushed, fled into the night. Smoke lay across the docks like the densest fog, billowing white beneath the many flares now burning over the length of the port. A searchlight beam swung wildly across the water. Small arms fire crackled from the docks and jetties, muffled by the deeper roar of the Batterie de Gambetta. An explosion ripped through Walney's bridge, and Lieutenant Duncan fell dead at the microphone, his plea for a ceasefire strangled in mid-sentence, his pistols unfired in their holsters. Then silence descended for a long minute, as Walney crept past the Molra Vin Blanc and the Montmirail, toward her objectives at the harbor's west end. French gunners swiveled their attention to Heartland, now 5 minutes behind and caught in the searchlight. On Walney's mess deck, 200 American soldiers had listened to the battle strains above, first with enthusiasm, then with alarm as machine-gun bullets stippled the hull. Several men writhed in pain on the deck. Medics crouched over them and fumbled for morphine. Colonel Marshall darted among his troops, rallying them with stout words, then headed toward the forecastle. As planned, British tars lowered 3 canoes over the side. One had been holed. It sank immediately, spilling soldiers into the water. Anti-sabotage teams in the other 2 paddled furiously toward the docks in Bas-Saint-Maroc. As suddenly as it had descended, the lull lifted. Peering through the shattered windows of the bridge, Peters saw the French sloop La Surprise gathering speed dead ahead. He ordered Meyrick to swerve and ram the ship, but the French captain was quicker. The first salvo at 300 yards smashed the iron plate girdling Walney's bridge, killing the helmsman and others around him. Blinded in the left eye, Peters shouted another rudder command, but he was issuing orders to dead men. Walney drifted past at 4 knots, and French gunners raked her decks with another broadside from 25 yards, the terrible muzzles almost close enough to stroke. Worse was to come. As the cutter passed Mont Jules Giraud, a shell detonated in the engine room, causing heavy casualties and wrecking the lubricating oil tanks. The automatic stop valve closed, the engines seized, and Walney was adrift. More shells destroyed both boilers, scalding the crewmen. 2 berthed submarines, a coastal battery above the harbor, and French snipers peppered the Walney fore and aft. Shells slammed into the wardroom flat, the captain's cabin, the steering compartment. Topside, the dead were piled 3 deep. Below, the mess deck resembled a charnel house, scarlet with the blood of butchered infantrymen. Drifting to the Mole Centre at the western end of the harbor, Walney came abeam of the moored destroyer Epervier. Survivors in a boarding party managed to fling a grappling hook between the destroyer's funnels, but with no steam to turn the capstans, the men could not winch the cutter close enough for boarding. Instead, Epervier swept Walney with her deck guns, killing Meyrick on the bridge, killing the surgeon Fuller in his sick bay, and killing Colonel Marshall, last seen on the forecastle with a dozen of his doomed men flinging grenades at the French destroyer. Fire now licked the deck. Of the 17 men who had stood on the bridge an hour earlier, a solitary survivor stepped among the dead in the red glare of the spreading flames. It was Peters. Heartland fared no better. Trailing too far behind the motor launches to be screened with their smoke, Heartland attracted the initial fury of French fire from Fort Lomond. Tracers danced along her deck, killing most of the cutter's gunners even before she reached the harbor. Shrapnel severed a steam pipe, and a banshee shriek pierced the battle din. Shrapnel also temporarily blinded Heartland's captain at the most inopportune moment, causing the cutter to veer to port and strike the jetty 6 feet from the harbor entrance. Pinned by the searchlight beam and momentarily aground, Heartland was holed and burning by the time she heaved herself from the rocks and made port on the second try. The captain, Lieutenant Commander Godfrey Philip Billet, ordered his gun crews to return fire, but he too was commanding the dead at their breeches. Heartland managed only 3 rounds from her 3-inch battery before the guns fell silent for good. Rounding the Mole Ravin Blanc and approaching the Quai de Dunkerque, the cutter now passed beneath the destroyer Typhon. A broadside from 100 feet ripped through Heartland's unarmored hull. She staggered sideways. Shrapnel scythed the bridge, the forward messing compartments, and the dressing station in the wardroom, where medicos and patients alike fell dead. In the engine room, cordite fumes churned with steam from the fractured pipes. Teenage stokers died clutching their shovels. On deck, machine gun fire swept back and forth monotonously like a garden sprinkler. The dead were piled so high that survivors could not reach the fire hoses. Sailors helped wounded infantrymen into the unfamiliar life jackets, then heaved them over the side. Typhon cased her guns only when the 4-inch shells, blowing through Heartland like blue flame, threatened other French vessels behind her. At 4 a.m., Commander Billet dropped anchor and stepped from the bridge. He was immediately wounded in the shoulder and both legs. With ammunition detonating, with flames now funnel-high, and with decks glowing red from the inferno below, Billet ordered all survivors to abandon ship. A mile to the west, Walney too was dying. Life trickled across the deck and spilled into the water. Sergeant Ralph Gower clawed his way topside, lost consciousness near the rail, and awoke to find himself pinned beneath a stack of corpses. "Them dead men wouldn't move much," he later said. Marvin Clemens, the demoted physician's assistant, would not have to desert after all. Captain Fuller was dead, and Clemens took 4 bullets in the right leg before struggling through the water to refuge on a dock. Leo S. Disher, Jr., a journalist aboard Walney, struggled to safety despite 25 wounds and a life preserver shredded by shell fire. An American soldier yanked Disher from the water with one hand. The other had been shot away. Men paddled through the oily scum, clinging to flotsam and shielding their heads from hot shrapnel hissing into the water all around. Some French sailors on the docks and aboard the Epervier helped rescue survivors. Others murdered the men as they swam, picking them off with rifle and machine gun fire. At 4:15 a.m., an explosion tore through Walney. Already holed by more than 50 shells, she heeled gracefully and sank. Both the Stars and Stripes and the White Ensign were still flying. Peters, who had been helping with the aft mooring lines, managed to reach shore on a raft with 10 other men. French sailors took him prisoner. Heartland burned into the morning, flames licking at her flags. A final thunderous explosion blew her to flinders and damaged warehouses around the Mole Ravin Blanc. Of the 200 soldiers aboard, only 2 had reached shore with their weapons. They were promptly captured. Dawn brought a strange tranquility. The hollow puck-puck-puck of rifle fire ebbed, then died completely. Clumps of floating debris burned like campfires. Far above, at the shrine of Notre Dame de Santa Cruz, a weathered stone Madonna extended her hand toward the harbor, as if to offer absolution for all that she had witnessed. French Marines rounded up the survivors. The badly wounded, groaning and bloody, were hoisted into trucks and ambulances. Others had to walk. Barefoot, or in tattered plimsolls, clad only in their underwear and coated with oil, they shuffled in a grey drizzle through the streets of Oran for 2 miles to a military prison. Weeping Frenchmen lined the sidewalks. Jeering Arabs spat and threw stones. Casualties in the reservist force topped 90%. About half of whom were killed. Of Marshall's 393 men, 189 were dead and 157 wounded. The toll also included 113 Royal Navy dead and 86 wounded, plus 5 U.S. Navy dead and 7 wounded. The British would claim that the gallantry of reservists so impressed the French Navy that it contributed to the half-hearted manner with which the port was sabotaged. But there was nothing half-hearted about it. Even as the bedraggled survivors trudged off to jail, the port commandant ordered the seacocks opened. Within hours, 27 French hulks joined Walney and Heartland on the harbor floor. Masts and funnels broke the surface at cockeyed angles. 3 floating dry docks were scuttled, including the 25,000-ton Grand Dock, which blocked the harbor entrance and later required 2 months to raise. The Royal Navy took small revenge by sinking or driving aground 5 French warships that had sortied from Oran. Among them, La Surprise went down with her captain and 50 crewmen at dawn, while Epervier, engulfed in flame, beached herself, and Typhon was scuttled in the harbor fairway. Corpses bobbed to the surface for weeks. They were hauled ashore and wrapped in blankets by men in rowboats with grappling hooks. More than 300 Allied dead confounded the living. The task force had included no mortuary team in the initial landing. Unseemly dickering over who would bury the fallen and where would persist for days after Oran had fallen. Finally, Army engineers selected a hilltop outside town and dug long trenches from the chalky hardpan with jackhammers and air compressors. 29 of those buried remained unidentified. Many men were never found, including George Marshall, who left a widow and 2 young sons. Ostensibly to avoid antagonizing the French, Eisenhower's senior British naval commander, Admiral Andrew Brown Cunningham, would insist that silence is the best policy regarding reservists. The top British planners overseeing the Oran assault each won commendations. Peters, described by one witness as a dejected, hatless buccaneer wearing a black eye patch, won the Victoria Cross, Britain's highest valor award, and the Distinguished Service Cross, the Americans' second highest award. 5 days after reservist, the fickle winds at Gibraltar brought down his plane, and Peters, who was en route to see Churchill, was killed. The French, with breathtaking cheek, billed the Allies for pilotage fees for Walney and Hartland, citing a local law requiring payment from every vessel entering Oran harbor. Eisenhower eventually accepted blame for the debacle during a private meeting with the combined British and American chiefs of staff. No consequence attended the gesture, but Andrew Bennett, the American admiral most strident in opposing the operation, persisted in his criticism. He infuriated both the British and Eisenhower, who declared he was going to get that fellow out of there immediately. Unrepentant, Bennett soon found himself in Iceland. As for Major General Orlando Ward, still in England with a bulk of his 1st Armored Division, news of the battalion's destruction moved him to scrawl in his diary a fragment from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. For some we loved, the loveliest and the best that from his vintage rolling time hath pressed, have drunk their cup a round or 2 before, and one by one crept silently to rest. In Barbary. Faint odors of Barbary, charcoal smoke, damp earth, decay, drifted seaward to the nearly 40,000 assault troops preparing to envelop Oran from east and west on the early morning of November 8th. Ignorant of the disaster unfolding at the port, the soldiers emptied their pockets of any scraps that could identify their units. The sad detritus of men leaving the world of peace formed little piles in the transport lounges. Love letters, dance cards, railroad ticket stubs, lodge pins, driver's licenses. The much-maligned cooks roused themselves for a final meal, sumptuous as a condemned man's and as little appreciated. An enterprising shortwave radio operator managed to pick up the Army Notre Dame football game and broadcast it to the 16th Infantry Regiment over the ship's public address system. Colonel Alexander N. Stark, Jr., commander of the 26th Infantry Regiment, told his men in a final address, "Let's give them every chance to surrender peacefully with honor, instead of forcing them to fight. This could be a terrific mess if bungled, so let's think clearly." A voice heard in the gloom on one boat deck spoke for many. "Sure I'm scared, you dope. Don't tell me you're not." Soldiers from the 1st Battalion of the 6th Armored Infantry, a sister unit of Colonel Marshall's battalion, stared at the dark coast 6 miles away. The shoreline was tranquil except for some curious flashes near the harbor. "Looks as if they're not going to fight," the men assured one another. Under the plan approved by Eisenhower and Clark, Oran was to be captured by a double envelopment of American troops landing on 3 beachheads, designated X, Y, and Z, spread across 50 miles of coastline and under the overall command of Major General Lloyd R. Friedendahl. Tanks beached at X and Z were to race inland before dawn in a pincer movement to help capture 2 airfields south of Oran while Operation Reservist supposedly secured the port. Infantrymen would also encircle the city, preventing any reinforcements from reaching Oran if the French chose to fight. Allied intelligence reported that 4,000 French sailors crewed the 13 batteries of coastal guns protecting the city, and 10,000 soldiers formed the Oran Division. The largest contingent of invaders, drawn from the U.S. 1st Infantry and 1st Armored Divisions aboard 34 transport ships, would storm ashore at Beach Z near Arzew, a fishing town 16 miles east of Oran. 2 forts protected Arzew's shingle. The task of capturing them before the main landing fell to the 1st Ranger Battalion. Trained for the past 6 months by British commandos, the Rangers sported wax-tipped mustaches and Van Dyke beards in emulation of their tutors. Their lineage dated to French and Indian War irregulars long celebrated for their stealth, their vigor, and their fratricidal brawls. The ranks now included former steelworkers, farmers, a bullfighter, a lion tamer, a stockbroker, and the treasurer of a burlesque theater. Their tough-as-a-boot commander was William O. Darby, a charismatic 31-year-old artilleryman from Arkansas. From the Ulster Monarch, Royal Ulstermen, and Royal Scotsmen, 500 Rangers packed into landing boats like spoons in a drawer, pale faces peering from beneath their helmet brims. Rather than climb down nets, most men on these particular transports were loaded in their landing craft, which were then lowered from the boat decks by davits and squealing winches. Coxswains cranked the muffled V8 engines and made for shore, the hulls slapping every ripple. The forward davit cable on one boat snapped as it was being lowered, dumping Rangers, rifles, and Darby's radio into the sea. Amused tars rescued the sputtering men, whose roaring curses filled the night, until a louder Cockney voice boomed, "Be bloody thankful our lads dipped you out of the deep." 2 companies, led by Major W. H. Dammer, made straight for Arzew Port. They found the French garrison slumbering like a children's nursery. Barrels of sardines curing in brine lined the docks. 8 landing craft lowered their bow ramps, but the sloping seawall was higher than expected, and the Rangers slipped back down the slimy stones again and again before finally gaining purchase atop the Grand Quay. 15 minutes later, they crouched outside Fort de la Pointe, an ancient moated battery above the harbor. Spotting a French sailor carrying laundry on his head, the lead squad trailed him through the front gate. A few shots rang out, followed by the splat of lead on paving stones and the convulsive jerks of a dying soldier. Rangers took the commandant and his wife into custody, along with 60 sleepy troops. From the landing craft below, a jubilant British sailor bellowed, "For king and country!" Fort de la Pointe had fallen. Darby, meanwhile, led his other 4 companies across a stony beach a mile north of the harbor. Breathing hard, with the land seeming to rise and fall around them after weeks at sea, the Rangers scrambled up a steep ravine to outflank Fort du Nord. 3 companies abreast cut their way through a thick belt of barbed wire, rousting a trio of French soldiers from the dugout they were sharing with an Algerian strumpet. A sudden burst of gunfire forced Darby to pull back his men and dump 80 mortar rounds on the fort. Howling Rangers then rushed the sunken emplacements and shoved Bangalore torpedoes, steel pipes packed with explosives, into the muzzles of the 4 big shore guns. Others dumped grenades down ventilator shafts, flushing out gunners who had barricaded themselves in a powder magazine. Soon the battery commander emerged, a peacoat over his pajamas and carpet slippers. Another 60 sailors trailed behind, carrying a white flag. At Darby's insistence, the commander phoned a nearby garrison used as a Foreign Legion convalescent home and urged surrender. The legionnaires obliged by flinging their rifles down a well and getting drunk. The mayor of Arzew, his teeth clacking in terror as he clutched the phone receiver with 2 trembling hands, also agreed to surrender his town. Darby hurried to a rocky knob overlooking the sea. The Royal Navy would not move the troop transports closer than 5 miles from shore until assured that the Arzew guns had been spiked. The prearranged success signal was 4 green flares, followed by 4 sets of double white star clusters. But Darby's white flares had all gone to the bottom with his radio. Frantically, he fired one green rocket after another. Admiring murmurs ran through the troops packing the ship's decks on the horizon. After confused debate, the task force commanders decided the signal meant what indeed it did mean, that in the land of Hannibal and Scipio Africanus, the Allies had captured their first town. On the weather deck of SS Reina del Pacifico, a leathery, lantern-jawed Major General paced the rail with the bowed stride of a horseman saddle-hardened as a child. Hair the color of gunmetal bristled from his crown. His thick neck and sloping shoulders implied his uncommon strength, fortified with Indian clubs and a medicine ball during the long passage from Britain. He often jogged 3 miles after breakfast, then spent the rest of the day cadging cigarettes from subordinates by elaborately patting his empty pockets. 2 symmetrical scars dimpled his cheeks. A bullet through the face in the Argonne had removed his molars, along with an annoying adolescent stutter. When he was intense, and he was intense now, the old wound caused an odd hissing, like a leaky tire. Pacing the rail, wheezing, he paused long enough to study the lime-green threads of phosphorescence trailing the landing craft below. As the first wave of troops beat toward the horizon, he murmured, "The shore." Terry de la Mesa Allen. Even his name swaggered, an admirer once wrote. Commander of the 1st Infantry Division, Terry Allen embodied the unofficial motto of the Big Red One: "Work hard and drink much, for somewhere they're dreaming up a battle for the 1st." His exotic middle name came from his mother, daughter of a Spaniard who fought as a Union colonel in the Civil War. From his father, an artillery officer posted mostly in Texas, Allen derived extraordinary equestrian abilities as well as a proclivity for chewing, drinking, and shooting dice. After flunking ordnance and gunnery his final year at West Point, Allen left the academy, graduated from Catholic University, and took a commission in 1912. Wounded at Saint-Mihiel in 1918 and carried from the field on a stretcher, he regained consciousness, ripped off the first aid tag, and dashed back to rally his men. The next bullet drilled him through the jaw, right to left, but not before he had broken his fist on a German machine gunner's head. The drowsy interwar years were hard on an officer later described by an aide as the fightingest man I ever met. One triumph occurred in January 1922 when the Texas Cattlemen's Association proposed a marathon horse race to determine whether a doughboy could compete with a real cowboy. Major Allen was chosen to represent the Army against Key Dunn, a world champion bronco buster and wagon boss of a 4-million-acre ranch in Chihuahua. Both men were to ride 300 miles to the finish line at the Alamo in San Antonio, Allen from Dallas and Dunn from Fort Worth. Averaging 60 miles a day, they clattered across the state, Dunn in chaps and sombrero on a blaze-faced Mustang named AWOL, and Allen in his snug Army riding uniform on a big black named Coronado. Crowds and banner headlines greeted each rider as he galloped across Texas. Enough money was bet on the contest to build a battleship, one commentator noted. Upon hearing mid-race that Dunn was short of fodder for his horse, Allen sent him a carload of hay and oats. After 101 hours and 56 minutes in the saddle, the young officer cantered across the finish line, more than 7 hours ahead of his rival. Allen accepted the crowd's huzzas, then trotted off to play polo. Less successful was Allen's tenure at the Army Staff College at Fort Leavenworth. He finished near the bottom of the class in which Major Eisenhower graduated first, and was denounced by the commandant as the most indifferent student ever enrolled. But as an instructor at the Fort Benning Infantry School, he impressed the assistant commandant, Lieutenant Colonel George C. Marshall, who rated Allen superior or excellent in 9 of 10 categories on his 1932 efficiency report. He was only satisfactory in dignity of demeanor. His gorgeous young wife, Mary Frances, concluded that horses were Terry's second love after fighting. When Allen's photograph appeared in a Missouri newspaper article about promising young officers, the caption identified him as a champion rioter and rebel. With war, the rioters came into their own. In contemplating who should command the Army's multiplying regiments and divisions, Marshall and his training chief, Leslie J. McNair, kept a list in a safe of more than 400 colonels with perfect efficiency reports. Allen, neither a full colonel nor perfect, was not on it. Rather, he was facing court-martial for insubordination in 1940 when word arrived of his double promotion from lieutenant colonel to brigadier general. He was the first man in his former West Point class to wear a general's stars. No man better exemplified the American military leadership's ability to identify, promote, and in some cases forgive those officers best capable of commanding men in battle. Among the encomiums that followed Allen's promotion was a penciled note. "Us guys in the guardhouse want to congratulate you too." After receiving his second star, Allen announced his arrival at the 1st Division by marching down the street crooning deep in the heart of Texas. The oldest division in the Army, the Big Red One, had remained largely intact between the wars. It also retained a high proportion of West Pointers and other regular Army officers. Its work hard and drink much philosophy blossomed under Allen, who received a private warning from Marshall about drinking in the daytime. Be on your guard. Before leaving London, Eisenhower issued a tart memorandum noting that of all American soldiers arrested the previous month in Britain for being drunk and disorderly, 2/3 came from the fighting first. Proud, self-absorbed, and ornery, the division was as much a warring tribe as a military unit. Men of the 18th, Colonel Frank U. Greer proclaimed to his infantry regiment, "We're going a-fightin'." When his superiors sent Allen a warning on the eve of torch that the French should not be considered hostile, he had it burned. "You should forget you ever saw this message," he told his intelligence officer. "It would be very dangerous for us at this late hour to begin telling our troops that the French are going to be with us." The fervent loyalty the division felt toward its unorthodox commander was fully reciprocated. "Have never had quite so many perplexing problems to overcome," Allen had recently written Mary Fran and their young son. "But," he added, "the men were trained and ready to fight. I now have a really intensive faith in the 1st Division. They are 1,000% better than they were. They are young, but are hard and fit. Please remember that I am thinking of you and Sonny all the time." He swung a leg over the side of the Reina del Pacifico, and with a gymnast's grace scrambled down the net to the waiting boat below. Chaos awaited him on the beaches near Arzew. An unanticipated westerly set had pushed the transports and landing craft off course. Dozens of confused coxswains tacked up and down the coast in the dark, looking for the right beaches. Most of the soldiers carried more than 100 pounds of equipment. One likened himself to a medieval knight in armor who had to be winched into the saddle. Once ashore, feeling the effect of weeks aboard ship with a poor diet and little exercise, they staggered into the dunes, shedding gas capes, goggles, wool undershirts, and grenades. Landing craft, stranded by an ebb tide, so jammed the beaches that bulldozers had to push them off, ruining their propellers and rudders. The flat-bottomed oil tankers that were supposed to haul light tanks onto the beach instead ran aground 300 feet from shore. Engineers spent hours building a causeway through the surf. As British sailors sounded the depths with a lead line, an American officer barked, "Men, this is what we've been waiting for. Let's have at it." Stepping over the side of the landing craft with his boots tied around his neck, he promptly sank from sight. His troops hauled him back into the boat as the coxswain edged toward firmer ground. Linguists holding bullhorns hollered, "A bas les Boches! A bas les Marcons! Down with the Boches! Down with the macaronis! Vive la France!" A mortar crew with the 18th Infantry fired a special shell the size of an ostrich egg. It soared 200 feet into the night, detonated with dazzling pyrotechnic sparkle, and unfurled an American flag, which floated to earth. Given a clear target at last, French gunners replied with eager fire. "Okay, boys, it's open season," one battalion commander ordered. "Fire at will." Some fired, others balked. Decanted onto a strange, dark shore, many men feared shooting their own. The hillsides hissed with the night's challenge and countersign. "Hi-O Silver," and away. General Allen's pugnacity notwithstanding, many officers had been so indoctrinated not to fire first that French resistance simply baffled them. "They're not shooting at us! They're not shooting at us!" one infantry commander insisted, even as French artillery plastered his battalion. Others fired indiscriminately, as one soldier near Arzew later confessed, shooting up half the grapevines in North Africa. Hunting snipers outside Arzew, soldiers from Company K of the 18th Infantry killed an Arab civilian who tumbled down a hillside with his robes flying about him. Soldiers from the 2nd Battalion of the 16th Infantry shuffled inland with their equipment piled onto a few commandeered mules and ox carts, until mortar fire forced them into a ditch. When some men moved back to reorganize as ordered, panic took hold, and troops fled down the road in disarray. Confusion and error, valor and misdeed marked this first night of green troops in combat. Hearing an ominous clanking and a motor roar outside Arzew, 1st Infantry troops whispered hoarsely, "Tank coming." Someone ordered, "Hold your fire," but a volley from 20 riflemen ripped the night, followed by gurgling. The troops had riddled a wine delivery truck, killing the driver in his cab. The image of that first casualty, an old truck driver caught in the dark, would be with us always, one soldier later wrote. When a captured French colonial soldier reached into his jacket for his identity papers during interrogation, a skittish American guard ran him through with a bayonet. For some, the war would just last a few hours. A soldier from the 18th Infantry, who had been machine-gunned in the legs, arrived at the field hospital in Saint-Leu, murmuring, "Everything's all right." A chaplain lay next to him until he died. "They're French, and always will be French," a wounded correspondent observed of those who had shot him. "The French die hard." Terry Allen had seen worse. As a battalion commander in France, it was said, he had once pulled a pistol on a hesitant junior officer and shot him in the buttocks. "There," Allen said, "you're out, you're wounded." Such gestures would be unnecessary here. Allen's flamboyance made him easy to caricature. He detested the nickname Terrible Terry because it made me appear like a mountebank. But during 30 years in the army, he had reduced his philosophy of war to a few common-sense precepts. In attacking, he urged his troops to ride around him, over him, and through him. And he instructed his officers, "A soldier doesn't fight to save suffering humanity or any other nonsense. He fights to prove that his unit is the best in the army and that he has as much guts as anybody else in the unit." Using a flashlight with red tissue over the lens, Allen studied the map and saw that his 18th Infantry Regiment was moving towards Saint-Cloud, steadily if not quickly. The 16th Infantry was angling farther south to outflank Oran. Initial reports regarding Operation Reservist sounded grim, but if the landings west of Oran succeeded, the entire task force could expect to have 18,000 men ashore within 24 hours, almost as many as the planners in London had hoped. His intensive faith in the 1st Division remained as unshaken as his faith in God. "I believe if your cause is just," he often said, "you get divine help." So far, the Lord appeared to be behind the fighting first, just as Allen had requested in his prayers before leaving the Reina del Pacifico. Spotting an empty, blood-stained litter near his command post, he lay down and took a nap. On the other side of Oran, the landings unfolded with the same mix of anarchy and success. At Beach X, nearly 30 miles west of the city, a flying column of light tanks managed to cross the Strand and clank inland by mid-morning, despite lost boats, unexpected sandbars, and an engine fire that caused one landing craft to burn through the dawn. At Beach Y, a European seaside resort midway between Beach X and Oran, more than 5,000 infantrymen began staggering ashore along the broad bay at Les Andalous. Behind the empty cabanas, a short, wrinkled figure clutching a riding crop stood in a jeep with "Rough Rider" stenciled on the fender, shouting, "Get on your feet, keep moving." Brigadier General Ted Roosevelt had a voice like a foghorn. Prone men on Beach Y blinked hard, picked themselves up, and staggered inland. When Roosevelt spotted a French cavalry patrol working around the flank, he ordered his driver forward in hot pursuit. Bracing a carbine against his shoulder, he dropped one horseman and scattered the others. Bookmakers in the 1st Division had fixed the odds at 10-1 against their assistant division commander surviving more than 2 weeks in combat. When he learned of the wager months later, Roosevelt bought one losing bettor a $10 meal and lectured him on the evils of gambling. Despite his antique disregard for personal safety, Ted Roosevelt was hard to kill. Like Allen, he was a force of nature. "TR and you are very much of the same type as to enthusiasm," George C. Marshall had written Allen. "I am a little fearful." Spotting some old sergeant, Roosevelt would bellow, "God damn it, Bush, you're ugly. You're uglier every day." The sergeant, beaming at the recognition, would bark back, "The general isn't a handsome man himself." Roaring his approval and whacking his leg with the riding crop, Roosevelt then motored down the road in search of another comrade to charm. Handsome he was not. With his gamecock walk, fibrillating heart, weak and vaguely crossed eyes, and arthritis so severe he needed a cane. In tattered fatigues and a wool cap worn like a cheap wig, he could have been taken for a battalion cook. He was, an aide allowed, the most disreputable-looking general I ever met. He was also, in Marshall's estimation, an A-1 fighting man with rare courage and, what is rarer, unlimited fortitude. Along with Allen and Patton, Ted Roosevelt was said to be the Chief of Staff's favorite swashbuckler. His father, the 26th President, had warned he would never amount to more than a $25 a week clerk, and indeed he took a job out of Harvard working in a carpet factory for $1 a day. But young TR became a rich investment banker by 1914, when he was 27. As a battalion commander in the 26th Infantry, he was gassed and shot. He finished the Great War as a lieutenant colonel with a permanent limp. He had believed war's unity of purpose would sweat the softness off our bones, but came to disavow that fatuous notion, just as he eventually repudiated his ties to the isolationist group America First. After the war, he helped found the American Legion, became a successful writer, and served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Governor General of Puerto Rico, Colonial Governor of the Philippines, Chairman of American Express, and Vice President of the Doubleday Publishing House, where he sponsored wholesome books as American as Indian corn. In 1941, at the age of 54, he returned to active duty. He and Allen, who was 7 months younger, were still working out their command relationship. As Marshall sensed, the two men were far too similar to be entirely comfortable with each other. Now Roosevelt was ashore with his former regiment, the 26th Infantry, a copy of the Pilgrim's Progress crammed in one pocket, and a history of medieval England in his kit bag. He had landed in darkness with the first assault wave, little scarcely seen black shapes scuttling out of the sea, and immediately began urging the faint-hearted to march to the sound of the guns. Sometimes, riding home to Oyster Bay, he yearned for the piping days of peace. But not today. His crowded hour had come, and this spectacle was too magnificent to wish away. Glowing shells whirred overhead, and tracers skipped among the hills until their burning magnesium winked out. Artillerymen, including his son, Quentin, a battery commander, hauled pack howitzers across the beach. With their tow ropes over their shoulders, they look like the illustrations in the children's Bibles of building the pyramids, Roosevelt wrote. The French counterattacked with 14 ancient Renault tanks, 5 of them so broken down they had to be towed into battle. All were destroyed in minutes, and their return fire barely smudged the American armor. The first colonial prisoners, Senegalese riflemen with rolling eyes and tribal scars notched in their cheeks, marched past to a freighter converted into a prison ship. A forward patrol reported capturing a French headquarters near La Seigneur, 5 miles south of Oran, but the office safe yielded only 2 braziers and a volume of risque tales. "Soldier, what in the hell are you doing there?" Roosevelt bellowed to a private cowering behind a hillock. "Come on, follow me." The soldier followed, machine gun bullets pinging about. Breathing hard, Roosevelt stopped his jeep just long enough to announce that he was heading to the front line in search of a French commander ready to surrender. "If I'm not back in 2 hours, give it all you've got," he said, then jounced down the road. "Would God I might die with my sword in hand," he had once written in a poem submitted to Harper's, "ringed by dead foes all around." But not today. Villain. The American soldiers investing Oran from east and west on this Sunday morning knew no more than their 5 senses told them, minus the half-truths, untruths, and honest errors spread by rumor on every battlefield. The French had obviously chosen to fight, but how hard and for how long, no one could guess. Exhaustion, dislocation, and sudden death seemed as much a part of the Algerian landscape as the sand dunes and Jebels, rocky hills, that now echoed with cries of "Hi-O Silver" and "Away." Even the commanders had only the sketchiest notion of how the overall battle for Oran was unfolding. Troops ashore at X, Y, and Z, modest progress toward double envelopment of the city, apparent catastrophe at the harbor. Of the simultaneous landings at Algiers and in Morocco, they knew nothing. One final element in the Oran invasion remained to play out: the first American airborne operation of the war. It was also among the most daring before or since. On the previous afternoon, Saturday, November 7th, 556 U.S. paratroopers had gathered at 2 airfields in Cornwall on England's southwest coast. Faces darkened with camouflage paint, the men had received printed orders specifying where in their jumpsuits to carry everything from 2 pencils, left chest pocket, and toilet paper, right hip pocket, to a razor with 4 blades, right thigh pocket, and 4 grenades, field jacket pockets. Slips of rice paper, edible in case the men were captured, contained secret radio code words, including Blackbird, "Paratroops have been dropped," and Duck, "Paratroops have been dropped, cannot find airport." The soldiers taped their bulging pants pockets to keep them from snagging and prepared to board 39 C-47 transport planes. The objective of Operation Villain was simple enough: to seize 2 airfields, Tafaraoui and La Seignea, south of Oran, and hold on until reinforcements arrived from the beach landing forces. Simplicity stopped there. The flight from Cornwall covered 1,100 miles, nearly 3 times as far as any previous combat jump, at night, across neutral Spain with inexperienced pilots and navigators flying for 9 hours at 10,000 feet. Beguiled by German parachute operations in Holland and Crete, Allied planners failed to appreciate the high casualties. British commanders opposed the operation and had told Churchill they preferred to husband the planes and troops for a quick strike into Tunisia. Even the U.S. Army planners responsible for capturing Oran concluded that Villain would make no material difference. Eisenhower had shared their skepticism. "That's a long ways," he said dryly, but ultimately yielded to Clark, who urged audacity. "The British just want to take our airplanes and use them for something else," Clark had told Eisenhower. The 2nd Battalion of the 509th Parachute Regiment, commanded by a short, bullet-headed West Pointer named Edson D. Raff, trained hard, but their practice jumps had occurred in daylight and good weather, using large drop zones. Only 4 sets of navigation instruments could be found for the 60th Troop Carrier Group. Another 35 sets, sent from the United States after urgent pleas, had reportedly miscarried in transit. At the last minute, navigators received British instruments, with which they were unfamiliar and which would not work in American planes anyway. Maps and charts were so scarce that only flight leaders received them. Some planes had arrived in Cornwall just a few hours before the scheduled takeoff, and crew briefings were limited to a few minutes of distracted conversation. The frenetic activity left many pilots so tired they could barely keep their eyes open. Clark had approved one last complication before leaving London for Gibraltar. Because of uncertainty over the French reaction in Algeria, parallel plans were drafted. If resistance appeared likely, Plan A called for the paratroopers to take off from England at 5 p.m., jump before dawn, and overpower the 2 airfields. If the French appeared passive, Plan B called for the battalion to leave 4 hours later, land at La Seignea in daylight, and prepare for another mission toward Tunisia. Lieutenant Colonel Raff and his men were to listen for a broadcast from Gibraltar on November 7th, relayed by the Royal Air Force, indicating which plan to use. The phrase "Advance Alexis" meant carry out Plan A and expect to fight. Advance Napoleon meant carry out Plan B and expect a docile reception. In the quiet asylum of a London headquarters, this arrangement perhaps made perfect sense. But in the event, it miscarried. Distracted by their negotiations with General Giraud at Gibraltar, Eisenhower and Clark paid insufficient heed to the conflicting reports from Algeria regarding French intentions. Notwithstanding Murphy's warnings and other omens, optimism had prevailed at Gibraltar. At 4:15 p.m. on November 7th, Eisenhower's signal arrived at the Cornish airfields near St. Evel and Predenac. Advance Napoleon. Peace was at hand. Pilots who had been warming their engines now cut the ignition and strolled to the control tower for another cup of coffee. 4 hours later, the paratroopers settled into the bucket seats and tugged the blackout curtains over the windows, chattering about the warm weather that surely awaited them in Algeria. 78 engines coughed once, twice, and caught. The lead aircraft lifted into the thin fog at 9:05 p.m. Captain Carlos C. Alden, a 31-year-old battalion surgeon flying in a plane named Sharkbait, scribbled in his pocket diary, "Dear God, in thy wisdom, help me to come back." After takeoff, almost nothing went right. Fair weather yielded to squalls over the Bay of Biscay. In dodging thunderheads, the pilots lost sight of one another. Soon, of the 39 aircraft flying over Spain, the largest formation still intact was a mere 3 airplanes. Few of the navigators were proficient in celestial navigation, which thick clouds made difficult anyway, so the planes flew by dead reckoning. A strong east wind, which meteorologists in Britain had failed to detect, steadily shoved the C-47s westward. Within a few hours, the unwitting crews were at least 50 miles off course. Colonel Raff's paratroopers, still expecting a docile reception, huddled beneath wool blankets in the frigid cabins, nibbling British Army biscuits and chewing wads of gum to ward off airsickness. 2 navigation aides dispatched to help the aircraft find Oran also failed. The British ship Allen Bank, 35 miles off the coast, was supposed to provide a homing beacon by transmitting a radio signal at 440 kilocycles. For reasons never adequately explained, she instead broadcast unheard at 460 kilocycles. The second aid was more elaborate. An electronic signaling device, codenamed Rebecca, had been smuggled from Gibraltar to Tangiers to Oran in 2 heavy suitcases. Before midnight on November 7th, an American OSS agent named Gordon H. Brown rode in the back of a French ambulance to a deserted pasture near Tafaraoui airfield. After struggling in the dark to erect a 9-foot mast antenna and guy wires, Brown switched on the apparatus and waited all night in the brush among the cooing plovers, unaware that the paratroopers had delayed their departure on the false expectation of peace. At 5 a.m., with dawn approaching and the gunfire near Oran now audible, Brown abandoned his vigil. He disassembled the antenna and dragged Rebecca into a cactus patch, where he blew her to pieces. The sun rose on November 8th at precisely 6:30 a.m. to reveal a scatter of paratroopers across the western Mediterranean. 1 plane landed at Gibraltar, and 2 at Fez in French Morocco. 4 others touched down in Spanish Morocco, where the men, banging their fists against a wall in frustration and shouting, "Fuck! Fuck!" would be interned for 3 months. 3 more planes miraculously found La Seigneur airfield, only to be greeted with a barrage of anti-aircraft fire. This awkward welcome, strongly suggestive of peace gone bad, provoked panicky radio chatter among the pilots, who were down to a very few gallons of fuel. On Sharkbait, soldiers began pumping up their life rafts. Colonel William C. Bentley, Jr., the senior airman on the mission and pilot of Raff's plane, landed in a grain field to confirm, through the Socratic quizzing of some bemused Arabs, that he was on the right continent. They had at least found Africa. Airborne once again, Bentley at 8 a.m. spotted more than a dozen C-47s clustered on the western fringe of the Sebkra d'Oran, a dry lake bed stretching for 20 miles south of the coast. An armored column nearby appeared to be preparing to attack the grounded paratroopers. Raff ordered troops in the 9 planes now straggling after Bentley to parachute behind the tanks. First out the door, Raff landed hard, cracked a rib, and was spitting blood when he learned that the tanks belonged to the U.S. 1st Armored Division. After landing at Beach X, they were heading for the airfields the paratroopers had failed to seize. Several hundred of Raff's men spent the balance of the morning dodging sniper fire. Bentley, meanwhile, flew on with his gaggle and landed at the east end of the Sepkra, where he was immediately captured. French guards marched him to a cell block at Fort St. Philippe, where he was locked up with several hundred other Allied prisoners, including oil-coated survivors of reservists. The final act of villain was no more glorious. With permission from Raff, a resolute band under Major William P. Yarborough decided to capture Tafaraoui airfield on foot. They had hardly walked a furlong before realizing that mud beneath the Sepkra's dry crust made crossing the pan like marching through molasses. Shedding ammunition and wool underwear in a conspicuous trail, the men made for the southern rim of the lake bed. Exhausted, they dug shallow trenches with their helmets and collapsed beneath a blanket of weeds. Yarborough radioed for 3 C-47s to siphon the remaining fuel from the other stranded aircraft and then come fetch him and his men. No sooner had the planes taken off with Yarborough's group aboard for the short hop to Tafaraoui than cannon fire from 6 French Dewatin fighters riddled the fuselages. The American pilots spun around, lowered their wheels, and crash-landed onto the Sepkra at 130 miles per hour. The Dewatins made 3 more strafing passes, killing 5 soldiers and wounding 15. When the marauders finally flew away, a dead platoon leader dangled head down from the doorway of Yarborough's plane. The co-pilot was slumped dead in his cockpit, and even the most audacious paratrooper was discouraged. Most of Raff's surviving men arrived at Tafaraoui by truck on November 9th. The surgeon, Carlos Alden, who had petitioned God's protection in Cornwall, was the sole man in the battalion to reach the field by air on the morning of November 8th. He had remained on shark bait after the other paratroopers got out to walk across the Sepkra. British skepticism of villain had been well-founded. The operation contributed nothing to the invasion while expending half of all Allied parachute forces. Just 14 of the 39 planes could fly again immediately. At a time when every infantry squad was precious to the Allied cause, only 15 paratroopers were judged fit for another mission within 3 days. On the first day of their invasion, the Allies had nearly surrounded Oran. They had put thousands of soldiers ashore with only light casualties. The Royal Navy controlled the sea, if not the port, but villain had demonstrated, like reservist before it, that temerity untempered by judgment would exact a heavy price in this war. To the last man. Viewed from the great half-moon bay that cradled the city, Algiers spread up the verdant hills like an alabaster vision. Distance lent an enchantment not wholly dispelled by the stench of the Arab quarter or the vague odor of French colonial rule. Cinemas, emporiums, and chic cafes lined shady avenues enlivened each evening by promenading boulevardiers. Algiers had been an inconsequential hamlet until Moors expelled from Spain in 1492 took sanctuary there. Like Oran, the city soon thrived on piracy, and for more than 3 centuries sheltered corsair fleets that terrorized the Mediterranean basin. Barbarossa's 16th-century palace still crowned the skyline 400 feet above the harbor. A Western traveler in the 1920s fancied that the old heap resounded to the groans of Christian slaves. For more than a century, Algiers had been the epicenter of France's North African Empire, a white-walled city of flies and beggars and the best Parisian scent. To one Frenchman, the old pirate haven now resembled a reclining woman, white and naked, leaning on her elbow. To Eisenhower and his planners, Algiers was the key to Algeria, if not the entire African littoral. As the easternmost landing site in Torch, the city was to provide a springboard for the subsequent drive into Tunisia. The Anglo-American invaders, thinly disguised as an all-American force, would be followed immediately by British troops who were to pivot 90 degrees to the east and make for Tunis. So it was that Robert Murphy, in the earliest minutes of November 8th, pelted through the city's affluent suburbs in his big Buick on the most important diplomatic mission of his life. The American envoy had remained in his office until early Saturday evening, affecting a placidity he did not feel. 2 years of hopeful soundings and schemings, as he put it, were about to be tested. Murphy had been stung by the sharp rebuff from Eisenhower and the White House to his proposed delay of the torch landings. "I am convinced," he had cabled Roosevelt, "that the invasion of North Africa without favorable French high command will be a catastrophe." The reply from Washington had been unequivocal. "The decision of the President is that the operation will be carried out as now planned." Murphy was instructed to secure the understanding and cooperation of the French officials with whom you are now in contact. He had done his best. Trusted French rebels, including General Mast, had been given several days' advance warning of the invasion. Upon hearing a prearranged radio message from London on Saturday night, "Allô, Robert, Franklin arrivé," Murphy alerted the rebels that the landings were about to begin. The coup in Oran had evidently miscarried, but in Algiers, several hundred French partisans began to seize key installations despite the failure of Clark to deliver the modern weapons he had promised at Cherchell. The intent, a French historian later wrote, was to chloroform the city. By ruse and by force, the insurgents soon controlled police and power stations, Radio Algiers, telephone switchboards, and army headquarters, where the French Corps commander was held incommunicado. Some Vichy officers happily acquiesced in their arrests. It saved them, one observer noted, any painful search of their conscience. As for Murphy's repeated radio query to Gibraltar, "Where is Giraud?" there had been no satisfactory answer. At 12:45 a.m. on Sunday, he arrived at the Villa des Oliviers, a blocky, mustard-hued Arab palace in the well-heeled enclave of El Biar. Brushing past the tall Senegalese sentries, Murphy rapped on the door. A swarthy, mustachioed man in a foul mood came to the foyer. General Alphonse Pierre Juin, commander of all Vichy ground troops in North Africa, usually favored a Basque beret and a mud-spattered cape. At this moment, he wore pink-striped pajamas. Maimed in 1915, Juin had been authorized to salute with his left hand, but he offered Murphy neither salute nor handshake. "I am happy to say that I have been instructed by my government to inform you that American and British armies of liberation are about to land," Murphy said. "What? You mean the convoy we have seen in the Mediterranean is going to land here?" Murphy nodded, unable to suppress a nervous grin. "But you told me only a week ago that the United States would not attack us." "We are coming by invitation," Murphy said. "By whose invitation?" "By the invitation of General Giraud." "Is he here?" Preferring not to disclose that Giraud was sulking in a Gibraltar cave, Murphy waved aside the question. "He will be here soon." Murphy described the invasion forces looking off the African coast, multiplying their size several-fold. "Our talks over the years have convinced me," he told Juin, "that you desire above all else to see the liberation of France, which can come about only through cooperation with the United States." Now the opéra bouffe began in earnest. General Juin voiced sympathy with the Allied cause, but was hindered by the unexpected presence in Algiers of his superior officer. "He can immediately countermand any orders I issue," Juin said. "If he does, the commands will respect his orders, not mine." 20 minutes later, after a quick phone call and the hurried dispatch of a driver with the Buick, one of the war's most reviled figures strolled into the Villa des Oliviers. In a truncated nation of small men, Admiral Jean-Louis Xavier François Dallon stood among the smallest. Stumpy and pigeon-breasted, given to jocose vulgarity and monologues on the efficiency of the German army, he was the 61-year-old scion of French sailors. The death of his great-grandfather at Trafalgar supposedly fed Dallon's pathological hatred of the British, although it was the Americans who called him Popeye. The French fleet was his fiefdom, but he also served as Marshal Pétain's dauphin and commander of all Vichy armed forces. His favors to the Nazis had included the use of Vichy airports in Syria and resupply aid to Rommel through Tunisia. Churchill called him a bad man with a narrow outlook and a shifty eye. By a coincidence that would forever seem either contrived or divine, Darlan was in Algiers to attend his son, Alain, who lay in the Hôpital Maillot, so reduced by polio that his coffin had been ordered. Several times in the past 2 years, the Admiral had privately hinted at supporting the Allies if circumstances warranted. Just before Eisenhower left London for Gibraltar, Churchill had told him, "If I could meet Darlan, much as I hate him, I would cheerfully crawl on my hands and knees for a mile, if by doing so I could get him to bring that fleet of his into the circle of Allied forces." Roosevelt, on October 17th, had sent Murphy similar, if less histrionic, instructions authorizing any arrangement with the Vichy Admiral that might help Torch. But Darlan seemed disinclined to parley. Upon learning of the imminent invasion, he flushed and replied, "I have known for a long time that the British are stupid, but I have always believed Americans were more intelligent. Apparently you have the same genius as the British for making massive blunders." For 15 minutes, Darlan paced the room and sucked on his pipe. Murphy shortened his stride and paced beside him, insisting, "The moment has now arrived." The Admiral waved off the entreaties. "I have given my oath to Pétain," he insisted. "I cannot revoke that now." But he agreed to radio Vichy for guidance. Upon stepping outside, however, the men found that the Senegalese guards had been replaced by 40 rebels wearing white armbands and armed with long-barreled rifles dating to the Franco-Prussian War. Juin was incredulous. "Does this mean we are prisoners?" he asked. It did. Murphy's colleague, the Apostle Kenneth Pendar, was dispatched to the Admiralty office downtown with Darlan's sealed message for Vichy, which Pendar promptly opened, read, and discarded as insufficiently zealous for the Allied cause. Returning to the villa, Pendar told Darlan cryptically, "The necessary has been done." As the impasse dragged on with no word from Vichy and no sign of the Allied invaders, Murphy dimly wondered whether he had confused the date and launched his putsch a day early. The hours ticked past. Dawn approached. Darlan stopped pacing and puffing long enough to offer some thoughtful political advice. "Giraud is not your man," he said. "Politically he is a child. He is just a good division commander, nothing more." The insurrection, in fact, was collapsing. Loyalist forces gathered their composure. "This isn't just a civil defense drill," one perplexed Vichy officer asked, and recaptured the strong points one by one. At Army headquarters, insurgents and loyalists sang the Marseillaise together before the rebels stacked their arms and filed from the building. Upon learning of the events in Algiers and Oran, Pétain in Vichy sent President Roosevelt a curt message. "France and her honor are at stake. We have been attacked. We will defend ourselves." A loyalist patrol with 3 tanks arrived at the gates of the Villa des Oliviers, dispersing the rebels and locking Murphy and Pendar in the porter's lodge. Juin's aide rushed about, waving an enormous revolver at the Americans, crying, "What have you done? What have you done?" Pendar wondered if he had blundered into a production of Pirates of Penzance. A Senegalese sentry offered each American a Jutin cigarette, the customary courtesy to those about to face a firing squad. Regrettably, the Allies had planned a frontal assault on Algiers harbor that was identical to reservist in folly. Again, the mission was concocted and commanded by the British, with a predominantly American supporting cast. Codenamed Terminal, and designed to capture the port intact, the attack featured 2 antiquated destroyers, HMS Broke and HMS Malcolm, under Captain H.L. St. J. Fancourt of the Royal Navy. Engineers welded 1/4-inch iron sheeting 3 feet high around the upper deck of each ship as a thin shield against sniper fire. Forward compartments in the bow were filled with concrete, and heavy armor plates covered the prow. About the time Murphy began wondering whether he had confused the invasion date, these floating rams reached the 11-fathom line in the Bay of Algiers and swung west toward the boom, blocking the harbor entrance. The 686 soldiers aboard Broke and Malcolm came from the 3rd Battalion of the 135th Infantry, which had left Minnesota almost 2 years earlier to join her sister regiments from Iowa in the 34th Division. The regiment's motto, "To the last man," had been hard won at Gettysburg. The 3rd Battalion called itself the Singing 3rd, and had mastered an impressive repertoire of barracks ballads, including one bawdy British ditty called "There's a Troopship Now Leaving Bombay." The unit retained its Minnesota accent, and the ranks were full of Ericksons, Carlsons, and Andersons. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Edwin T. Swenson, was a former assistant warden of the Minnesota State Penitentiary at Stillwater. Witty and big-hearted, with the craggy face of a prize-fighter, Colonel Swenson was reputedly capable of swearing fluently for hours without ever repeating an expletive. He had told the British that his battalion's top sergeant was whoever could whip him in a fistfight. Captain Fancourt, in turn, told Swenson that Allied commandos would capture French batteries overlooking the port, that several of the French guns could not be tilted low enough to hit targets below anyway, and that initial landings east and west of Algiers, which would start before the terminal attack, would likely draw defenders away from the harbor. None of this proved true. The lights of Algiers twinkled as the destroyers made for the boom extending from the crescent seawall. American flags flapped from the masts. Then the city lights went out, and searchlight beams scissored across the water. Swenson briefly believed they were meant to direct the intruders toward the harbor entrance. But the beams found and fixed both ships, blinding those on the bridge. Sporadic gunfire opened as Broke, with Malcolm a mile astern, sheered to starboard to avoid a breakwater and then came about under a thick screen of smoke. The second try to find and sever the boom also failed, as did efforts to shoot out the searchlights and to illuminate the harbor mouth with flares, which were swallowed by the destroyer's own smoke. By this time, French gunners had ranged Malcolm. Beginning at 4:06 a.m., shells smacked through the hull, perforating the boilers and reducing the destroyer to 4 knots. Swathed in white steam, she made an easy target. Other shells hit the funnels. Fragments sprayed across the deck where 300 infantrymen had flattened out behind the useless sniper shields. Fire broke out amidships among the pasteboard crates of mortar ammunition stacked on the center hatch. With the ship listing so badly to starboard that her weather deck was only 6 inches from the water, soldiers hurled flaming mortar crates over the deck rail. Malcolm managed to get underway again and limped seaward, where the crew spent the next several hours hosing blood and brains from the deck and heaving the dead overboard in weighted shrouds fashioned from mattress covers. Then, on his 4th try for the port, Broke's skipper, Lieutenant Commander A.F.C. Layard, spotted a pair of dim green buoy lights marking the harbor entrance. He increased speed to 20 knots and easily sliced through the boom of chained timber balks. Layard berthed at the Mole Louis Billard while the destroyer's guns silenced sniper fire from the docks. Badly shaken, Colonel Swenson and the Singing Third were slow to rise from the deck, but eventually scurried across the extended brows to the quay. Swenson instructed his men to light out like stripy-assed baboons up the wharf until you can get some cover, then fight like hell. But little fighting was necessary. As dawn broke over Algiers, the Americans controlled the electric power station, Maury's oil depot, and several warehouses on the southern wharves near the seaplane base. Round objects that had resembled coastal defense guns in aerial photos proved to be latrines. Church bells across the city pealed out the Angelus call to Sunday Mass. A preternatural peace settled over the quays and the handsome white houses stretching up to the Rue Michelet. Soldiers joked about how Algiers smelled like a saloon, the consequence of gasoline shortages that forced most vehicles to burn alcohol. Swenson strained to hear the tramp of boots from the 168th Infantry, the sister regiment from southwest Iowa, marching downhill to relieve their comrades on the docks after landing west of the city. Instead, he heard the abrupt rush of artillery shells from a battery at Jetée du Nord, a mile to the north. French sailors had dismantled an old wall to give the casemate guns a clear field of fire along the waterfront. The third round clipped Broke's forepeak and burst against the quay wall in a great splash of smoke and masonry. With permission from Captain Fancourt, Layard parted all lines and moved the destroyer to a new berth in the lee of a French freighter along the Quai de Dunkirk. Calm returned until 9:20 a.m., when French gunners again opened fire with a howitzer battery above the port. The first 6 shots missed the destroyer. The next 5 hit. Shells burst in the chart house and the wardroom. Another blew through the sickbay, killing one physician and tearing the right arm from another, who kept himself conscious with morphine long enough to advise an American medic on how to perform several urgent amputations. Fancourt sounded the recall siren. But with Swenson's troops scattered across the docks under sniper fire, only 60 men had scrambled back to Broke before she again parted lines and zigzagged from the harbor, smoke trailing her like a veil. Private First Class Harold Cullum, shot in the arm and abdomen earlier in the morning, crawled to the end of the pier too late to board. He lay in the sun, munching sulfa tablets and sipping from his canteen, watching Broke steam from sight. The morale effect of a destroyer sunk in the port in full view of the town might have an adverse effect on the situation, Fancourt explained 3 days later. The morale effect of stranding 250 soldiers ashore was not addressed. Holed 22 times, Broke soon sank anyway, after all hands had leaped to the deck of a rescue ship. Even with the ship gone, Swenson kept hard. He estimated that 4 French infantry companies surrounded Mont-Louis-Billard, imposing numbers but not overwhelming. He hesitated to use his mortars and machine guns for fear of killing the civilians who could be seen peering from doorways and intersections. But Royal Navy bombers pummeled the noisome battery on the Jetée du Nord, and Swenson continued to hope that the 168th Infantry would soon arrive as planned. Fashioning breastworks from hay bales and shipping crates, he organized an outer perimeter to keep French troops beyond hand grenade range, and an inner defense to shield his wounded and his heavy weapons. Then the unmistakable creak of armored tracks echoed through the quays. Several Renault light tanks peppered the breastworks with machine gun and 37mm cannon fire. Swenson gathered the few anti-armor grenades available and positioned his gunners to ambush the approaching tanks. Every grenade missed. Hay bales ignited, and fire spread to the warehouses. 2 more Renaults arrived to set up a crossfire, backing the Americans to the water's edge. Mortar rounds detonated as flames reached stacks of ammunition cases. With his riflemen low on cartridges, Swenson instructed the men to fix bayonets, then thought better of the order. Already, Terminal had cost 24 Allied dead and 55 wounded. Complete annihilation of the men on the dock would serve no cause. At 12:30 p.m., Swenson raised a white flag and surrendered. Stretcher-bearers quickly trundled away the wounded. Encroaching flames threatened to ignite their bandages. Lining up Swenson and his men, Senegalese troops were stripping them of watches, rings, and billfolds when a French officer stepped in, ordered the booty returned, and threatened to shoot the looters. A die-hard sniper fired a final shot as the Americans marched uphill to prison. The bullet killed Corporal Alvin Ronning, a tall blond farm boy from Milan, Minnesota. So jubilant were the French defenders at repelling the assault that they neglected to scuttle the port, unlike the wrecked harbor at Oran. For the Americans in Terminal, this accidental victory nearly redeemed their ordeal. 33,000 Allied troops stumbled onto the beaches east and west of Algiers on November 8th without grace, finesse, or agility. Overloaded landing craft shipped water and sank. Others foundered when their bow ramps opened prematurely or broached from an inexperienced hand on the tiller. Some scrambling nets proved too short, requiring soldiers to leap 6 feet into the waiting boats. Despite orders to preserve utter silence, the pandemonium was such that "I should have thought the Germans in Berlin could have heard us," one officer later wrote. The East Surreys and Royal West Kents finally got their rum ration, with the result that at least 2 officers, ostensibly testing for salt, staggered semi-conscious to their bunks while the merry troops embarked for the Barbary shore in full throat. Finding the right beach at night in Algiers proved even harder than at Oran. Boats puttered for hours, pursuing one signal light after another like children chasing fireflies. Seasickness so immobilized strong men that they envisioned being court-martialed for cowardice. Shouted queries across the water, "Who are you? Where are you going?" brought incoherent moans or the rudest invective. A British beachmaster, wearing white cuffs to be better seen in the dark, greeted boat after boat with a cheerful demurral, "I'm sorry to tell you, but you're on the wrong beach." 6 landing craft drifted 2 miles off course to fall within range of a French battery at Îlot de la Marine. 4 were sunk. So many other boats were mishandled that only 6 of 104 in the Algiers flotilla survived the initial trip to shore. The half-dozen survivors put to sea again to pick up a second wave, only to find their mother ships gone. An unexpected 2.5-knot westward set had pushed the convoy 11 miles to leeward in 4 hours. Outnumbered 5 to 1, the French defenders offered little coherent resistance. Near Cap Matifou, on the eastern lip of the Bay of Algiers, soldiers unloaded by error on a sandbar clung to a toggle rope and bounced into the beach like kangaroos, springing off the sandy bottom through water over their heads. British and American commandos at Matifou found the coastal battery they were seeking, then threw grenades down an ammunition elevator. The dull detonations were followed by screams and a sharp, accented reproach, "Why don't you go fight the Germans?" British naval gunfire fell short, hitting civilians and Allied troops alike. A French farmer trudged past on the coastal road, carrying the body of his dead 12-year-old son. Other French families walked to early Mass in their fine clothes, gazes averted from the Allied soldiers tramping past. In the town square at Ain Taya, troops who had been dumped into the surf warmed themselves at a huge bonfire, while an enterprising wine merchant unshuttered his shop, and villagers, still in their nightclothes, gathered to gawk at what the sea had heaved up on this strangest of Sunday mornings. On the far western fringe of the Allied landings, the British 11th Brigade landed 7,000 men at Castiglione to find that a sympathetic French officer had declined to issue ammunition to his troops. At Sidi Ferrouche, where in 1830 a French army had claimed Algeria for Napoleon II, the garrison capitulated in minutes. A French artillery major stepped from the shadows near the beach and declared, "You gentlemen are late." The 168th Infantry of the U.S. 34th Division, which was supposed to hurry east to reinforce Swenson's beleaguered terminal force at Algiers harbor, was both late and lost. 4,000 Americans in the regiment were scattered along 15 miles of coastline. Officers raced up and down narrow country lanes in confiscated autos, searching for their commands. Among the displaced was Major Robert Moore, the former boy captain from Villisca, Iowa, now second in command of the regiment's 2nd Battalion. Launched before midnight from the Karen, Moore led 2 companies in 9 landing craft to an assembly area several hundred yards from the ship. After futilely waiting almost an hour for the rest of the battalion flotilla to arrive, Moore ordered the coxswain to turn toward land. A naval officer motoring through the swell a mile offshore assured Moore that he was on course. But after beaching the boats and dragging their equipment across the sand, the men were chagrined to see British 11th Brigade troops. Moore quickly deduced that instead of landing at the beach codenamed Beer White, the boat crews had veered 8 miles down to the coast to Apple White. Moore sent a scouting party inland. When it failed to return, he rousted the remaining 200 men from their bivouac and set out to find the rest of his battalion. The deficiencies of the past 2 years in preparing the 34th Division for war now began to tell. The amateurish football field maneuvers and town square drilling by the Iowa National Guard seemed irrelevant in the scrub pines of coastal Algeria. The hurried dispatch of the 34th to Britain 10 months earlier, the dispersal of regiments across Northern Ireland, the poor training facilities, the rapid turnover in commanders, and the diversion of troops for use as laborers and headquarters guards meant that most of the infantry units arriving in Africa were not prepared for combat service, as a division history acknowledged. Like other regiments in the division, the 168th had a proud history, including 5 battle ribbons won in the Great War. But old ribbons would not take Algiers, nor infuse the men with combat experience, nor tell Bob Moore where he was. Moore marched his 2 companies for more than a mile through vineyards and pine copses along the coastal hills before concluding that he was on the wrong road. He halted the men and ordered a countermarch, but the lieutenant at the head of the column failed to get word and instead continued unawares with a small vanguard. At mid-morning, 200 French colonial troops in a dozen trucks drove past Moore and his men, who stared wide-eyed and silent until the convoy disappeared from sight without a shot. Hours after landing, footsore and thirsty, Moore heard gunfire in Lamberidi, just west of Algiers. A French machine gun on a knoll overlooking the road had killed 2 soldiers from Company G and wounded 2 others. Moore ordered 3 platoons to outflank the position. After a flurry of shots, 7 enemy soldiers surrendered. French sniper bullets chewed into masonry walls and gouged divots from the pavement, while children with outstretched palms begged cigarettes from American soldiers huddled in the doorways. Arabs in grimy robes and blackened sandals ambled across the square, acknowledging neither the snipers nor their American targets. Moore hurried across an exposed intersection by mingling with the pedestrians, then tried to organize another flanking assault. He now commanded fragments from all 3 of the regiment's battalions, including scores of stragglers. A second machine gun, firing from an upper floor, killed a lieutenant and wounded a captain. Moore worked his way along a hill overlooking the house. Squirming forward on his belly, he carefully rose up for a better look. Suddenly, he was on his back, stunned and confused. A private next to him was bleeding from a gunshot wound. Moore unsnapped his own chin strap and removed his helmet. A deep groove from a sniper's bullet ran across the crest like a black scar. An inch lower, and the first round ever fired at the boy captain would have killed him. For the first time, Moore realized how frightened he was. Even nameless skirmishes could be lethal. "I thought the fight with the snipers was quite a battle," he would say months later, after receiving the Silver Star for his valor at Lamberidi. "Now I know it was just a comic opera war." Still, good men lay as dead as if at Antietam or the Meuse Argonne. When he had time to scribble a letter home, Moore wrote, "I got my helmet creased and set back on my butt before I realized that I was being shot at. Outside of that and being scared, I came out okay." In these first hours of the war, Moore had learned several vital lessons that thousands of other American soldiers were also learning around the rim of Africa. Some lessons were fundamental. Stay low. Take a few extra moments to study the map before setting off. But others involved the nature of combat and leadership, a realization that battlefields were inherently chaotic, that improvisation was a necessary virtue, that speed and stealth and firepower won small skirmishes as well as big battles, that every moment held risk, and every man was mortal. Moore shoved the helmet back onto his head and summoned a medic to attend the wounded private. The living awaited orders, and the white roofs of Algiers gleamed in the distance. Bob Moore, unhurt, but now blooded, pressed on. Glory enough for us all. The stars had once again eaten from Kent Hewitt's hand. 4,000 miles from Hampton Roads, Task Force 34 approached the Moroccan coast on the night of November 7th with celestial precision, 8 minutes ahead of schedule. More than 100 ships in 9 columns had steamed across the Atlantic in a box measuring 20 miles by 30, zigzagging so vigorously that each wake was said to resemble the path of a reeling drunk in the snow. Following a sharp rebuke from Admiral Hewitt for radio chatter that sounded more like a Chinese laundry at New Year's than a fleet going to war, the convoy had fallen silent for 2 weeks. Expertly tossed semaphore signals now flew from one side of the armada to the other in 10 minutes. Sailors still scraped the painted bulkheads to bare metal. Hundreds of new soldiers had been virtually press-ganged for the invasion. Sergeants taught them how to load, aim, and fire a rifle from the fantail. Other troops broke out the newfangled bazookas. After pondering the stovepipe design, a volunteer clad in an asbestos firefighter suit squeezed the trigger and launched a round into a wave. The roaring back blast flung hot debris to the rear, and the wounded whitecap swept on. But troops at the rail cheered, as though a dragon had been slain. A gale born south of Iceland had struck the fleet on November 4th near Madeira, with seas so foul that even heavy cruisers rolled 30 degrees. Battalion surgeons treating the seasick exhausted their stocks of belladonna and phenobarbital. The captain of the transport, Charles Carroll, studied his clinometer and, with a dispassion that terrified every landlubber in earshot, mused, I can't believe a ship can roll so far without turning over." The 4 top-heavy escort carriers, known collectively as the Old Indispensables, wallowed so grievously that during each perilous yaw, sailors took bets on whether the ships would recover. For Hewitt, the storm posed the greatest challenge of his naval career. Surf higher than 5 feet was considered lethal to amphibious landings. Seas up to 18 feet now pounded the Moroccan coast. For weeks, meteorologists had repeatedly flown from Gibraltar to the Azores, taking measurements and jotting Kabbalistic symbols in their notebooks in an effort to better understand weather patterns in the eastern Atlantic. Reconnaissance pilots had photographed the Moroccan surf so often they could now report that waves averaged 10 feet in height even without a northeaster blowing, and broke in 30-second sets of 7. A radio transmission from the War Department included a forecast of landing conditions on November 8th. Very poor. Hewitt paced Augusta's heaving bridge, studying the forecast and similarly disheartening messages from the Navy Department and the British Admiralty. The lives of 34,000 soldiers weighed heavily in his musings. History had often punished invaders who disregarded the weather, but a decision was required by dawn on November 7th to allow time for the fleet to split and take station off the 3 landing sites along the Moroccan coast. American troops were to seize an all-weather airfield at Port Lyautey in the north, and through landings above and below Casablanca, envelop the city and capture her port. Hewitt reduced his problem thus. He could wait for surer seas, but with fuel supplies dwindling, U-boats threatening, and the French surely alert at their guns, he could divert into the Mediterranean in search of a shoreline that was more benign, yet far from the crucial port at Casablanca. Or he could launch the landing craft as planned and hope for the best. Lord Louis Mountbatten, commander of British amphibious forces, had been reading the same grim weather forecasts in London. "I hope to God," Mountbatten said, "Admiral Hewitt will have the guts to go through with it." The choice was Hewitt's, but Patton, who would assume command of the expedition once the troops were ashore, urged him forward. Patton had spent the long passage reading the Koran, exercising in his cabin by holding the dresser and running in place. 480 steps, he calculated, made a quarter mile. And issuing proclamations. "We are to be congratulated because we have been chosen," he told his troops. "You must succeed, for to retreat is as cowardly as it is fatal. Americans do not surrender." Soldiers should prepare for battle with daily calisthenics of as violent a nature as the facilities of the ship permit. He briefly terrorized his staff upon discovering that propaganda leaflets prepared by the War Department were written in bad French. The accent grave infidèle, for example, was missing. "Some goddamn fool in the States forgot to put the accents in this thing," Patton told his intelligence officer. "Get a bunch of your men and put them to work. Let them put the accents where they belong, or none of these goddamn leaflets will be dropped. Or do you expect me to land on French soil introduced by such illiterate calling cards?" Thousands of leaflets had been restored to literacy by a platoon of soldiers with pencils. Despite their early antipathy, Patton and Hewitt had grown closer during the voyage, and their partnership now verged on real friendship. Yet Patton still suspected the Navy would avoid a fight if possible. "War is the only place where a man really lives," he liked to say. The thought of flinching from combat was excruciating. Before leaving Norfolk, Patton had asked Eisenhower for secret authority to force Hewitt to bombard Casablanca if the admiral showed weakness in the knees. Eisenhower promptly replied that no, repeat, no bombardment will be executed without prior authority from me. In the unlikely event of a complete failure in signal communications, you will use your own discretion as to the action to be taken. Thus shackled, Patton blithely dismissed the danger that landing craft would capsize in high surf. "You know what happens when things get overturned. They get washed ashore. If that happens, the men will get washed ashore, and then they'll be there ready to fight." In the smallest hours of November 7th, Hewitt was dozing on a cot in his command post on Augusta's flag bridge when his aerologist woke him. Lieutenant Commander R.C. Steer carried a smudged weather map and a flashlight. Steer had concluded that the War Department and Navy forecasts were wrong. The storm would abate. He handed Hewitt a typed sheet of paper with his own prediction. Swell and surf will be much reduced by offshore winds. Saturday night waves will be of the order of 2 to 4 feet. Hewitt studied Steer's report and barometric charts. High seas would likely return on Monday, November 9th, giving the invaders a day to gain a beachhead. One of Kent Hewitt's favorite concepts was that of velvet, a sufficient margin of safety to allow for unexpected reverses. Divine Providence, he now believed, had given him some velvet. Without betraying the turmoil churning within him, Hewitt issued his orders. "Gentlemen, we will execute Plan 1 as scheduled. Be prepared to make that signal to the task force at first daylight." In London, Mountbatten judged this one of the most important decisions of the war, a brave decision, the decision of a commander. At dawn on November 7th, 26 ships carrying 6,000 assault troops peeled away from the convoy and headed toward Safi in southern Morocco. 8 hours later, 27 other ships with 9,000 soldiers veered north toward Média, a coastal village near Port Lyautey. Hewitt's main force, with almost 20,000 troops under Patton's oversight, continued on toward Fedala, just north of Casablanca. A solitary banana boat spotted on the western horizon proved to be the intrepid Contessa, rolling deep in the water from her cargo of bombs and high-octane aviation fuel. She had crossed alone. Wary of being gunned down by trigger-happy American sailors, the jailhouse crew hoisted the Honduran flag and a vivid assortment of signals, including, "I am a straggler." Hewitt dispatched a destroyer to escort Contessa to Média and bluntly warned the explosive scow to keep her distance from the rest of the fleet. With new urgency, soldiers studied the coastline recognition silhouettes painted on wardroom bulkheads. Medical officers believed that clean soldiers had a better chance of surviving wounds and infections, and they ordered every man going ashore to shower. The troop holds resembled a fraternity house before a big dance, one sailor reported. All hands were scrubbing down. No one told the men that the army had secretly projected first-day battle casualties in Morocco of 1,700 killed or drowned and 4,000 wounded. Sailors tested their winches, re-greased the blocks and running gear, and shifted deck cargo off the hatch covers. Others wetted down wooden decks and manila lines to make them less combustible. Many soldiers were puzzled at the notion of combat against the French. "Come on, boys," a gunner's mate suggested. "Let's pretend they're Japs." Commanders with an impulse to declaim offered the men the solace of their rhetoric. The skipper of Massachusetts uttered the Latin motto of the state for which his battleship was named, "Ense petit placidam sub libertate quietam," which every swab no doubt could translate as, "With the sword she seeks peace under liberty." Rear Admiral Robert C. Giffen, who commanded the warship escorts under Hewitt, declared, "Hit hard and break clean. There is glory enough for us all." Brooklyn's captain summoned the ship's chaplain and confided, "I'm not a praying man myself, but here's the sentiment I want to put into language appropriate for the Almighty. O Lord, gangway for a fighting ship." Patton napped briefly before appearing on Augusta's bridge in the early hours of November 8th. His own final words had included sound advice for the infantry. "Get off that damned beach as fast as you can." He was still leery of orders, passed from Marshall to Eisenhower to Allied commanders to avoid firing the first shot. Patton had told his commanders, "Do not risk the lives of 30,000 men trying to decide who wants to surrender and who doesn't. If they show white flags, don't attack. But I doubt if you can see the white flags. American soldiers must have a superiority complex," he insisted, and letting the French shoot first did not contribute to that elevated mentality. On the darkened bridge, Patton's temper flared anew at the sound of Roosevelt's voice over the ship's public address system. The president's appeal to the Vichy government, secretly recorded at the White House in English and French, was being broadcast every half hour by the BBC. "We come among you solely to destroy your enemies and not to harm you," Roosevelt proclaimed. "Do not obstruct, I beg of you, this great purpose." Patton had pleaded in vain with Eisenhower to forestall this broadcast, since the Moroccan invasion would begin several hours after those in Algeria. The delay was intended to prevent Moroccan defenders from spotting Hewitt's ships before nightfall on November 7th. "Vive la France éternelle," Roosevelt concluded. Men listening on Augusta and other ships were aghast. Not a single landing craft had yet been launched. Patton paced the bridge, mimicking Roosevelt's stringy French. Mes amis, mes amis. He paused in his fuming to study the sea. The wind had died, and the swell was flattening. Aerologist Steer had been right. By dawn, the Atlantic would be calm as a millpond. "I guess," Patton said, "I must be God's most favorite person." Down the length of Morocco, the French slept unawares. Fuel shortages had long grounded Vichy coastal air patrols, and no one monitored the BBC, which was disdained as mere propaganda. Roosevelt's appeal went unheard, Hewitt's ships undetected, Patton's peak unsuspected. Only rebels were afoot. For more than 2 years, British and American agents had tried to organize a fifth column in Morocco. The results had been mixed. A scheme by Moroccan Jews to blow up 5,000 tons of rubber on the Casablanca docks came to naught. But the insertion of an eavesdropping microphone at the German Armistice Commission succeeded admirably. The apostles had formed several cells of secret agents with exotic noms de guerre, Mr. Fish, Sea Slug, Leroy the Badger, and imaginative covers. A one-time foreign legionnaire known as Pink Eye ostensibly worked as a black market macaroni salesman. Leading the insurrectionists was Black Beast, Major General Émile Betoile. The commander of the Casablanca Division and a hero of the Franco-Polish Expeditionary Force that fought in Norway in 1940, Betoile had been enlisted as a conspirator by Robert Murphy and General Mast. At 8 p.m. on November 7th, he informed 10 trusted officers of the imminent Allied landing, and dispatched them to secure various garrisons and landing fields. They rushed off, Betoile later recalled, with almost a juvenile enthusiasm. 6 hours later, he awoke the sleeping resident general of Morocco, General Auguste Paul Nogues, in Rabat, and informed him that the country was being delivered to the Allies. He also arrested the chief of Vichy Air Forces in Morocco, urging him, "Have a seat in a good armchair." After that, nothing went right. Nogues was a slippery equivocator known to the Allies as "No Yes." He barricaded himself in his palace and declined to believe that 100 American ships could sneak up on his country undiscovered. On a secret phone line that he had just installed between the palace and the Admiralty in Casablanca, Nogues called his naval chief and told him of the putsch. Vice Admiral François Michelier peered seaward, then assured the resident general that no Allied fleet lurked offshore and that such an expedition was not technically possible. Michelier phoned back to confirm this assessment at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and 5 a.m. Gathering the fortitude needed to assure his own preservation, Nogues accused Betoile of being duped by a group of idiots and ordered a general alert. Betoile lost heart and surrendered. He was promptly jailed, consoled only by the 2 bottles of champagne smuggled into his cell by a prison doctor. In Casablanca, squads of Senegalese soldiers set up their machine guns with languid gestures. Platoons of Spahi cavalrymen in heavy capes cantered from their barracks. Sleepy naval officers hurried toward the port and coastal batteries by Citroën, motor scooter, and bicycle. Allied agents kindled their codebooks. Apart from kidnapping the commander of the Fez garrison out of his mistress's bed, the insurrectionists had achieved nothing but to give Vichy authorities several hours' advance warning of possible trouble. "The sky is dark," a young army lieutenant scribbled in a hasty letter before heading to the boat deck, "and everything looks perfect." The lieutenant was deceived. Not only was trouble brewing ashore, but Hewitt's ships had thoroughly deranged themselves. 2 weeks of flawless navigation collapsed almost within sight of land. Even before half the force peeled off for Safi to the south and Medial to the north, disagreement erupted among the captains over the convoy's precise position. One plot showed that the fleet had actually sailed into the Moroccan hills. The dispute persisted through the early evening of November 7th, even though the sky was clear enough to shoot the stars, and even after the great lighthouse beacon at El Hunk was spotted. The lights of Casablanca burned so brilliantly that one submarine captain likened surfacing 7 miles from the city to coming up in the center of Times Square. Despite this irrefutable evidence that land was near, Commanders in the main convoy bound for Fedala failed to make the course corrections needed to prevent straggling and align the transports. Just before 11:30 p.m., the fleet tried to set itself right with a 45-degree turn to starboard, followed by another sharp turn 15 minutes later. On this moonless night, many of the red and green lights used to order these maneuvers went unseen. Whistle signals were unheard or miscounted. El Honk and other shore lights abruptly winked out as though one switch had been pulled. By the time the drop anchor whistle sounded, not a single transport could be found in the right location, and some were 10,000 yards, 6 miles, out of position. To be perfectly honest, one naval officer confessed, I am not right sure exactly where we are. Destroyers tacked back and forth to seaward, sniffing for enemy submarines. A light offshore wind carried the loamy scent of land. Above the patchy clouds, Cassiopeia set and the Great Bear rose on his tail. The relentless throb of ships' engines died away, bringing a silence not heard since Norfolk. Then the metallic rattle of anchor chains broke the spell. Crewmen peeled back the hatch covers, and wheezing donkey engines began to winch cargo from the holds. Bells clanged and clanged again, to no purpose discernible to landsmen. In the packed troop compartments, blue cigarette smoke curled around the dim battle lights. Soldiers in green herringbone twill shifted their creaky rucksacks and awaited orders. Orders came. Men shuffled onto the boat decks. Color-coded cargo nets now draped the sides like spiderwebs. A loadmaster with a bullhorn called to a landing craft sputtering below, "Personnel boat come alongside red." Coxswains in yellow oilskin coats and capacious pantaloons eased close, squinting to distinguish red from blue and trying not to foul their propellers in the nets. Officers climbed over the sides, their Tommy guns and map cases banging against them all the way down. On some transports, after countless rehearsed departures from the starboard rail, the men were inexplicably ordered over the port side. Chaos attended. Others were told to fix bayonets, until the first man on the net impaled his thigh and was hoisted back on deck as a casualty. The feeble, obscene strains of 4F Charlie sounded from troops waiting their turn. A veteran of the Great War revived a line often uttered before going over the top, "Don't harass the shock troops." Then the loadmasters bellowed, "Shove off." Coxswains gunned their engines and sheered away in a green blaze of phosphorescence, studying the heavens with a faint hope that Polaris or Sirius would tell them where to find land. At Fedala, the first wave of 26 landing craft headed vaguely east just after 5 a.m. Misguided boats missed the beach and struck a reef with, as an official account later lamented, indescribable confusion. Men from the 30th Infantry Regiment struggled toward shore in water chin-deep, their hands and legs a fretwork of coral cuts. Dead-weighted with entrenching tools, rifles, grenades, wire cutters, gas masks, ammo magazines, and K-rations, those knocked from their feet by the modest waves rarely rose again. The coxswain of a 50-foot lighter strayed too far in front of a breaker, the bow caught the seafloor 200 yards from the beach, and the boat cartwheeled, flinging men, guns, and a jeep into the surf. Only 6 soldiers emerged alive. Troops flopped onto the sand, shooting wildly at searchlights from the coastal battery at Cherki, while Arabs on spavined donkeys trotted along the water's edge, scavenging life jackets and canteens. The task force challenge and countersign soon echoed through the dune grass like a taunt. "George!" and "Patton!" 80 miles north, at Media, troops from 8 transports were to push 6 miles inland to capture the Port Lyautey airfield. Brigadier General Lucian K. Truscott, Jr., climbed down a cargo net on the Henry T. Allen and motored from transport to transport, trying to convince suspicious sailors that he was indeed commander of the Media force. A ragged flotilla of landing craft eventually made for shore with American flags snapping from each stern like a yacht race. The crack of gunfire carried across the water once, twice, then twice more. 4 soldiers were wounded accidentally by comrades loading their rifles in the boats. Several landing craft snagged on sandbars or capsized as soldiers rolled over the gunwales in their haste to reach land. sodden bodies washed ashore, face down in a tangle of rifle slings and uninflated lifebelts. But at 5:40 a.m., 100 minutes late, the first troops from the 60th Infantry Regiment scrambled unopposed across Green Beach, eyeing the 16th-century Portuguese fort that blocked their path to the airfield. The third and final frontal assault against a defended port in Operation Torch was planned for Safi, 140 miles south of Casablanca. A Portuguese trading post in the age of Columbus, Safi had once earned fame for horse breeding and then as the world's largest sardine fishery. Now it was an unlovely phosphate exporting town of 25,000, famous for nothing. Much of the American battle planning was based on a yellowed 1906 French nautical chart, as well as on picture postcards from the Navy's horde of tourist snapshots and other memorabilia showing various ocean frontages. Jew's Cliff, a sheltered beach outside Safi, had been identified through just such a faded postcard. Renamed Yellow Beach, it was designated as a prime landing site. To seize Safi port itself, the Navy chose a pair of ancient destroyers, the USS Cole, which in 1921 had been the world's fastest ship, capable of 42 knots, and the USS Bernadou. A secret refitting in Bermuda intended to lighten the vessels and lower their profiles by amputating all masts and funnels had left them sawed off and hammered down. Each destroyer would carry 200 assault troops from the 47th Infantry Regiment, who received American flag armbands and 2 cartons of cigarettes apiece with which to buy French amity. Capturing the little harbor would allow Patton to land a battalion of 54 Sherman tanks, which could then outflank Casablanca from the south without exposure to the city's formidable coastal guns. The Safi assault, known as Blackstone, differed in key details from the port attacks at Oran and Algiers. Safi's defenses were less sturdy than those in the Algerian cities, and American warships stood ready to pulverize any resistance. Also, to avoid alerting the defenders, the attack would slightly precede the beach landings. Commanding the 47th Infantry was Colonel Edwin H. Randall, an Indiana native with slicked hair and a wolfish mustache. "Violent, rapid, ruthless combat is the only way to win," Randall told his men. "Fire low. Ricochets may kill the enemy, and they certainly will scare him. Make it tough and make it violent." The usual muddle obtained during disembarkation, delaying the attack for half an hour. Loadmasters finally stretched a huge net at an angle from the transport Lion to the destroyer's decks and rolled the troops down into their comrades' waiting arms. Only one soldier tumbled into the Atlantic, never to be seen again. At 3:50 a.m., Bernadou headed for shore, with Cole trailing. As the lead destroyer glided toward the granite breakwater, a sharp-eyed French sentry challenged her by flashing 2 Morse letters, VH. Bernadou's captain answered by semaphore with precisely the same signal. The ruse befuddled the defenders for 18 minutes until Bernadou rounded the bell buoy and announced her presence in the harbor at 4:28 a.m. by firing a pyrotechnic gadget designed to unfurl an illuminated American flag. The stubborn flag stayed furled, and the French opened fire. Machine gun rounds cracked overhead, and 75mm shells whistled into the water with a smoky hiss. Bernadou answered, sweeping the jetties with cannon and mortar fire, then ran aground so hard that her bow lurched 30 feet onto the fish wharf. The assault troops in Company K were flung to the deck. At sea, 2 radio messages ran through the American fleet. "Batter up," announced French resistance. "Play ball" at 4:38 a.m. authorized retaliatory fire. With a tremendous roar, the battleship New York and cruiser Philadelphia complied, aiming at muzzle flashes 9 miles away. Mesmerized soldiers and sailors watched the glowing crimson shells arc across the sky before smashing into the shore batteries north of Safi. One of New York's 14-inch shells caught the lip of the 300-foot cliff at Pointe de la Tour, dug a furrow 20 feet long, then ricocheted up through the fire control tower at Batterie La Railleuse, killing everyone inside. Scraps of scalp and the battery commander's shredded uniform painted the shattered walls. Unsettled, the troops on Bernadou were slow to leave her. They flopped back to the deck with each new shell burst until rousted by their officers and shoved toward the single scrambling net now draped over the bow. Canteens and cigarette cartons snagged in the webbing, leaving soldiers caught like seined fish. The men finally found their valor on solid ground. French troops clattered down a jetty with a small field gun pulled by a donkey. Sheets of American bullets sent them fleeing. The Cole managed to berth at the phosphate quay at 5 a.m. Company L swarmed ashore, chasing foreign legionnaires from the docks and seizing the railroad station, post office, and Shell Oil depot. 3 more waves of infantrymen landed, remarkably where they were supposed to land. White-robed Arabs crowded balconies above the harbor to watch. An American major later reported to the War Department, "A soldier would snake his way painfully through rocks and rubble to set up a light machine gun, raise his head cautiously to aim, and find a dozen natives clustered solemnly around him. Street intersections were crowded with head-turning natives like a tennis gallery following the whining flight of bullets over their heads." By early afternoon, the invaders held a beachhead 5 miles wide and half a mile deep. American sharpshooters knocked out 3 Renault tanks with rifle grenades, then turned the tank guns on a French barracks. 300 colonial troops surrendered. A solitary Vichy bomber made a feeble pass at the port. American anti-aircraft gunners, with zeal far eclipsing their marksmanship, shot up warehouse roofs and their own deck booms so vigorously that ricocheting 50-caliber tracers resembled someone trying to cut the cranes with a welder's torch. It was all too much for the French garrison commander. American troops stormed his headquarters at Front de Mer, capturing him and 7 staff officers without a struggle. Their combined arsenal consisted of 2 revolvers. Except for a few snipers, Safi had fallen. U.S. casualties totaled 4 dead and 25 wounded. Eisenhower had trusted in his luck, and so far his luck had held. Only by the clock on his office wall in the Gibraltar Tunnel did the commander-in-chief know that dawn had come on November 8th. He neither heard the church bells in Gibraltar town on this balmy Sunday morning, nor saw the Spitfires lift from the runway to patrol the approaches from Spain and Italy. Eisenhower rose from his cot and padded down to the lavatory for a cold water shave. To Marshall he reported, "Everything appears to be going ahead about as anticipated. Information directly from task forces is meager, but I do not care to worry commanders at this stage by demanding reports. But I'd give a month's pay for an accurate report this minute from each sector. We do know that we are fairly solidly ashore at eastern and central points, and that western attack began as scheduled." Besides that, he knew very little. The message center at Gibraltar had fallen hours behind in decoding the dispatches pouring in from Algeria and Morocco, as well as from Washington and London. Sketchy reports from Algiers and Oran indicated troops were ashore at all 6 Algerian landing sites. As for Task Force 34, almost nothing was known beyond a brief message from Hewitt reporting that he was proceeding apace. Eavesdroppers had picked up radio broadcasts of the Star-Spangled Banner and the Marseillaise from Patton's propaganda station aboard the Texas, but not a word had been heard from Patton himself. When you get to high places in the Army, Eisenhower had recently written to his son John, a cadet at West Point, this business of warfare is no longer just a question of getting out and teaching the soldiers how to shoot or how to crawl up a ravine or dig a foxhole. It is partly politics, partly public speaking, partly essay writing, partly social contact. A fellow wishes he could just get into a hammock under a nice shade tree and read a few Wild West magazines. This business of warfare was also partly about waiting. As the hours ticked by, a few more dispatches dribbled in, including vague accounts of trouble in Algiers harbor and resistance at the Oran port. By 9 a.m., one airfield outside Algiers was supposedly in Allied hands. But except for reports that 3 transport aircraft from Operation Villain had been forced down, nothing was heard regarding the airborne operation. Eisenhower's naval aide and confidant, a former CBS executive named Harry C. Butcher, wrote in his diary, "What becomes of 36 paratroop planes?" Another garbled dispatch indicated that at one Moroccan beach, Patton was re-embarking the landing craft under a truce flag. "That I do not believe," Eisenhower wrote to his Chief of Staff, Major General Walter B. Smith, who was still in London. "Unless my opinion of Georgie is 100% wrong, he wouldn't re-embark anything, including himself." Lighting another Camel, Eisenhower retreated into his tiny office. He had agreed to another negotiating session with Giraud in an hour. That unpleasant prospect now was complicated by perplexing reports that Admiral Darlan was in Algiers talking to Robert Murphy. Eisenhower remembered Churchill's advice. "Kiss Darlan's stern if you have to, but get the French Navy." But what about Giraud? He uncapped a fountain pen and in his tight cursive wrote at the top of a sheet of notepaper, "Worries of a commander." Beginning with "Spain is so ominously quiet," he listed 10 anxieties. Number 3, defensive fighting, which seemed half-hearted and spiritless this morning, has blazed up and in many places resistance is stubborn. Number 6, Giraud is difficult to deal with, wants much in power, equipment, etc., but seems little disposed to do his part to stop fighting. Number 9, we don't know whereabouts or conditions of airborne force. And number 10, we cannot find out anything. Having unburdened himself, he capped the pen and reviewed the message traffic once again. Casualties seemed modest, pending further word on reservist, terminal, and villain. It was tragic that France felt compelled to fight, but the defenders had displayed remarkable lassitude in failing to lay mines, conduct reconnaissance, or to sortie Vichy submarine and air fleets. Yet if politically ambivalent and militarily inert, the French had not capitulated. Vichy resistance near Casablanca and Média appeared to be stiffening. Darlan's intentions remained opaque. Giraud was brooding somewhere in this Gibraltar grotto. Murphy apparently was under arrest. Many French rebels were in irons. German and Italian forces would not likely remain quiescent for long. And Tunisia, the reason for launching the most ambitious seaborne invasion in history, remained far, far away. Sometimes a fellow just wished he could crawl in a hammock and read a few Wild West magazines. Chapter 3. Beachhead. A sword in Algiers. Eisenhower's uncertainty over the progress of Operation Torch was shared by every soldier in the Algerian and Moroccan beachheads. No man knew anything irrefutably except what he had witnessed. Sailors at sea could see nothing except gun flashes ashore. Soldiers ashore remained ignorant of what was beyond the next Jebel. Commanders received fragmentary reports that proved to be incomplete or contradictory or wrong. This was war, our condition and our history, the place we had to live in, as one correspondent wrote. But to many, it seemed like a street brawl with artillery. For neophyte troops, this first combat experience was revealing. War was fought by ignorant armies on a darkling plain. The fighting between Anglo-American invaders and Vichy French defenders would last just over 3 days. Sometimes it was a matter of half-hearted pot shots, but there were pitched firefights on a dozen battlefields across 2 countries. This little war between ancient friends, many Americans still could not believe they were fighting the French, was complicated by concomitant diplomatic maneuvers and the first attacks from Axis forces. All this happened more or less simultaneously, from Sunday morning through Tuesday night, November 8th to 10th, 1942. But for narrative simplicity, the action can unfold counterclockwise around the northwest rim of Africa, beginning in Algiers and ending in Morocco. East of the Algerian capital, a battalion from the U.S. 39th Infantry had appeared at the gates of the Maison Blanche airfield just after dawn on November 8th. French soldiers fired a few wild shots for honor's sake and then surrendered. At 10 a.m., the first Hurricane fighters, launched hours earlier from Gibraltar with no guarantee of a place to land in Africa, touched down on the runway. From Castiglione on the western edge of the beachhead, where industrious Algerians were stripping abandoned landing craft of their compasses and propellers, British troops captured another airfield at Blida and looped into Algiers from the south. One impatient commander seized 6 hostages, whom he described as all very friendly and matey, then drove to the docks, put a pistol to the head of the concierge, and hoisted a British ensign above a French command post. "Cheers rent the welkin," he reported. Lieutenant Colonel Edward J. Doyle, commander of the 1st Battalion of the 168th Infantry, also grew impatient with his unit's dawdling progress against French snipers in the western suburb of Lamberidi, the same gunmen who had clipped Robert Moore's helmet earlier that morning. Ignoring orders to hold in place, Doyle flanked the skirmishers with 24 men and sprinted through Algiers. Soon he was rattling the gates of the Governor-General's summer palace. A watchman refused to admit him. "The governor," the Frenchman advised, "is at the beach." American troops responded by shooting out the tires of a well-heeled gentleman leaving the German consulate across the street. The driver's rage, good tires were particularly dear, was interrupted by the crack of a sniper's rifle. Doyle pitched to the pavement, mortally wounded by a bullet below his left shoulder blade. After Colonel Marshall in Operation Reservist, he was the 2nd American Battalion commander to die that morning. Luftwaffe pilots flying from Italy on Sunday afternoon made their first appearance off Cap Marifou, where a covey of transport ships lay at anchor. An enemy Ju-88 dodged Allied flak and launched 2 torpedoes from an altitude of 50 feet. One missed. The second caught USS Leedstown on the starboard flank, carrying away her rudder. Dead in the water and listing with 500 men still aboard, the ship was easy prey. Near misses by dive bombers opened her seams. Then 2 more torpedoes amidships caused her to quickly settle by the head. Men leaped overboard, only to be sucked back into the ship through the torpedo holes. They scrambled topside and leaped again. Castaways on rafts paddled toward shore, singing with lusty abandon, until they saw the heavy surf at Ain Taya. The locals stopped their looting long enough to cut tall reeds with which they pulled capsized survivors from the foaming water. Led to an abandoned theater, the shivering men were bedded in straw and revived with brandy. Leedstown sank in 20 fathoms. Pleasing as such retaliatory Axis raids may have been, Admiral Darlan recognized, with the discernment of a professional survivor, that the jig was nearly up. The Vichy commander-in-chief had only 7,000 badly armed troops in Algiers. Both major airfields had been captured, his fleet was bottled up by British men-of-war, and the city was surrounded by 30,000 soldiers. At 3 p.m. on Sunday, Darlan reappeared at the Villa des Oliviers, where Robert Murphy and Kenneth Pendar had been spared execution through the timely clemency of General Juin. The admiral found the American diplomats at lunch, watching the port warehouses burn and dive bombers pirouette over Algiers Bay. Darlan announced that he was ready to parley. Would Monsieur Murphy find the American commander, who was said to be on the beach 10 miles west of Algiers? In Juin's limousine with a white flag and the French tricolor flapping from the fender, the diplomats threaded their way through straggling columns of American soldiers west of Algiers. At Beach Beer White, they discovered Major General Charles W. Ryder, commander of the 34th Infantry Division, sitting on a large rock. A fellow Kansan and West Point classmate of Eisenhower's, Ryder, Doc to his friends, was a tall, angular infantryman highly decorated in the Great War. Asked if he would discuss terms with the French, he replied evenly, "I will go anywhere to talk to anyone who wishes to surrender Algiers to me." He then went nowhere. Sitting his rock, fussing about the need for a fresh uniform, he composed a 1-paragraph report to Gibraltar with the speed of a man dictating to a stonecutter. "You will have to forgive me," he told Murphy. "I haven't slept in a week." Murphy stopped pacing, took the general by the arm, and bundled him into the limousine. A bugler perched on the running board blew "Cease fire" as they careered through Lamberidi to the Avenue Maréchal Joffre. Outside Fort l'Empereur, headquarters of the Vichy military, Juin's chief of staff stood at rigid attention in the street. Behind him were spaced 6 soldiers in a V formation. "I don't like blood," Murphy confided to Ryder as they climbed from the limousine. With the precise gestures of a man practiced in capitulation, the French chief of staff extended his sword to Ryder, hilt first. "Like a historical painting in some museum," Pendar observed. Murmuring a few words of abdication, he wheeled smartly and marched into the fort. Ryder and Murphy followed. They entered a cavernous hall where stuffed hunting trophies and booty from ancient battlefields hung from the wainscoting. 50 French officers stood along the walls, glancing between the Americans and General Juin, who stood at the head of a long table swathed in green baize. Juin had exchanged his pink-striped pajamas from the previous night for the bemedaled splendor of his finest uniform. The distant mutter of small arms fire was swallowed by the roar of bombs from Royal Navy planes attacking French targets barely 100 yards distant. "How wonderful!" Ryder exclaimed. "This is the first time since World War I that I have been under fire." Icy silence greeted this remark. "Are you the senior commander?" Juin finally asked, tossing his left-handed salute. "I am." "Will you assume responsibility for keeping law and order in Algiers if it is surrendered to your force?" "Yes," Ryder answered, "provided I may have the services of the French gendarmes acting under my orders." "When will you be ready to do this?" "Immediately." "Would you permit French troops to retain their arms?" Ryder hesitated for an instant. "Yes, provided the troops are assembled in their barracks." The deed was done. Allied units would enter the city at 8 p.m. Prisoners were to be freed immediately, including survivors from Operation Terminal. French officers dispatched cars through every precinct of Algiers to herald the city's surrender with a fugato of bugles. Algiers had fallen, but not the rest of French North Africa. And there was the rub. The Americans soon learned that Darlan had formally divested himself of all power outside the city. He professed, with an infuriating shrug, to have no negotiating authority for the rest of the Vichy Empire. Another meeting at Fort l'Empereur, this time with Darlan present, yielded only an agreement to move Allied ships into Algiers harbor. At dawn on Monday, the task force flagship HMS Bulolo steamed with imperial dignity toward the railway jetty, unaware that an earlier near miss from a Luftwaffe bomb had damaged her engine room telegraphs. A routine docking order from the bridge for full steam astern went unheard. The French welcoming committee on the jetty watched with mounting alarm as the ship loomed nearer at 12 knots. Officers on the bridge debated whether Bulolo's masts would more likely sheer off forward or backward upon impact. Shrieking bystanders scattered. The captain yelled, "Everyone lie down," to his crew, and the great bow heaved up onto a fortuitous mud bank, demolishing the seawall and nicking a waterfront house before settling back into the harbor intact. Applauding spectators recovered their wits and agreed that the Royal Navy knew how to make an entrance. So too did General Giraud. On Monday morning, November 9th, he left Gibraltar for Algiers in a French plane with intentions of elbowing Darlan aside and establishing himself as the new Allied satrap in North Africa. As Eisenhower had shrewdly anticipated, Giraud had come around after sensing Torch's early success. With histrionic sighs, he agreed to serve as commander of the French military in North Africa and chief civil administrator there. Eisenhower packed him off, then publicly proclaimed that his presence there will bring about a cessation of scattered resistance. To Marshall, he privately confessed, "I find myself getting absolutely furious with these stupid frogs." The authorities in Vichy greeted Eisenhower's proclamation by denouncing the French general as a rebel chief and a felon. Giraud landed at Blida airfield to be met not by the honor guard and whooping throng he had envisioned, but by a few furtive supporters who warned of assassins. Worse yet, his luggage and uniform had gone missing. Giraud could hardly stage a proper coup in rumpled gabardine. Despondent and out of costume, he climbed into a borrowed car and headed for the serpentine alleys of Algiers' Rousseau Quarter, where a sympathetic family had offered sanctuary. 3 hours later, Mark Clark arrived by B-17 at Maison Blanche airfield with orders from Eisenhower to help Giraud take command of French forces and secure a general armistice. Instead, he found his putative viceroy in hiding, Admiral Darlan in firm command of Vichy loyalties, and fighting continued everywhere except Algiers proper. This, Clark told Murphy, really messes things up. In his retinue, Clark had included a former Rin Tin Tin screenwriter and 20th Century Fox executive named Darrell F. Zanuck. Now a Signal Corps colonel, Zanuck emerged from the plane with a 16mm movie camera and 10 rolls of film with which to document Clark's triumphant entry into Algiers. The cinematic moment was disrupted, however, by the appearance of a dozen Luftwaffe raiders. As Spitfires and Junkerses tangled overhead, gabbling civilians thronged the streets to watch the dogfights. Clark and his men crammed into 2 British half-tracks and clanked through the city. Every wall, they noticed, seemed plastered with large posters of Marshal Pétain, The invasion of North Africa was barely 24 hours old, but already it had descended into French farce. The Hôtel Saint-Georges was a rambling, bone-white hostel on Rue Michelet, the most fashionable avenue in Algiers' most fashionable neighborhood. Long favored for its gorgeous sea vistas by wealthy spinsters touring the Mediterranean, the Saint-Georges now served as headquarters for the French Navy. Marines had tracked the lobby's intricate mosaic floor with mud. It was here that the Americans agreed to meet Darlan and his lieutenants early Tuesday morning, November 10th. Clark found General Ryder exhausted from hours of fruitless dickering. "I've stalled them about as long as I can," Ryder said. A rifle company had been posted among the palm trees outside, with orders to shoot their butts off if the French made trouble. Murphy led Clark through the hotel foyer to a small, stuffy room with blue Moorish tile and a view of the sun-dappled Mediterranean. 5 French admirals and 4 generals awaited them. Darlan wore elevated heels and a black double-breasted admiral's tunic that accentuated his pasty complexion. He greeted the Americans cordially, but the French refused to shake hands with the solitary British officer in Clark's delegation. Clark folded himself into a chair at the head of the table, with Darlan on his left, Juin on his right, and Murphy translating. "We have work to do to meet the common enemy," Clark said. "All my associates and I feel hostilities are fruitless," Darlan replied. But beyond surrendering Algiers, he had no authority to sign an armistice. "I can simply obey the orders of Pétain." "The problem is bigger than that," Clark insisted. He gestured vaguely toward Tunisia. "Will the French troops east of Algiers resist as we pass through to meet the common enemy?" Darlan's watery blue eyes avoided Clark's stare. "I have asked Vichy to give me an answer to your terms as soon as possible." Clark thumped the table with his fist. "It will be necessary to retain you in protective custody. I hope you understand. We must move east. I will go to General Giraud. He will sign the terms and issue the necessary orders." Darlan mopped his pate, and the faintest trace of a smile crossed his lips. "I am not certain the troops will obey." "If you think Pétain will agree with you that hostilities must cease, why can't you issue that order now?" "It would result," Darlan said slowly, "in the immediate occupation of southern France by the Germans." Clark's fist again crashed onto the table. "What you are doing now means the killing of more French and Americans. This is the time when we must lean on our inclinations and not on our orders. Here is an opportunity for all Frenchmen to rally and win the war. Here is your last chance." "That is your decision," Darlan said. "Tell him," Clark said to Murphy, "that Pétain is nothing in our young lives." He pushed back his chair to leave, but Juin held up his hand. "Give us 5 minutes." As the Allied delegates filed from the room, Darlan murmured to Murphy, "Would you mind suggesting to Major General Clark that I am a 5-star admiral? He should stop talking to me like a lieutenant junior grade." The Americans retreated to a remote corridor across the foyer. The sound of raised French voices drifted from the closed door. Clark paced, muttering about YBSOBs, the private acronym he and Eisenhower had invented for yellow-bellied sons of bitches. Clark's tacit threat to declare martial law in North Africa horrified Murphy. He could hardly imagine administering railroads, mail, water supply, and other civil functions across 1 million square miles with nearly 20 million people, few of whom shared a language with any American. If the Allies were to lunge toward Tunisia without fear of a stab in the back, they needed French help. The door swung open. Darlan's pudgy confidant and his host in Algiers, Vice Admiral Raymond Fernal, smiled and gestured. As Clark and the others took their seats, Darlan turned to Murphy and said, "J'accepte." He laid a draft order before Clark, announcing to all French troops that further battle was futile. A proposed message to Pétain suggested that continued fighting would likely cost France its African possessions. Darlan took up a pen and scratched an order in the name of the Marshal, ordering all land, sea, and air forces in North Africa to cease fire, return to their bases, and observe a strict neutrality. Darlan again mopped his head. "This will stand," Clark declared. He immediately cabled word of the agreement to Gibraltar. "I deemed it of the utmost importance," he told Eisenhower, "to do anything to secure an order which would be obeyed to cease hostilities." Giraud resurfaced in his kepi, jodhpurs, gold braid, and gleaming cavalry boots. He appeared to have emerged directly from the barber's shop, journalist Alan Moorhead later wrote. His small, bird-like head was beautifully groomed. With his misplaced uniform restored and his pride swallowed, Giraud announced that for the greater glory of France, he would serve under Darlan in fighting the Germans. Yet no sooner was the deal made than it collapsed. Within hours, news came from Vichy that Marshal Pétain had sacked Darlan as his military commander and repudiated any agreement with the Americans rather than risk the German occupation of Vichy France and seizure of the large Vichy fleet anchored at Toulon. "I issued the order to defend North Africa," Pétain decreed. More diminished than ever, Darlan moped around Admiral Fenard's villa like a disinherited heir. "I am lost," he said. "I can only give myself up." At 3 p.m. on Tuesday afternoon, Clark and Murphy arrived at the villa, alarmed by reports that their new protégé intended to renege on the armistice he had signed 6 hours earlier. "Pétain is the mouthpiece of Hitler," Clark insisted. Darlan shrugged. "There is nothing I can do but revoke the order which I signed this morning." "Damned if you do!" Clark drew himself to his full imposing height. "You are now a prisoner." "Then I must be taken prisoner." Furious, Clark ordered 2 infantry platoons to throw a cordon around Fenard's compound. An American colonel, Benjamin A. Dixon, shoved past Darlan's aides to confront him directly. "Mon Admiral, by order of the Supreme Commander, you are hereby under arrest in these quarters. Guards have been posted with orders to shoot if you attempt to escape." Dixon returned to the front gate. "Our prisoner in that house is Admiral Darlan," he told the captain of the guard. "He is a short, bald-headed, pink-faced, needle-nosed, sharp-chinned little weasel. If he tries to get away in uniform or civilian clothes, he is to be shot." At Gibraltar, Eisenhower thumbed through the dispatches from Africa and tried to make sense of the front. War brings about strange, sometimes ridiculous situations, he had written in another longhand memo to himself on Monday afternoon. With each passing hour, this war seemed to get stranger and more ridiculous. In a scribbled note he titled "Inconsequential Thoughts of a Commander During One of the Interminable Waiting Periods," Eisenhower added, "I'm anxiously waiting word of West Coast operations, Oran operations, Giraud's movements and intentions, Darlan's proposals, movements of Italian air, intentions of Spain." Darlan appeared to have capitulated twice and reneged twice under countervailing pressure from Vichy and Clark. Giraud's influence in North Africa seemed to be nil. Eisenhower had greeted one of Clark's cables by wailing, "Jesus Christ, what I need around here is a damn good assassin." He wondered whether bribery would help. Should the Allies, he asked Clark, consider depositing a large sum in a neutral country such as Switzerland? As the seat of French authority in North Africa, Algiers was crucial to the Allied cause and the staging ground for the push toward Tunisia. British troops still waited offshore to begin that eastward drive once Clark was certain of French neutrality, if not collaboration. Morocco also was vital as the conduit for supplies and reinforcements from the United States. Yet Eisenhower still had heard virtually nothing from Hewitt and Patton. But it was Oran that had preoccupied the commander-in-chief in a message to Marshall late on Monday. The airfields in western Algeria were critical to building up Allied power, and so were the port at Oran and the nearby naval base at Mers el-Kebir. "My biggest operational difficulty at the moment is the slowness in straightening out the Oran region," Eisenhower wrote. "I must get it soon." A blue flag over Oran. Eisenhower was about to get his wish. American soldiers had converged on Oran all day Sunday, November 8th, driving 9,000 French defenders into a bowl 20 miles in diameter. From the west, Ted Roosevelt and the 26th Infantry marched through Algerian villages given code names drawn from soldiers' hometowns, Brooklyn, Brockton, Syracuse, along roads named for pastimes from a former life, baseball, golf, lacrosse. Terry Allen and a larger portion of his 1st Division descended on Oran from the sandstone hills above St. Cloud, a key crossroads east of the city, and the Salt Lakes farther south. Children in dirty caftans shouted "Hi-yo Silver," or flung stiff-arm fascist salutes to liberators they presumed to be German. Veiled Berber women with indigo tattoos peered through casement shutters, and in cafes men wearing fezzes looked up from their tea glasses long enough to applaud the passing troops, African style, arms extended, clapping hands hinged at the wrists, no pretense of sincerity. A war correspondent, seeking adjectives to describe the locals, settled on scrofulous, unpicturesque, ophthalmic, lamentable. Exhausted soldiers, who could elude their officers, skulked into the underbrush. Soon the thorn bushes themselves seemed to be snoring. The raspy trundle of artillery shells sometimes woke the men and often did not. Other troops threw their shoulders behind farm carts used as caissons. Sweating like horses beneath the molten sun, they plodded toward the unseen city beyond the horizon. Abandoned cartridge belts and field jackets blazed a broad, sad trail all the way back to Azur. Occasionally a wood-burning bus rattled past, carrying unshaven French prisoners to cages on the beach. A cook from the 18th Infantry commandeered a brown mule and a two-wheeled cart to haul his field kitchen. When the mule bolted past a column of hooting GIs toward French lines, the cook threw aside the useless reins, dropped the animal with a single rifle shot, and forced the men, hooting no longer, to haul the kitchen themselves. A wounded soldier lay in the tall grass, waiting for an ambulance and pleading with passers-by, "Don't kick my legs. Please don't kick my legs." During a mortar barrage, 4 soldiers from Company E of the 16th Infantry took cover in an irrigation ditch. When the shelling lifted, a lieutenant across the road noticed a luminous blue glow and found that a shell fragment had severed the power line overhead. The fallen wire had electrocuted all 4 men. "So this is war," soldiers told one another. "Misfortune at every bend in the road. Misery and murdered mules, and sudden death in a ditch." St. Cloud was a buff-tinted farm town of 3,500, surrounded by vineyards, with sturdy stone houses and, because by November grapevines had been trimmed to mere nubs, fields of fire extending half a mile in all directions. Straddling the main road to Oran from the east, St. Cloud had been reinforced with the 16th Tunisian Infantry Regiment, the 1st Battalion of the Foreign Legion, an artillery battalion, and paramilitary troops of the Service d'Ordre Légionnaire, French fascists who modeled themselves on the German SS. American intelligence rated the defenders second- or third-class fighting troops. But before noon on November 8th, Company C of Terry Allen's 18th Infantry had been ambushed, driven off, then driven off again when it returned to St. Cloud with the bulk of the 1st Battalion. At 3:30 p.m., the battalion attacked once more down the road from Renan, joined by the 2nd Battalion trying to outflank the defenders on the south. Long, smoky ribbons of French machine gun fire lashed the grapevines, killing the Company A 1st Sergeant with a bullet in the forehead and mortally wounding the commander in the throat. A clock in the stone steeple looming above St. Cloud told 4 o'clock. From the belfry, a sniper's orange muzzle flashes winked insolently. American .50 caliber bullets gnawed at the steeple and clanged off the bells. Discordant pealing carried across the tile rooftops. Men from both U.S. battalions crawled on their bellies through the vineyards toward the whitewashed stone wall encircling the St. Cloud Cemetery 200 yards south of town. French and American riflemen flitted among the tombs and obelisks like shades in the fading gray light. Bullets pinged off gravestones and chipped the wings of marble cherubim. Gunfire roared in the crypts. Lieutenant Edward McGregor formed a skirmish line from Company B, blew 3 blasts on his whistle, then leaped the cemetery wall to lead a platoon rush on the town. 3 men leaped with him, 40 others cowered behind the wall. McGregor spun around and rallied the troops with a wild-eyed vow to shoot every shirker in the back. This time, the platoon followed until a bullet ripped the face from the B Company commander. "Keep going, Mac," the officer urged, and fell dead. McGregor and 8 others were captured. St. Cloud was not. Now French artillerymen opened with their field pieces. The barrage sent American soldiers by the score into full flight. Officers pursued them, bellowing, "Stop! Stop!" A wounded lieutenant beside the road pleaded, "Please, please, don't leave me." He was left. Medics would find him at dawn, dead white and still alive, his shattered arm too far gone to save. French guns also sniffed out a battery from the 32nd Field Artillery, which had set up behind a ridge north of town. Shells screamed down as a terrified herd of goats stampeded through the howitzer positions twice, each time knocking American gunners to the ground. Night slipped down on St. Cloud, transforming the farm town into a dark, sinister redoubt. Bodies lay like bloody rugs among the stubby vines, gunfire rippled from nervous sentries, and it was worth a man's life to move about before dawn. At 7 a.m. on November 9th, the 18th Infantry attacked again with nearly 7,000 troops. By noon, the attack had failed with heavy casualties. For Colonel Frank Greer, the regimental commander, St. Cloud had become a grudge fight. The entire Allied drive on Oran was stalled because of this town's resistance. Greer stood on the concrete loading ramp of the winery that served as his command post, studying St. Cloud through field glasses. Half the church steeple was gone now, and with it the clock chimes. Palm trees had been sheared off mid-trunk, and yawning holes could be seen in several house roofs. A riderless black mount, wearing a French cavalry saddle and dragging its bridle, grazed at the edge of town. A dozen other horses lay dead, their legs in the air like upended tables. "I'm going to put a creeping artillery barrage through that town, starting at this end and working right over it," Greer said. 200 shells had been fused and stacked at each battery. The barrage of 1,500 rounds would begin at 1 p.m., followed 30 minutes later by a 3-battalion assault. Scouts reported that hundreds of women and children were in the town, huddling in shuttered rooms as the world detonated around them. Some had already been killed, and many more, no doubt, would die in the bombardment. At that moment, a hatless, weathered figure in shirt-sleeves pulled up to the winery in a jeep. Terry Allen had spent the night in a Tourville schoolhouse, wedged into a child's desk with a gasoline lantern illuminating photos of Pétain and colorful wall maps of France's colonial empire. Battle reports indicated that Roosevelt's men were on Jebel Murjajo, the high ground west of Oran. TR himself was said to be chasing French hussars with a carbine. Tafaraoui airfield had fallen quickly, and 5,000 troops from the 1st Armored Division, having skirted a French strongpoint at Miserhin, had just captured La Seignea airfield. Little was known of the villain paratroopers or the reservist raiders, but a Foreign Legion counterattack from Sidi Bel Abbes in the southern desert was collapsing. "Boys," Allen said, "I've just sent a signal to the French to put in their first team." To an exhausted rifle company huddled in a ditch, he urged, "There are a lot of good-looking girls in that town ready to welcome the liberating Americans." Others, he simply warned, "Take Oran or you don't eat." Standing beneath a fig tree, a cigarette dangling from his lips, Allen swiveled his head from side to side to keep the smoke from his eyes. Greer explained his intentions. A soft hiss leaked from Allen's cheeks as he studied St. Cloud in the middle distance. The division staff opposed Greer's plan. It took little imagination to picture terrified civilians mumbling their Hail Marys and fingering their rosaries in preparation for the next world. Terry Allen himself had prayed this morning, as he did before every battle. He studied the map and took a long, final gaze at St. Cloud. Allen had been in a dozen provincial French towns like it during the Great War. Among his idiosyncrasies was a disdain for all foreign names more complicated than Paris, and he routinely substituted whatever the hell they call it for any polysyllabic place. But in St. Cloud he could picture the greengrocer, the dressmaker's shop, the scruffy taverns with their Dubonnet signs and bored waiters in cummerbunds. He turned to Greer. "There will not be any general artillery concentration," he said. "If we bombard the town and then fail to take it by attack, it would be disastrous." "Obliterating a French town would make a bad political impression," he added, "and it would use too much ammunition. We don't need the damn place anyway. We can bypass St. Cloud and take Oran by night maneuver." "Leave 1 battalion as a holding force," Allen said, "then swing the rest of your men wide of the town and get them moving toward Oran." Greer saluted, disappointment etched on his face. If the order to sidestep St. Cloud seems obvious in retrospect, at the time it was not. By leaving a large armed force in his rear and suppressing the impulse of his men to avenge their losses and win the town at any cost, Allen had taken a calculated risk. He had calibrated political and battlefield variables to make the first singular tactical decision by an American general in the liberation of Europe. "I just couldn't do it," Allen later mused. "Just couldn't. There were civilians in that goddamn place. I couldn't blast hell out of all of them." The circumvention of Saint-Cloud and the capture of La Seigneur unhinged French defenses. Oran was encircled. For the final assault on the city, Allen at 7:15 a.m. on November 10th dictated Field Order No. 3, which ended, "Nothing in hell must delay or stop this attack." The French, in fact, delayed them, at Arcole and then at Saint-Eugène, but not for long. When a young major complained that his tired, hungry men needed rest, the 16th Infantry commander rounded on him and snapped, "You will not talk that way, you will attack." By dawn on November 10th, following a night of sleet and wild wind, the converging U.S. forces faced little more than sniper fire. Lieutenant Colonel John Todd, known in the 1st Armored Division as Daddy Rabbit, was told, "Take your tanks in and mill around." Shoving the road barricades aside, Todd's tanks rolled down the Boulevard du Mascarat and reached the blue bight of Oran Bay. They were too late to prevent the harbor sabotage that followed reservist, but they thwarted a French scheme to flood the port with fuel oil and set it ablaze. Lieutenant Colonel John K. Waters, commander of another armored battalion and Patton's son-in-law, put on an intimidating show of force along Boulevard Paul Doumer, although the tanks seemed less fearsome after some ran out of gas near the cathedral. Festive crowds filled the sidewalks, flashing V's with their fingers and flinching at occasional sniper fire. The pretty girls Allen had promised blew kisses from balconies on Boulevard Joffre and dropped hibiscus garlands onto the tank turrets. A pot-bellied burgher with a black felt hat and a white flag wrapped on a tank hull introduced himself as Oran's mayor and offered to surrender his town. The 1st Battalion of the 6th Armored Infantry, sister unit of the battalion destroyed in reservist, stormed the gates of Fort Saint-Philippe to free more than 500 Allied prisoners, paratroopers, pilots, British tars, and American infantrymen from Walney and Heartland. Liberators and liberated wept alike. French camp guards formed up, stacked arms, and marched smartly to confinement in their own barracks. For more than 5 hours, Saint-Cloud resisted a final attack, sans artillery barrage, by the 1st Battalion of the 18th Infantry and Derby's Ranger Battalion. The town finally capitulated after house-to-house combat, yielding 400 French prisoners, 14 artillery tubes, and 23 machine guns. No one counted the bodies. At Châteauneuf, where golden carp swam in a tinkling fountain amid syringa and pepper trees, General Robert Boisseau surrendered his Oran division at noon on Tuesday, November 10th. A large blue pennant was hoisted above the city, the prearranged American signal of Oran's fall. Beyond the killed and wounded of reservists, the Big Red One alone suffered more than 300 casualties in Oran. Allen and Roosevelt also relieved 2 of their division's 9 infantry battalion commanders for various inadequacies. The tally of French dead in defending the city was put at 165. The liberators immediately set to work converting Oran into a vast supply depot. Quartermasters requisitioned the local bullring for a food warehouse, then realized that it reeked, indelibly, of bulls. The provost marshal built a fenced compound in which to quarantine 150 soldiers who had developed venereal disease during the passage from Britain. Troops named the camp Casanova Park. The barbed wire, one commander explained, was to make them feel like heels. Lieutenant Colonel Waters, showing the initiative that would one day lead him to 4-star rank, liberated 10 barrels of red wine from the Oran docks and filled the helmet of every soldier in his battalion. A tank destroyer unit threw a jolly party for Allen and Roosevelt, who upheld fighting first tradition by getting pie-eyed drunk. Almost 37,000 men now occupied a beachhead 70 miles wide and 15 miles deep. With the surrender of Algiers, the capture of Oran gave the Allies virtual possession of Algeria, although Morocco was still contested and North African politics remained more tangled than ever. Still, the dispatch sent from Oran to Eisenhower at dusk on November 10th summed up the prevailing sentiment, however ephemeral. Everything is rosy. After 3 days of fretful confusion, this news proved bracing. "Now we must get ports in shape and rush eastward without delay," Eisenhower cabled London that same Tuesday. "This business of battle is just rush and rush," he added. "But I like it." an orgy of disorder. Casablanca provided Vichy with its best anchorage south of Toulon, and the French Navy had chosen to defend the Moroccan port with valor worthy of a better cause. Not one French sailor in 1,000 knew the identity of the hostile fleet that appeared in the morning haze at dawn on November 8th. But just after 7 a.m., the great coastal battery at El Ankh had opened fire, followed moments later by the 4 15-inch guns on the front turret of the berthed battleship Jean Bart. Searing plumes of orange flame and cylindrical smoke rings blossomed from the muzzles. At 18,000 yards, 10 miles, El Ankh's first salvo straddled the battleship Massachusetts, whose skipper the previous evening had uttered those fine Latin words about seeking peace with a sword. Jean Bart's shells then lifted immense gouts of seawater 600 yards off the starboard bow. Massachusetts and her sisters soon answered, and what the U.S. Navy cheerfully called an old-fashioned fire-away Flanagan had begun. Kent Hewitt was on Augusta's flag bridge when excited calls of batter up and play ball began spilling from the radios, signaling respectively hostile fire and the authorization to reply in kind. After 2 weeks of relative indolence during the passage from Hampton Roads, during which he had eaten too much, exercised too little, and put on weight, Hewitt had been relentlessly busy since deciding to trust his aerologist's weather eye and proceed with the 3 Moroccan landings. He knew that the assault on Safi in the south was going well, although only the sketchiest reports had come from General Truscott's force at Média in the north. The cloak-and-dagger efforts by the OSS to stage a coup through the rebel General Émile Bétoir had evidently failed. Hewitt could only guess that the resident general, Auguste Nogues, had chosen to resist the invasion. At Fedala, just above Casablanca, where 20,000 of the Army's 33,000 assault troops aimed at Morocco were to land, the first craft had reached shore 2 hours earlier. Despite calm seas and mild surf, many boats had broached or capsized, but at least some soldiers were on the beach and preparing to advance on Casablanca. Hewitt had dutifully reported these developments in coded dispatches every couple of hours, unaware that because Navy signalmen had neglected to classify the messages as urgent, Eisenhower had received hardly a syllable. Hewitt considered that divine providence was still with him, but he had begun to fret about his velvet. The aerologist, Steer, warned that the weather was likely to begin deteriorating within a day. Enemy submarines would hardly remain at bay forever, despite the destroyers patrolling the fleet's flanks and the 8 mine layers scattering sea mines around the troop transports. Another large convoy from Hampton Roads was scheduled to arrive on Friday, November 13th, despite Hewitt's efforts to persuade the Army to delay the follow-on force until he could guarantee enough secure berths in Casablanca harbor. Now it appeared the French intended not just to fight, but to fight with passion. At first, the defensive fire on the beaches had seemed sporadic, more symbolic than lethal. The captain of the cruiser USS Brooklyn had signaled Hewitt at 5:39 a.m., "Have noticed gunfire and am moving into position to take care of eventualities." But the shells from El Ankh and the Jean Bart were ship killers. They opened what became one of the most intense naval battles of the Atlantic War. Within 10 minutes of the first salvos, the skies seemed to leak steel across Casablanca's moles and harbor basins. American shells gouged great divots from the docks, spraying concrete shrapnel against hulls and across decks. 10 merchantmen lay defenseless at their moorings, and there they would sink, along with 3 French submarines. The last of 2,000 civilian refugees who had arrived from Dakar on 3 passenger ships the previous evening fled down piers soon pounded to rubble. Dozens of sailors, including several captains, died on the docks short of their gangplanks and the dignity of a seagoing death. The Jean Bart, France's newest dreadnought with turrets heavy as a frigate, was still unfinished. She could not leave her slip. A 16-inch shell from Massachusetts burrowed through the battleship's forward turret. Another hit the turret's armored apron, immobilizing the guns. After firing just 7 rounds, Jean Bart fell silent. 3 other shells from Massachusetts punched through the armored decks, the side, and the keel, and Jean Bart settled on the bottom along the Mole du Commerce. Oddly, not one of the shells exploded. They, along with more than 50 other American duds, the consequence in part of fuses dating to 1918, spared Casablanca worse destruction. The commander of the French 2nd Light Squadron, Rear Admiral Gervais de Lafont, was as ignorant as his seamen of the enemy's identity. Haze prevented him from making out the battle pennants on the enemy ships, and he had received no authoritative reports from his superiors or from the beaches. But Lafont clearly saw a disaster in the making. Only by putting to sea and slipping along the coastline under the blinding glare of the rising sun could his squadron escape obliteration. Lafont failed to realize that his foes had radar. The admiral issued his orders, boarded the destroyer Milan, and headed for the harbor entrance at 8:15 a.m. Attacking dive bombers struck the commercial basin even as French submarine crews muscled a few final torpedoes aboard before casting off. A brave figure in a black cassock, the fleet chaplain, sprinted through the bombardment to the end of the pier, where he waved the sign of the cross at each warship as it sortied past. Along the corniche, the wives and children of French sailors gathered on rooftops to cheer the 16 ships into battle. They would have an unobstructed view as American fire whittled away the familiar silhouettes of the Casablanca fleet. French shells were die-loaded to help gunners see the fall of shot. Majestic geysers of green, purple, magenta, and yellow erupted around the American ships. On the presumption that no two enemy rounds would land in the same spot, helmsmen were ordered to chase the splashes, an especially difficult maneuver when gunfire straddled a ship. Cruisers, destroyers, and the Massachusetts swerved to and fro, battle ensigns snapping. The battleship was hit once, suffering little damage. Another shell tore her colors to tatters. The concussion of their own big guns knocked out the radar rangefinders on Tuscaloosa and Massachusetts, so the gun teams had to aim crudely, by sight, wasting quantities of shells. Shock waves from Augusta's No. 3 turret jarred a radio receiver from its mountings. It smashed to the deck, thus producing one among many communications problems that by noon led to the sacking of several signal operators for incompetence. Concussion from the flagship's aft turret claimed another victim. The landing craft Patton intended to ride to the beach had its bottom blown out while hanging from davits over the port rail. His kit, except for the ivory-handled Colt Peacemaker and Smith & Wesson .357, which he had just strapped on, plunged into the Atlantic. In Norfolk, Patton had vowed to land with the first wave and die at the head of his troops. Now, immaculately dressed in his shiny 2-star helmet and cavalry boots, he was trapped on Augusta. "God damn it," he barked at an aide. "I hope you have a spare toothbrush with you. I can use to clean my foul mouth. I don't have a thing left in the world thanks to the United States Navy." He stopped fuming long enough to scribble a letter to B. "It is flat calm. God was with us," and record the morning events in his diary. "I was on the main deck just back of No. 2 turret, leaning on the rail, when one French shell hit so close that it splashed water all over me. When I was on the bridge later, one hit closer, but I was too high to get wet. It was hazy, and the enemy used smoke. Well, I could just see them and make out our splashes. We had the Massachusetts, the Brooklyn, the Augusta, and some others all firing and going like hell in big zigzags. You have to put cotton in your ears. Some of the people got white, but it did not seem very dangerous to me. Sort of impersonal." Hewitt was too busy to fret over Patton's impatience or his snippy assessment of naval combat. This sea battle would certainly dispel any doubts Patton still held about the Navy's desire to fight. So engrossed was the Navy in the duel with Jean Bart and the shore batteries that the warships soon found themselves nearly 30 miles south of Fedala, with Admiral Lafont's squadron angling straight for the vulnerable American transports. A report from a spotter plane alerted Hewitt to the French sortie from the harbor, and shortly before 8:30 a.m. he ordered Augusta, Brooklyn, and 2 destroyers to intercept the French at flank speed. The historian Samuel Eliot Morrison, aboard Brooklyn as a naval reserve officer, reported that the 4 ships went tearing into action like a pack of dogs unleashed. It was a near-run thing. The rising sun, the glare, and the sporadically malfunctioning Navy radar reduced the French ships to black dots dancing on the horizon. Visibility was further cut by the pall from oil tanks blazing ashore and by the French squadron's smoke generators. Shooting at the agile Vichy destroyers was likened to trying to hit a grasshopper with a rock. Shells from a shore battery holed the destroyer USS Palmer. One blew through a galley trash can without scratching the 2 sailors carrying it, and severed the mainmast. She fled west at 27 knots. The destroyer USS Ludlow, firing so furiously that her deck guns appeared to be squirting a solid stream of tracers, hit Lafon's flagship Milan and set her ablaze, only to be answered with a 6-inch shell that wrecked the wardrooms and ventilated the port bow. Every swatch of unchipped paint seemed to burn like tar paper. Ludlow also fled. Those French submarines that escaped the carnage of the harbor nearly took their revenge. Massachusetts threaded a 4-torpedo spread, with number 4 missing the starboard paravane by 15 feet. Several minutes later, Tuscaloosa avoided another 4 torpedoes from Méduse, and Brooklyn dodged 5 others fired by the Amazon. 4 miles from the transports, French luck ran out for good at 11 a.m. The carrier Ranger and the escort carrier Suwannee had been plagued by light winds that complicated takeoffs and landings. Both ships tacked aggressively, searching for the riffled water that signaled stiffer breezes needed for sufficient lift. A squadron of Grumman Wildcats finally launched from the Ranger and tangled with Vichy fighters in a dogfight that cost 4 American and 8 French aircraft. Fuselage and aileron fragments rained down on Casablanca's minarets. Planes damaged beyond saving flipped belly up so the pilots could more easily parachute out. The repair crews on Ranger mended so many bullet holes in the Wildcats that they ran short of adhesive tape and broadcast an appeal throughout the carrier for personal supplies of Scotch tape. Patched and vengeful, the American planes swarmed out of the sun from 8,000 feet. Fighters do not fight, the French writer Antoine de Saint-Exupéry once observed. They murder. Each Wildcat carried 6 50-caliber guns, and each barrel fired 800 rounds per minute, some armor-piercing, some incendiary, and some tracer rounds. Working from fantail to forecastle, pilots strafed Lafon's flotilla so savagely that the French ships glittered from all the bullets ricocheting off their superstructures. The first pass was, I believe, devastating, one flyer reported. Flying bridges disintegrated, and the men on them were sliced to ribbons. A single strafing run against one destroyer killed every sailor on deck except for the gunners crouched in the armored turrets. Their gun ports smudged with carbon, the planes returned to the carrier decks to reload and launch again. The air attacks and weight of American gunfire soon told, although none of the 41 bombs dropped on El Hunk scored a direct hit. Green and red-dyed Navy shells rained down by the score, then by the hundreds. Brooklyn alone fired 2,600 rounds. Massachusetts used more than half her supply of 16-inch shells. One shattered French destroyer heeled over as if she had been pushed by the smokestacks, a pilot noted. The Fougueux sank by the bow even as her stern guns continued to fire. Frondeur, her engine room flooded, limped back to port and capsized. Brestois, too, returned to a jetty only to roll over and sink. The destroyer Boulonnais, hit 8 times as she maneuvered to launch torpedoes, went down so quickly that a final green shell from Massachusetts simply marked the grave. With her bow crushed and all hands on the bridge wounded, including Lafon, Milan beached herself. Albatros was hit twice, then shelled and strafed while under tow back to Casablanca. She too was beached, with more than 100 casualties. One by one, the green flecks vanished from American radar screens. The most operatic death was left to the largest ship in the 2nd Light Squadron, the Primauguet. When the American attack began, all 4 of the cruiser's gun turrets had been in various states of undress. By 9 a.m., 3 of the 4 had been reassembled. A crew of 553 men was aboard, and with help from 2 tugs, Primauguet had sortied to join the melee. Building to 21 knots, she was soon in a running gunfight with Massachusetts and both American cruisers. 3 shells hit Primauguet without exploding before a strong shock, then another staggered the ship. Holed 5 times below the waterline, her boilers winking out, she hemorrhaged smoke and wallowed back toward Casablanca at 4 knots. Wildcats caught her off the beach at Roche Noire, killing the captain and 28 other men on the bridge. A laconic distress call reported that fire had become conspicuous. Men plunged overboard to escape the flames. Terrified pigs broke loose from a pen in the hold and savaged the helpless wounded lying on deck. With more than half her crew dead or injured, Primo Gay burned for more than a day. Of the French ships that had sortied, only Alcyon returned to port unscathed, and it was left to her to search for survivors. She found little more than whiffs of cordite and brine. 16 other vessels, including 8 submarines, had been sunk or crippled, with 490 men dead and 969 wounded. 4 American ships had taken a single shell each, and Ludlow took 2. Navy casualties totaled 3 killed in action and 25 wounded. Among the dead was a gunner on a dive bomber who had rejected more than $200 from a comrade eager to buy a seat in the first wave. With his legs severed at the knee by anti-aircraft fire, the gunner died trying to knot his silk muffler into a tourniquet. He was buried at sea from Ranger's hangar deck as the carrier made a sweeping ceremonial turn to starboard. A few downed American pilots were captured. From their prison window in Casablanca, they cheered each successive bombing wave, then bathed in champagne, purchased from their jailers, in a desperate effort to rid themselves of the fleas infesting the cell. Die-hard French officers tried to form another battle fleet, but with only 2 sloops intact, the rally quickly petered out. Sailors hauled a 16-inch American dud from the port to Admiralty headquarters, where it was displayed near the entrance with a placard in French, "We come as friends." Surviving crewmen were rounded up, issued a rifle and 5 cartridges, and formed into infantry companies for the defense of Casablanca. Leaning on a cane, the wounded Admiral Lafont took the salutes of his sailors as they passed in review before heading to the front. Patton finally reached Fedalah's Beach Red 1 by crash boat at 1:20 p.m. Sunday afternoon. In better times, the fishing port of 16,000 residents catered to swells from nearby Casablanca who came to enjoy the racetrack and seafront casino. Now the town was almost deserted. Soaked to the waist and escorted by bodyguards cradling submachine guns, Patton scuffed across the sand to a cabana at the seawall. His leather jacket was stained with yellow dye from the French shell that had splashed him on Augusta that morning. At last, after so many years of preparing himself for war, he was in the fight. Large and unhasty, he took stock. "I cannot stomach fighting the French if there is a way to avoid it," Patton had confessed to another officer on Augusta. That deep Francophilia would now have to be put aside. As ignorant as virtually every other commander in Torch, Patton knew little of what was happening beyond this beach at this hour. Unlike many, he was comfortable with ambiguity. That trait would inform his generalship for the next 2.5 days, and then the next 2.5 years. A message received on the Augusta at noon reported that the French garrison in Safi had surrendered almost 7 hours earlier, but it would take at least a day or 2 for the Sherman tanks unloaded there to travel the 140 miles north to Casablanca. At Média, 50 miles north of Faidalah, Truscott had signaled play ball at 7:15 a.m., but nothing had been heard since, in part because the Army's tactical radios on Augusta had also been knocked out by concussion from the ship's guns. The immediate challenge was to organize the 3 regiments from the 3rd Infantry Division landing at Faidalah to capture the town's little harbor, then swing into position for the assault on Casablanca 10 miles to the north. That would be no easy task. Patton had once described combat as an orgy of disorder, and Faidalah confirmed that view. Instead of being concentrated on a 4-mile beachhead, troops were sprinkled up and down the coast for 42 miles. Of 77 light tanks in the convoy, only 5 had reached shore. Of 9 fire control parties landed, just 2 could communicate with the Navy ships whose guns they were supposed to direct. Inexperienced radio operators tried to extend their range by increasing transmitter power, but succeeded only in jamming other channels. pilfering natives worked the strand like beachcombers, shouting the passwords George and Patton, and wondering why, as they surmised on seeing the big white stars on the invaders' vehicles, a Jewish army had come to Morocco. Soldiers flung away their cumbersome bazookas, and when confronted by Senegalese infantry, some just pointed to the American flags pinned to their sleeves, as if that should explain everything. Had the landings been opposed by Germans, Patton later conceded, we would never have gotten ashore. While trapped on Hewitt's Bridge during the naval battle, Patton had lamented, I wish I were a second lieutenant again. Now he acted like one. Flailing and cursing, he scattered Moroccans and timid soldiers alike. He sprinted past the cabanas, rousting slackers from the dunes. If I see another American soldier lying down on this beach, he roared, I'll court-martial him. Patton believed in words of fire which would electrify his chessmen into frenzied heroes, one of his colonels later said. Electrified, if not yet heroic, the troops shambled inland. A useful rumor that Berber tribesmen were castrating prisoners tended to curb straggling. 5 French infantry battalions, with 2,500 men and 46 artillery pieces, faced nearly 20,000 Americans. Confused and disorganized though they were, the landings at Fedala effectively bisected the French forces defending the coast above Casablanca. The Army's first success came against a 4-gun coastal battery at Pont-Blandin, 3 miles northeast of Fedala. Soldiers from the 30th Infantry Regiment dumped mortar shells onto the fort, while a platoon leader shouted, "Rendezvous," over and over in the conviction that it meant surrender. Several Navy ships contributed a brutal bombardment which killed 4 French defenders and drove others into the shelter of a sturdy stone toilet. The shells also killed 6 Americans in a glade along the Nefefik River. When our own naval barrage is falling into our position, it is most demoralizing, a major reported. After yellow smoke grenades, the signal to cease firing, failed to halt the Navy's cannonade, an Army officer radioed, "For God's sake, stop shelling Fedala. You're killing our own men. The shells are falling all over town. If you stop, they will surrender." The shelling stopped. A white handkerchief fluttered from a window on the point of a bayonet, and 71 dazed French defenders emerged from the fort. An American captain offered water and a cigarette to a French sailor who lay in a stairwell, both legs severed. A Catholic chaplain gave last rites to the dead and dying from each side. Patrols pushing into Fedala captured 10 members of the German Armistice Commission, some still in pajamas, as they trotted across the municipal golf course toward a waiting airplane. Their rooms at the Miramar Hotel yielded stacks of secret documents and an ornate Prussian military helmet. The helmet's owner, General Erich von Wulich, the head of the commission, had escaped to Spanish Morocco, although not before a weepy farewell phone call to General Nogues. This is the greatest setback to German arms since 1918. The Americans will take Rommel in the rear, and we shall be expelled from Africa. Rommel was still 2,000 miles away, and the Americans had yet to take even Casablanca. To offer the French the choice of peace or getting hell knocked out of them, Patton dispatched a Francophone colonel, William Hale Wilbur, in a jeep with a white flag. Wilbur, whose negotiating credentials included captaincy of the West Point fencing team 30 years earlier, set off in search of General Betoile, unaware that he was immured in a Meknès prison and had been charged with treason. Wilbur motored through French defenses, greeting Senegalese machine gunners with a chipper, "Good day, my friends. You're well this morning?" At the Admiralty Building, where wounded French Marines sprawled across the bloody courtyard cobblestones, Wilbur was sent packing. Dodging his own Navy's gunfire, he drove back to American lines, joined a tank attack on a coastal battery, and later was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. A second emissary also made it to the Admiralty Building just as El Hunk loosed another salvo at 2 p.m. "Voilà votre réponse," a disdainful French officer said, and shut the gate. The French Navy, a staff officer told Patton, is determined to slug it out with us. The fight would be to the finish. Patton was sad, but not very. While still trapped on Augusta, he had felt the singular loneliness of command, compounded by his frustrating inability to reach the battlefield. Now he was in his element. "My theory is that an army commander does what is necessary to accomplish his mission, and that nearly 80% of his mission is to arouse morale in his men," he once wrote. On Sunday night, as his aide barked "Attention" to staff officers in the candlelit Miramar Hotel dining room, Patton strolled to the table, wearing his pistols, polished cavalry boots, and von Woolish's shiny white casque, emblazoned with a Prussian double eagle. To gales of laughter he announced over champagne, "I shall wear it for our entrance into Berlin." That night, before falling asleep, he scribbled in his diary, "God was very good to me today." God withdrew his beneficence on Monday. Following what one Fedallah resident described as the calmest day in 68 years, the Atlantic turned nasty with 6-foot waves before dawn on November 9th. Unloading slowed, then nearly stopped. Although 40% of the invasion force was ashore, barely 1% of the 15,000 tons of cargo had left Hewitt's ships. Of 378 landing craft and tank lighters, more than half were breached, sunk, or stranded. Navy cooks lowered lard pails full of coffee to exhausted boat crews. Sloppy loading in Norfolk and Patton's chronic neglect of logistics, "let's do it and think about it afterwards," in his chief engineer's tart phrase, now cost him dearly. Shore parties lacked forklifts, pallets, rope, and acetylene torches. Soaked cardboard boxes disintegrated. Guns arrived on the beach with no gun sights. Guns arrived with no ammunition. Guns arrived with no gunners. Critical radio equipment had been stowed as ballast in the most inaccessible depths of the holds simply because it was heavy. Medical supplies remained shipbound for 36 hours. Boat and vehicle shortages left dozens of wounded soldiers stranded on the beaches, along with the trussed-up dead. Ammo was so desperately scarce that it was towed to shore on life rafts. Patton had imprudently relegated his chief logistician to the follow-on convoy, which was still days from Morocco. Press-ganging Moroccans to work as stevedores, at a wage of 1 cigarette per hour, simply gave many locals a better chance to steal. A company of 113 military policemen was dispatched in 4 boats from the Leonard Wood with instructions to bring order out of chaos on the beaches. In the pre-dawn gloom on Monday, the lead coxswain mistook the burning Primogay for his intended navigation beacon, an oil fire near Beach Yellow in Fedallah. The boats putted 15 miles down the coast and into the fairway of Casablanca harbor, where an MP hailed what he thought was a U.S. Navy destroyer. "We are Americans!" At a range of 50 yards, the French vessel opened with machine gun fire, killing the company commander. The astonished soldiers in the lead boat stood with raised hands, some ripping off their undershirts to wave in frantic surrender. The French bore down, answering with 20mm cannon fire and a 3-inch shell that shattered the motor and sank the boat in less than a minute. The second craft, only 20 yards behind, swerved to escape, but a shell blew off the coxswain's leg, and machine gun fire crippled the lieutenant who jumped up to take the wheel. The air, one survivor recalled, was full of metal. Burning gasoline spread from the stern in a crackling blue sheet. Those still alive leaped over the side as the 2 trailing boats fled through swarms of tracer fire. 28 Americans were killed or wounded. French sailors fished 45 prisoners from the sea. A few men swam to shore, vomiting oily seawater. French civilians dragged them to the seawall and wrapped them in overcoats. 2 hours later, Patton reappeared on the Fedallah beach with a determination to flay the idle, rebuke the incompetent, and drive the timid. After wading through the surf to help reel in corpses from another overturned boat, they were a nasty blue color, he later reported, Patton halted further unloading except in Fedallah's tiny harbor. The beach was a mess, and the officers were doing nothing, he told his diary. Upon spotting a soldier gibbering on the beach, I kicked him in the arse with all my might. Some way to boost morale. As a whole, the men were poor, the officers worse. No drive. It is very sad. One officer quoted Patton in waist-deep water summoning soldiers to help him shoulder a stranded landing craft from a sandbar. "Come back here. Yes, I mean you, all of you. Drop that stuff and come back here. Faster than that, goddammit, on the double. Lift and push. Now. Push. Goddammit, push." Scourging would not calm the sea or replenish empty caissons. The 3rd Infantry Division on November 8th had barely pushed south from Fedala toward Casablanca when troops were halted for lack of supplies. By late morning on November 9th, the motor pool of the 15th Infantry Regiment still consisted of only a few camels, a few donkeys, and 5 jeeps, hardly the makings of a blitzkrieg. A 4-battalion attack that began at 7 a.m. on Monday stopped several hours later, again for want of wheels and munitions. At day's end, Patton gave his customary acknowledgment to the Creator, but this time the diary entry had a perfunctory tone. Again, God has been good. As dawn broke on November 10th, the Americans were still 5 miles from Casablanca. The 7th Infantry on the right and the 15th Infantry on the left tramped forward to the sound of scuffing boots and howls from mongrel dogs flanking the columns. French sailors, dismasted but dangerous, appeared in skirmish lines with their 5 cartridges. On a distant ridge line, Spahi cavalrymen in brilliant robes could be seen with their long battle pennants and longer rifles. "Enemy cavalry!" an American officer shouted. "Direct front!" Horses pranced in the morning sun, the silver fittings on their bridles flashing. American sharpshooters debated whether to aim at horse or man, only to have the targets vanish in the haze. Then artillery fire fell from at least a dozen French 75s, and a battalion from the 7th Infantry broke for the rear until steadied by their officers 500 yards back. "Today has been bad," Patton told his diary late Tuesday. A message from Eisenhower at Gibraltar added to his vexation. "Dear Georgie, Algiers has been ours for 2 days. Oran defenses crumbling rapidly. The only tough nut left is in your hands. Crack it open, quickly." To his diary entry on November 10th, Patton added, "God favors the bold, victory is to the audacious." He now believed that only by flattening Casablanca could he take it. Sherman tanks from Safi had nearly reached the southern suburbs. Hewitt's ships and carrier planes had sovereignty at sea and in the air. 3rd Division troops invested the city from north and east. The road to Marrakesh had been cut. Patton notified his staff and subordinate commanders. At first light on Wednesday, they would crack open the city, quickly and terribly. Battle for the Kasbah. Of the 9 major landing sites chosen for torch in Algeria and Morocco, a beach that American planners had considered among the easiest was proving the most difficult. 80 miles north of Casablanca, the seaside resort of Mehdia had confounded Brigadier General Lucien Truscott's best efforts to subdue it. Landed badly but without serious opposition, Truscott's 9,000 troops were supposed to capture the modern airfield at Port Lyautey, a few miles up the serpentine Cebu River. Once the field had fallen, aircraft from Gibraltar and 77 Army P-40s, now parked on the escort carrier Chenango, would give Patton formidable air power in Morocco, with bombs and fuel provided by the Contessa. Facing only 3,000 French defenders, Truscott had assured Mark Clark that the field should not be too difficult to capture. American troops believed the French defenders would be so cowed that they would greet the invaders with brass bands, as one sergeant put it. George Marshall told Eisenhower that he expected the airfield to fall by noon Dog Day, November 8th. The assurance proved rash, and the expectations hollow. "Beloved wife," Truscott had written from Norfolk 2 weeks earlier, "my greatest ambition is to justify your confidence and to deserve your love." Sentimental and uxorious, he was also brusque, profane, and capable of hawking tobacco with the most unlettered private in the army. "Polo games and wars aren't won by gentlemen," he said. "No son of a bitch, no commander." Chesty, and at 47, slightly stooped, he had protruding gray eyes, a moon face, and a voice as raspy as a wood file. His hands were huge, with fingers like tent pegs. He made his own polo mallets and trimmed his nails obsessively with a pocket-knife. In uniform, Truscott was almost foppish. Enameled helmet, silk scarf, red leather jacket, riding breeches. Before joining the cavalry in 1917, he had spent 6 years as a teacher in one-room schoolhouses. Until the disaster at Dieppe, which he attended as an American observer, he had never heard a shot fired in anger. He spent the grim return voyage to England below decks rolling cigarettes for the wounded from his plug of Bull Durham and wondering how to avoid a similar catastrophe in Torch, for which he was a planner. "I am just a little worried about ability of Truscott," Patton told his diary. "It may be nerves." Truscott's opening gambit at Média was to dispatch a pair of emissaries bearing a parchment scroll adorned with red ribbon and wax seals. In elegant calligraphy, it urged the French commander to give up. Carrying this document were two aviators, Colonel Demas T. Craw, who had captained the West Point polo team for the class of 1924, and Major Pierpont M. Hamilton of Tuxedo, New York, a product of Groton, Harvard, and years of living in Paris as an international banker. In their finest pinks and greens, the two men had hit the beach Sunday morning, boarded a jeep, and headed inland. Holding a French tricolor and the stars and stripes, Craw sat in front next to the driver. Hamilton, seated in back on an ammunition box, carried a white truce flag. The road from Média angled past a 16th-century Portuguese fortress overlooking the turquoise Cebu where it emptied into the blue-black Atlantic. Already misnamed the Kasbah by the Americans, the citadel occupied the site of a Carthaginian trading post of the 6th century B.C. High, proud fishing smacks bobbed at their moorings along the riverbank, nets draped over the gunwales to dry. Stork nests, intricately thatched and big as a queen's bed, crowned utility poles along the road. Hamilton waved to Moroccan infantrymen, who waved back. A few artillery rounds burst in front and then behind. "Damn it," Craw radioed, "we're being shelled by both you and the French." 3 miles ahead they spied the airfield's concrete runway tucked into an oxbow bend of the Cebu. Beyond lay Port Lyautey. The jeep climbed a low hill. Without warning, a machine gun stuttered 20 yards away. Craw slumped against the driver, instantly dead, his chest embroidered with bullets. A French lieutenant rushed forward, disarmed Hamilton and the driver, and then, leaving Craw folded in the jeep, delivered his prisoners to Colonel Jean Petit, commander of the 1st Regiment of Moroccan Tirailleurs. Petit expressed sympathy for the dead man, but less for the cause of French capitulation. "A decision of this kind," he explained after studying the scroll, "is not within my jurisdiction." While awaiting instructions from his superiors in Rabat, Petit offered Major Hamilton a private room and a seat in the officers' mess, where the American spent the next 3 days thrilling his captors with vivid accounts of the secret bazooka and other new terrors in the invaders' arsenal. The failed diplomatic mission, for which Craw posthumously and Hamilton would win the Medal of Honor, proved Truscott's last, best hope for a quick victory. Troops from the 60th Infantry closed on the Kasbah only to be driven back to the Média lighthouse by wild shellfire from their own navy. With massive gates and masonry walls a yard thick, the fort proved impregnable. 85 French soldiers inside at the time of the American landings were reinforced Sunday evening by 200 others, all peppering the invaders with fire from the battlements and rifle ports. The 60th Infantry commander ordered the Kasbah bypassed, then belatedly realized that nothing could move upriver until the fort's big guns had been spiked. With more elan than sense, Truscott ordered the Kasbah taken with cold steel rather than reduced by U.S. warships. A French counterattack with 3 decrepit Renault tanks routed Truscott's 2nd Battalion and scattered the Americans so effectively that company musters produced as few as 30 men. Officers as well as men were absolutely dumbfounded at their first taste of battle, one major later told the War Department. Nightfall made matters worse. After repeatedly yelling "George" at a suspicious shadow to no effect, a skittish sentry heaved a grenade and killed the lighthouse keeper's donkey. Sepulchral moaning from a lagoon terrorized several tank crewmen until they realized it was the croaking of giant African toads. The French ambushed a patrol near a fish cannery along the river, wounding an officer and shooting 6 of his men in the head. Skittish troops on the beaches and ships shot down a twin-engine plane in a wild fusillade before realizing that it was a British aircraft dispatched from Gibraltar to monitor the landings. A burst of machine gun fire from a jumpy American soldier missed Truscott's head by an inch. On the broad white shingle at Média, Truscott cupped a cigarette in his big hands. He was violating his own blackout order, but he desperately needed a smoke. The orange ember illuminated a face fissured with worry. It came to me that even with hundreds all around me, I was utterly alone. He later wrote of that grim and lonely Sunday night. As far as I could see along the beach, there was chaos. Landing craft were beaching in the pounding surf, broaching to the waves and spilling men and equipment into the water. Men wandered about aimlessly, hopelessly lost, calling to each other and for their units, swearing at each other and at nothing. The troops ducked as one whenever a sniper round cracked overhead. Artillery crumped in the distance. Certainly it was French. The Americans had been unable to get their guns ashore. The rising sea that tormented Patton at Fedala was worse here, with waves now cresting at 15 feet. Ammunition, water, and half of Truscott's troops remained on the ships. Wary of the Kasbah batteries, the Navy had moved its transports over the horizon. Halfway to Bermuda, Truscott fumed, adding 30 miles to each round trip for lighters and landing craft. Like Patton, Truscott concluded that the landing would have been a disaster against a well-armed enemy intent upon resistance. So few American soldiers seemed to be shooting, and so many were willing to give up. Truscott suspected that peacetime training had taught them how to surrender better than how to fight. One of the first lessons that battle impresses upon one, he later observed, is that no matter how large the force engaged, every battle is made up of small actions by individuals and small units. He drew on his cigarette and picked up a rifle. Every battle also was made up of small actions by generals. Bellowing over the crashing surf, Truscott ordered straggling infantrymen, stranded coxswains, and anyone else within earshot to grab a weapon and move inland. "Here," he said, thrusting an abandoned bazooka at a Navy boat crew. The first tint of Monday's dawn glowed in the east behind the Kasbah. There would be no Dieppe in Africa. Lucian Truscott would not permit it. No son of a bitch, no commander. Yet only luck, valor, and French hesitation prevented the Americans at Média from being thrown back into the Atlantic. Just 7 of the 54 light tanks in Truscott's armor battalion reached shore, but they were enough, with timely gunfire from the cruiser Savannah, to repulse French armored reinforcements heading toward Média from Rabat on November 9th. French Renaults and American Stuarts swapped fire at 100 yards range, scooting up and back without exposing the thin armor on their flanks. When shell ejectors jammed, tank commanders tore out their fingernails, clawing spent brass from the gun breeches. French bullets wedged between the turret and hull on several tanks, jamming the swivel mechanisms. Crewmen leaped from their hatches and yanked out the slugs with pliers as if extracting teeth. Navy pilots dropped 50 depth charges designed to combat submarines on French tanks and artillery. By nightfall on November 9th, the beachhead was no longer imperiled, although French snipers continued to kill men careless with their silhouettes. A U.S. infantry battalion that had been marooned on a beach far to the north hacked a trail through dense juniper to appear on the north bank of the Cebu across from the airfield. Stuart tanks approached Port Lyautey from the southwest. The night was not a cheerful one, Truscott later recalled, although for me it was less grim and dismal than the night before. At first light on November 10th, the USS Dallas approached the twin rock jetties bracketing the mouth of the Cebu. 75 American commandos were aboard the World War I-era destroyer, whose stacks and superstructure had been whittled down to reduce her draft as she eased upriver to the airfield. At the helm was the former chief pilot of Port Lyautey, René Malvern. A French patriot who had briefly been jailed for his Gaullist sympathies, Malvern earlier in the year had been smuggled by the OSS to Tangier in a trailer pulled by a Chevrolet. Every few miles the driver had stopped to hear Malvern's muffled assurances, "Tout va bien, pas trop de monoxide." From Gibraltar, Malvern had made his way to London, where he introduced himself at Allied headquarters as Mr. Jones and asked personally for Eisenhower, before being spirited to an OSS safe house in Washington, where he was known simply as the Shark. George Marshall had been furious upon learning of the escapade, and pointed out that Malvern's conspicuous absence from Port Lyautey would rivet attention on this particular area. Yet here he was, almost home, at the wheel of an American destroyer, wearing U.S. Army herringbone and straining to recall the seasonal shift of sandbars in a treacherous pilotage he had not negotiated in many months. Dallas yawed wildly against an ebb tide and violent rain that spattered the deck like gravel. 30-foot swells swept between the jetties, curling over the destroyer's stern in great emerald tubes. Spindrift whipped past the bridge as Malvern felt for the channel, narrowly missing the breakwater rocks. Seamen called the diminishing depths with a hand lead improvised from a steel shackle. The Cebu's mucky bottom sucked at the destroyer's hull, then abruptly held her fast near the cannery. Swells pounded Dallas from behind, and great splashes of turquoise blossomed around the ship as gunfire from the Kasbah began smacking into the water. Malvern ordered flank speed. Dallas's propellers chopped at the river with such fury that her engine-room dials showed 25 knots when in fact she was barely creeping, her keel carving a trench in the silt. A mile upstream, the prow sliced through a cable boom stretched across the Cebu. The destroyer's 3-inch guns popped away at the Kasbah and French machine gunners on the encroaching hills. Malvern threaded a path between two scuttled steamers and traced the oxbow loop to the eastern flank of the runway. There, at 7:37 a.m., Dallas ran aground for good. The commandos launched their rubber boats, and within 20 minutes the airfield had been seized. 2 hours later, Truscott crouched in the shadow of the cannery below the Kasbah. He had captured the airfield, but the Media garrison refused to capitulate. Another infantry assault on the fortress had been repulsed, then another, then 2 more. Over 200 wounded soldiers lay in aid stations near the beach, and dozens of dead lay in a makeshift morgue. All ship-to-shore movement had been halted by high seas, and water, ammunition, and medical supplies were now desperately short. Truscott was also running out of troops, and a message from Patton warned him that no reinforcements were available. A provisional assault company of cooks, clerks, and drivers met behind a dune for hasty instruction in how to use the Thompson submachine gun, then filtered into trenches north of the Media lighthouse. In the teeming rain, gunners wheeled a pair of 105mm howitzers up to the Kasbah walls and opened fire at point-blank range. The masonry yielded, but French counterattacks with grenades and machine gun fire again drove the Americans back 200 yards. At 10:30 a.m., as Truscott scanned the enemy battlements with his field glasses, 8 Navy dive bombers appeared overhead. Howitzer gunners marked the targets with smoke shells, and moments later the Kasbah erupted in flame and dust. It was a beautiful sight for a soldier's eyes, Truscott later wrote. Whooping infantrymen boiled through the main gate and broken wall, chasing snipers through the labyrinthine fondouk with bayonets fixed, shoving grenades into firing ports at the commandant's headquarters. Combat engineers forced the lower gate along the river, and the Kasbah surrendered. The garrison commander had been killed. More than 200 French troops emerged with their hands raised, and another 150 were captured in nearby trenches and mud huts. The final assault, an army account acknowledged, had touches of beau geste. Enemy resistance was broken, but sniping and sporadic shelling, including more than 200 high-explosive rounds from the Texas, continued until Tuesday evening. At 10:30 p.m., a French officer drove toward American lines in a staff car with a tricolor lashed to the radiator and a bugler repeatedly tooting ceasefire. American sentries mistook the stirring call for charge and opened fire, wounding the automobile grillwork but no passengers. After more hours of delay and confusion, Truscott received word at his command post on the beach that French commanders wanted to parley. A brief conference at the Kasbah, described in one account as a brightly colored pageant of varied French and colonial uniforms, Arab costumes, and flags, led to a formal ceasefire. French troops stacked arms and returned to their barracks. Our parley, Truscott reported, ended with another interchange of stiff salutes. The 3-day fight for Média and Port-Lyautey had cost 79 American lives and 250 men wounded. The French, with pardonable imprecision, estimated their dead at 250 to 300. Colonel Craw and other fallen soldiers from both sides were buried together in a new cemetery on the bluff above the Cebu, a few yards from the Kasbah. Late on November 10th, René Malvern was ferried from the Dallas out to the Contessa for another run up the river. Scraping hard across the bar at the Cebu's mouth, the scow sheared into the southern jetty with a grinding crash that seemed certain to detonate her 1,000 tons of munitions and fuel. Instead, Contessa simply settled in the mud, her bow plates crushed and the forward hold flooded in under 2 minutes, with 13 feet of water. Both ship and pilot had come too far to give up now. Awaiting a rising tide, Malvern swung Contessa's bow downriver, rang up full steam astern, and backed up the river 10 miles to the airfield. Unloading took 3 days. Malvern returned home to his wife and children with a silver star on his chest. In a final twist, of the 77 P-40s launched from Chenango, 1 crashed into the sea, 1 vanished into the fog, and 17 were damaged while landing at the hard-won Port-Lyautey runway. Many of the mishaps reflected elementary pilot errors, which were attributed to war hysteria. None of the surviving planes saw action in Torch. It's all over for now. Gray with fatigue, Patton had returned to the Augusta in his crash boat to make final plans for the reduction of Casablanca. His struggles in climbing the boarding net so alarmed Hewitt that the Admiral fell to his knees on the well deck and hauled Patton over the side. "Doctor, I think the General is very tired," Hewitt told the ship's surgeon. "I wish you would prescribe for him. You might prescribe for me, too." The doctor measured out 2 bracing shots from a liquor bottle. Patton and Hewitt still addressed each other as General and Admiral. Not until Sicily, 9 months later, did they mutually agree to George and Kent. But this small episode, so charged with the stress and isolation of command, was another important moment in their ripening camaraderie. Duly revived, they finished planning their battle, and Patton motored back to his army. Hewitt resumed his station on the bridge on November 10th, just as the mighty Jean Bart, considered hors de combat for the past 2 days, returned to life. French crewmen had secretly repaired her damaged turret, but left the guns cockeyed as a ruse. An officer in the battleship's cramped crow's nest had been watching Augusta for hours, beckoning with a crooked finger and murmuring, "Come a little closer, come a little closer." At 14,000 yards, 8 miles, Jean Bart opened with a 2-gun salvo. A pair of orange geysers heaved 60 feet out of the sea, splattering those on Augusta's bridge with dyed water. 9 more salvos followed. The bridge rang up flank, speed, hard right rudder, and smoke. Augusta fled like a goddess in her own fogbank, chased by shells that straddled the cruiser but failed to strike home. Ranger's aircraft retaliated promptly with a barrage of 1,000-pound bombs that gouged a 10-foot hole in Jean Bart's main deck near the bow and blew a 20-foot length from the stern. The flight leader radioed back to the carrier, "No more Jean Bart," and this time it was true. For Patton, enough was enough. Eisenhower had explicitly ordered that no bombardment will be executed without prior authority from me. But Patton, citing bulky communications, intended to raise Casablanca without even notifying Gibraltar, much less awaiting permission. At his headquarters in Fedala, engineers put the final touches on plans to blow up aqueducts and power lines. Pilots studied aerial photos of their targets. Gunners built pyramids of extra ammunition. Infantrymen honed their bayonets and edged forward for an assault now fixed for 7:30 a.m. on Wednesday, November 11th. At 2 a.m., about the time that Truscott learned of Port-Lyautey's capitulation, a French car approached a 30th Infantry picket with the usual bragging bugle and a truce flag lit with a flashlight. 2 French officers and 4 enlisted men carried a dispatch from General Nogues's headquarters. At the Hotel Miramar, Patton rose, dressed, and marched through the double doors of a smoking room off the lobby. As later recounted by Patton's aide, Charles R. Codman, a French major wearing a black leather helmet and a khaki uniform, white with dust, handed the general a flimsy onion skin. Patton sat on a banquette and by candlelight studied the scribbled message. More negotiating by Darlan and Clark in Algiers, Pétain in Vichy, and Noguès in Rabat appeared to have resulted in a ceasefire across North Africa. At any rate, the French army in Morocco had been ordered to stop fighting. Patton looked at the major sitting rigid in a straight-backed chair. "Unless the French Navy immediately signifies that it is bound by this ceasefire order," he warned, "the attack on Casablanca jumps off as scheduled." That gave the French 3 hours. Patton dismissed the officer and his delegation with a safe conduct through American lines into Casablanca. "Staff wanted me to call off attack, but I would not yet," he wrote in his diary. "It was too late, and besides, it is bad to change plans." At dawn, the guns were loaded and elevated, with fingers poised on triggers and firing keys. Navy dive bombers vaulted from the Ranger and circled toward the city with full bomb racks. Hewitt dispatched a truculent, if syntactically suspect, message to Admiral Michelier, the Vichy naval chief. "Report whether you intend forcing me destroy your ship and shore installations and spill the blood of your people. The decision is your individual responsibility." At 6:40 a.m., the French reply reached Patton at the command post of the 3rd Infantry Division. He ordered his deputy over a walkie-talkie, "Call it off. The French Navy has capitulated." Then to Hewitt, "Urgent to Augusta. Ceasefire immediately. Acknowledge immediately. Patton." A Wildcat flight leader radioed, "Boys, it's all over for now. Let's go back." The pilots jettisoned their bombs in the sea and returned to the carrier. Franco-American amity, part of the natural order in Yankee eyes, was quickly reestablished. The bloodletting of the past 3 days, if neither forgotten nor quite forgiven, was set aside just as a marital indiscretion might be glossed over for the sake of the children. An unshaven American colonel, toting a Tommy gun and assorted pistols, arrived at Admiralty headquarters, where a French officer threw up his hands in mock terror and cried, "Chicago! I give up!" The Americans claimed their dead from a French morgue and buried them on the beach in pits powdered with lime. Just past noon on November 11th, Patton and Hewitt hosted a luncheon at a Fête de la Brasserie for their French counterparts, lubricating the pleasantries with Bordeaux and cognac. At the Miramar later that afternoon, Noguès, Michelier, and other French commanders drove past the coconut palms and banana trees lining the driveway to find that Patton had posted a welcoming honor guard. In the smoking room he complimented his adversaries on their gallantry and proposed a gentleman's agreement under which French troops could keep their arms. Details of the ceasefire would be left to Eisenhower and Darlan in Algiers. Patton sealed the deal with a toast to our future victory over a common enemy. "They drank $40 worth of champagne," he later told Washington, "but it was worth it." Hewitt shook Admiral Michelier's outstretched hand and told him that the U.S. Navy, which had dumped 19,000 shells on Morocco in the past 3 days, regretted firing on the tricolor. "You had your orders and you carried them out. I had mine and I carried them out," Michelier replied. "Now I am ready to cooperate in every way possible." The conquest of Morocco cost the United States more than 1,100 casualties. 337 killed, 637 wounded, 122 missing, and 71 captured. The Allies had secured an Atlantic base in Africa, strengthening the sea lanes, tightening control of the Strait of Gibraltar, and discouraging any Axis expedition through Spain. "We are in Casablanca and have the harbor and airport," Patton told his diary on November 11th. "To God be the praise." In a letter to Eisenhower he added, "If you adhere to your plan, things usually work for you." Press dispatches from Morocco, if sketchy and distorted, made Patton a national hero. The 74-hour battle had given him a chance to display his most conspicuous command attributes: energy, will, a capacity to see the enemy's perspective, and bloodlust. "Of course, as a Christian, I was glad to avoid the further effusion of blood," he wrote the Secretary of War, Henry Stimson. "But as a soldier, I would have given a good deal to have the fight go on." Yet Patton's defects also were revealed: a wanton disregard of logistics, a childish propensity to feud with other services, an incapacity to empathize with frightened young soldiers, a willingness to disregard the spirit, if not the letter, of orders from his superiors, and an archaic tendency to assess his own generalship on the basis of personal courage under fire. He relied on charm and half-truth in explaining to Eisenhower his readiness to bombard Casablanca without authorization. "I cannot control interstellar space, and our radio simply would not work. The only person who lost by it was myself, since the press was probably unable to recount my heroic deeds." But Patton was too discerning a professional soldier to be wholly satisfied. "Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to distinguish myself except not to lay down a couple of times when we got strafed," he wrote B. Perhaps the shrewdest assessment came in B's return letter, written on November 8th. "I realize that there are months and perhaps years of waiting and anxiety ahead of me. Yet today all I can think of is your triumph, and the thought that rings through my mind like a peal of bells is that the first jump is taken, and you will never have to take it again." After leaving the Miramar late Wednesday afternoon, Hewitt returned to Augusta in a quandary. 15 transports and cargo ships remained in the vulnerable anchorage off Fedala. Although almost all Army troops had disembarked, 3/4 of their supplies, 11,000 tons, remained in the holds. The Army was pleading for food, fuel, medical supplies, tentage, everything. An obvious solution was to move the ships into Casablanca harbor for unloading. A staff officer reported to Hewitt with sketches and notes showing 5 berths available along the Jetée Transversale and room for at least 10 more ships in various basins. But when Hewitt had asked Michelieu at lunch about the port, the French admiral threw up his hands. "C'est un cimetière." Herding the ships in at night among the submerged wrecks would be hazardous, Hewitt agreed. More to the point, the next convoy from Norfolk, with 24 ships and 32,000 soldiers, would arrive in 2 days on November 13th, with expectations of a safe harbor. The port was far too small to accommodate everyone, and the arriving ships were more precious since they still carried all of their troops and cargo. And yet, Hewitt studied the secret intelligence message received that afternoon. An estimated 14 German submarines were heading toward Casablanca, including an 8-boat wolf pack designated Schlachtot, death blow. "Go after them, full attack," the U-boats had been ordered. "Let nothing hold you back." All U.S. ships and aircraft had been alerted to the danger. A minefield was laid along the northeast flank of the transport anchorage despite a shortage of sea mines. 11 destroyers patrolled the other approaches. The Army had been asked repeatedly to extinguish all lights in Casablanca because their glare silhouetted the ships against the coast. "Good lads," Hewitt often told his staff officers, "you make it so easy for me. All I have to do is decide." Yet with all the factors carefully considered, this decision was difficult. Hewitt knew that detecting even a surfaced submarine was hard. Many cloud shadows had been bombed and shelled in recent days. Spotting a feather, the thin wake made by an extended periscope, was virtually impossible at night. And killing submerged U-boats with depth charges was like trying to hit a fish with a stone. At 6 p.m., Hewitt gathered his staff again on Augusta, then sent another message to Patton once more asking him to turn out the lights. All vessels would remain at Anchorage overnight. He would revisit the issue in the morning. Blackout drapes covered the tall windows of the Miramar's dining room. Outside, the faint scent of bougainvillea sweetened the air. A sea breeze stirred the bamboo thickets that screened a croquet green from the beach casino. Patton and 24 staff officers dined on duck, very credibly prepared by a French chef who had been informally conscripted into the American Army hours before. Many a glass of wine was raised to toast the coincident occasion of Patton's 57th birthday, his triumph in Morocco, and the 24th anniversary of the armistice ending the Great War. At 7:48 p.m., the festivities were interrupted by a muffled detonation that rattled the seaward windows. As Patton and his men hurried to the veranda or climbed 5 stories to the hotel roof, 2 more explosions carried across the water. 3 miles off the beach, yellow flames licked from one ship. Brilliant orange fireballs floated into the sky as stocks of gasoline and ammunition exploded. 2 other vessels also appeared to be in distress. Frantic blinkering flashed from the signal lamps on 24 ships in an arc stretching to the horizon. With field glasses, it was possible to see men flailing in the water, backlit by fire. That, Patton's chief engineer later recalled, ended the party. The German submarine U-173 had slipped through the destroyer's screen and sprayed 6 torpedoes at the concentrated American ships. 3 vessels had been struck, each in the port side. Joseph Hughes sank by the bow in 26 minutes, taking her captain and several seamen to the bottom. An officer aboard the tanker Winooski had spotted a torpedo wake slide past his prow, then turned his head just in time to see a second torpedo burrow into the hull between the bridge and poop deck house. The detonation wounded 7 men and gashed a 25-foot hole in a fuel tank that was fortunately empty and ballasted with seawater. The destroyer Hamilton, waiting to refuel, was struck in the forward engine room 4 feet below the waterline. The blast killed 20 men and broke the back of the ship so completely that you could see her working her bow and stern, which were no longer rigidly attached, a witness reported. Survivors huddled on deck and sang, "Don't give up the ship." Another destroyer spotted U-173 making for the open sea just before 8:30. But, owing to momentary confusion over whether the submarine was in fact an American landing craft, the killer slipped away. Pressing her luck, the U-boat would be trapped off Casablanca 5 days later and sunk by depth charges, with all 57 hands lost. The goosing of 3 ships, in the Army's impudent phrase, cost Hewitt a sleepless night. Red-eyed and rumpled, he convened his top commanders aboard Augusta early on Thursday, November 12th, in the cramped cabin of his chief of staff. 2 hours after the attack, he had sent a superfluous warning to all ships: "Be especially vigilant against Axis submarines." Winooski had been righted with hard pumping, and the swayback Hamilton was towed to sanctuary in Casablanca harbor. But for the rest of the fleet, the issues remained unchanged. Tens of thousands of additional soldiers were scheduled to arrive tomorrow in the second convoy, and there was no room in the harbor for both Hewitt's original cargo ships and the newcomers. Hewitt was furious. For months he had warned the Army that this follow-on convoy would arrive almost a week too early, putting itself and the invasion force at risk. But Patton and other generals had worn him down by insisting that more troops and cargo would be needed in Morocco immediately. Hewitt had finally concurred, with extreme reluctance and misgivings. For more than an hour, he reviewed his options. "All I have to do is decide." He could move the invasion transports into Casablanca immediately and let the arriving convoy wait at sea. For a victorious fleet, the measures seemed defensive, even embarrassing, and it would imperil the newcomers. Hewitt was more tempted by a proposal to continue unloading by lighter and at Fedalah's tiny harbor during the day, repairing to the relative safety of the open sea at night, and ceding Casablanca to the new arrivals. But that would add days to the unloading, and blue water was hardly a refuge. This very morning, 50 miles off the coast, Ranger had narrowly escaped an attack by U-boats. Finally, he could continue unloading day and night at Fedalah and hope that last night's attack had been a fluke. Hewitt's transport commander, Captain Robert R.M. Emmett, argued loudly for this third option. The Navy's primary obligation at Casablanca was to support the Army, Emmett insisted. Even with a ceasefire in place, Patton and his commanders howled at the Navy's delays in unloading. Hewitt slumped in a chair. Emmett's arguments had force. Surely the Navy could protect itself. And if a ship was torpedoed close to shore, the chance of salvaging at least some cargo was better than if it was hit far out at sea. Augusta would move into Casablanca and berth at the stinking phosphate pier. The rest of the fleet would remain off Fedalah, unloading as fast as possible. The admiral dismissed his men and headed toward the bridge with a churning sense of unease. If ever he needed a bit more velvet, it was now. But Kent Hewitt had been at sea for too many years and was too fine a sailor to deceive himself. His velvet was gone. As dusk sifted over Fedallah, and Patton's staff gathered at the Miramar for Thursday's supper, Captain Ernst Kals eased U-130 down the Moroccan coast from the northeast in water so shallow the submarine's hull scraped bottom. Kals knew the Americans well. He had won the Knight's Cross after sinking 9 ships in a 2-week spree along the east coast earlier in the year. U-130 slipped at dead slow between the beach and the American minefield. The unseen feather purled the sea like a shark's fin. Shortly before 6 p.m., the U-boat fired 4 torpedoes from her bow tubes, then nimbly pirouetted to let fly a 5th from the stern tube. Each hit home. 3 laden transports, Hugh L. Scott, Edward Rutledge, and Tasker H. Bliss, burst into flame. The 12,000-ton Scott struck twice on the starboard flank, heaved from the sea like a beast harpooned, then promptly settled aft with a 30-degree list. Flimsy wooden partitions exploded into 1,000 arrows, impaling sailors in the mess hall and cooks in the galley. Concrete slabs installed to protect the bridge fell through the buckled deck and flattened the compartments below. Lights went dead. Flame loped down the starboard companionway, and oil sloshed along the canted passages so that sailors slipped and fell in a tangle. Boiler number 2 exploded, sluicing scalding water through the engine room. Men who touched the glowing bulkheads drew back a palmful of blisters. Sailors dragged their buddies from the sick bay and freed the lone occupant of the brig. The shout, "Abandon ship," echoed above the tumult. Those still able scrambled over the side before Scott sank by the stern with a hiss. Her 2 sisters fared no better. Rutledge, hit twice, immediately went dark and mute. Captain M.W. Hutchinson, Jr., slipped anchor in the futile hope that wind and tide would nudge the ship ashore. She burned like a furnace and sank stern first, precisely 78 minutes after being torpedoed. Bliss lingered for hours, and a weird keening rose from her fiery hull, where nearly 36 sailors were reduced to carbon ash. An officer on Augusta's bridge watched the Bliss and murmured ambiguously, "The damned fools! The damned fools!" Hewitt's intelligence officer handed him a handwritten message at 8:25 p.m. Rutledge sunk, Bliss burning, Scott listing and abandoned. Search for survivors will continue all night. Hewitt stared at the dispatch. He ordered a tug to tow Bliss into the shallows, but no tug was available. At 2:30 Friday morning, the transport slid beneath the waves. A few russet puffs of smoke marked her descent. 1,500 survivors struggled to reach the beach. A flotilla of landing craft and French fishing smacks hauled in sailors coated with oil but for the whites of their eyes. 500 men required medical treatment, overwhelming doctors still busy from the previous night's attack. A camel barn on the Fedallah dock was converted into a triage center. In the drafty wooden casino outside the Miramar, more than 150 litters were wedged between the baccarat tables. Men with strips of skin hanging like bark from a gum tree wandered through the door to ask, politely, for morphine. Surgeons operated by signal corps torches. Corpsmen fumbled by candlelight to set fractures and staunch wounds. Of 400 burn cases, 1 in 4, Patton described them as pieces of bacon, required multiple blood plasma transfusions. Most of the precious 1,000 units rushed to the fleet at Norfolk in late October had been saved, and so, in consequence, were at least 20 lives. But critical medical equipment was missing, including vital pieces of anesthesia machines, and so were lives lost. Friday's dawn brought the flat African light and full illumination of the catastrophe. Wounded sailors sprawled in the pews of the Catholic Church and on classroom floors. Barges ferried the worst cases to shipboard sick bays, where some died and some lived, and some loitered in the netherworld. An unidentified sailor taken to the Leonard Wood, clothed only in third-degree burns, regained consciousness long enough to spell out, mysteriously, K-E-N-S-T-K. Then slid into a coma and died 3 days later, known only to God. Soldiers looking seaward were unsettled by the ship's missing silhouettes, as if teeth had been knocked from a familiar smile. Hewitt soon ordered all surviving vessels away from the coast. A day later, 5 transports berthed in Casablanca harbor, where they finished unloading and took on a ballast of wounded men for the return trip to America. The approaching convoy was waved away. It steamed aimlessly and without incident here and there in the eastern Atlantic for 5 days, until being summoned into Casablanca on November 18th, the precise date Hewitt had proposed months earlier. U-130, which had sunk 25 Allied ships, escaped for 4 months. Then she was cornered off the Azores and destroyed with all hands. On November 17th, Hewitt and Augusta sailed for Norfolk. He would return in triumph to Hampton Roads, as he had after the Great White Fleet's circumnavigation 33 years earlier, more convinced than ever that the world was round, but imperfectly so. Yet a certain melancholy attended, fed by the suspicion that 140 men had forfeited their lives because, among a dozen vital decisions, he made one that was simply wrong. Hewitt would be back for Sicily, Salerno, Anzio, southern France, a large figure in a large war. But that November night off the coast of Casablanca remained, forever, a small and tender scar on his strong sailor's heart. If the shooting between Anglo-Americans and Frenchmen had stopped, the political scuffling had not. The brief final act of Operation Torch played out in Algiers, where the invasion ended as raggedly as it began. General Clark's arrest of Darlan was rescinded on November 11th, when the admiral pledged his conversion to the Allied cause, again, after learning that 10 German and 6 Italian divisions had invaded Vichy France. With an Allied army in North Africa, Hitler could not risk an exposed flank on the French Mediterranean. So Operation Anton gobbled up Vichy in hours. Darlan telephoned French commanders in Tunisia while Clark eavesdropped and ordered them to resist any Axis intrusion. He also cabled the commander of the Vichy fleet at Toulon, Admiral Jean Laborde, and invited him to weigh anchor for French North Africa. Laborde loathed Darlan as only one old salt can detest another, and he replied, with scatological concision, "Merde." However, Clark went to bed and enjoyed the deep slumber of self-approbation until 5 a.m. on November 12th, when he was awakened and told that Darlan had reneged yet again. The order to Tunisian commanders had been suspended pending approval by General Nogues, whom the besieged Pétain had designated as his plenipotentiary in North Africa. A familiar scene followed in the St. Georges conference room: threats, table-thumping, bad French. "Not once have you shown me that you are working in our interests," Clark shouted at Darlan. "I'm sick and tired of the way you have been conducting yourself. I think you are weak." The admiral meticulously creased several strips of scrap paper, then folded them into pleasing shapes. "I want to fight the Germans," General Juin declared. "I am with you." "No, you're not." "I am with you," Juin repeated. "I'm not being treated right. This puts me in a very difficult spot." Darlan tore the paper into tiny pieces. "I know it, but I'm in a worse way," Clark said. "I'm not sure who my friends are. I can't afford to make mistakes." At noon on November 13th, Eisenhower arrived from Gibraltar in hopes of breaking the impasse. Clark picked him up at Maison Blanche airfield in 2 commandeered French cars with tires so frayed the drivers were told not to exceed 8 miles per hour. Even at that snail's pace, Eisenhower was happy to escape, if only for a few hours, what he described as his badly ventilated office 600 feet underground. "We have had many hours of strain," he had written Walter Bedell, Beetle, Smith 2 days earlier, "and the events through which we have passed will be classed as quite important." If the assessment seemed dispassionate, nonchalance verging on apathy would be characteristic of Eisenhower after later battlefield victories, too. In part, he was looking ahead, determined to rush pell-mell to the east. He had written Marshall of his burning ambition to make the Allied governments an early present of Tunis and the French fleet at Toulon. In part, he may have been emotionally distancing himself from the casualties for which he was, as Commander-in-Chief, inescapably responsible. The losses, he had told Churchill in a letter, were insignificant compared to the advantages we have so far won. Few commanders in this war could function without arriving at a sensibility in which thousands of dead and wounded men could be waved away as insignificant. At the Saint-Georges, Clark and Robert Murphy recounted the latest developments. General Nogues had arrived from Morocco and promptly called General Giraud a coward and a liar. Nogues had then ceded his powers back to Darlan. Orders to resist the Axis in Tunisia had been reinstated, but to uncertain effect. Clark had again threatened reprisals ranging from shackles to the scaffold. Yet after hours of loud bickering among themselves, the French this morning had agreed to an arrangement that Clark believed might serve. Darlan would become High Commissioner in French North Africa, with Giraud as Chief of the French Armed Forces, Juin as Army Commander, and Nogues remaining as Governor-General in Morocco. Eisenhower sighed. These political machinations perplexed and annoyed him. Do these men want to become marshals of a greater and more glorious France, or do they want to sink into miserable oblivion? He had asked Clark. In a message to Marshall he was even blunter. If these stupid French would only realize what side their bread is buttered on, what a chance they now have to execute a master stroke. They seem completely inert. Still, the new agreement looked like a path out of this maze of political and personal intrigue. Eisenhower had intended, he told Clark, to lay down the law with a bit of table-pounding, but now that appeared unnecessary. In the hotel conference room, Darlan had exchanged his uniform for a three-piece civilian suit. He and the others stood when the Americans entered at 2 p.m. Eisenhower shook hands, and after a few pleasantries uttered only 11 sentences, including, "What you propose is completely acceptable to me. From this day on, Admiral Darlan heads the French North African state. In this attitude I am supported by President Roosevelt. We all must agree to put together all means to whip the Germans." He shook hands again and marched from the room. Before boarding the B-17 at Maison Blanche, Eisenhower fished out a 5-pointed star from his pocket and pinned it next to the other two on Clark's shoulder, making him a lieutenant general. "When you are away and out of touch," he had told Clark 2 days before, "I feel like I've lost my right arm." Feeling expansive, Clark returned to the Saint-Georges and summoned reporters. "Now we can proceed in a businesslike way," he told them. "Things look good." 60 years after Torch, a precise count of Allied casualties remains elusive. Official U.S. tallies, which clearly undercounted British losses, put the combined Anglo-American figure at 1,469, including 526 American dead. British figures, which include minor actions on November 12th and 13th, calculate Allied losses at 2,225, including nearly 1,100 dead. The number of French killed and wounded probably approached 3,000. In 3 days, Vichy forces in North Africa also lost more than half their tanks, armored cars, and airplanes. Materiel so sorely missed in the weeks ahead that Eisenhower considered 18 French battalions equivalent in combat power to a single American battalion. Allied commanders initially suppressed news regarding the intensity of the Torch fighting so the French would not remain embittered against us for having to fight them into submission. Torch had lured more Frenchmen, including many who had been morally deranged by invasion, occupation, and partition, back to the side of the Angels. But the naivete of Eisenhower and his lieutenants was such that none foresaw the consequence of embracing Darlan, whose purported villainy had been relentlessly denounced by Allied leaders for 2 years. "It's not very pretty," Charles de Gaulle wrote in mid-November. "I think that before long the retching will take place." American military officers who had spent the past 2 decades perfecting cavalry charges on windswept posts in the middle of nowhere could be pardoned for having limited political acuity. The truth was that a callow, clumsy army had arrived in North Africa with little notion of how to act as a world power. The balance of the campaign, indeed the balance of the war, would require learning not only how to fight, but how to rule. Eisenhower sensed it. He wrote Beetle Smith, "We are just started on a great venture." The war's momentum was shifting to the Allies, but in mid-November 1942, few men could see how irrevocable, how tectonic that shift was. Churchill, who a month earlier had warned, "If Torch fails, then I'm done for," assessed the moment most elegantly. Now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is, perhaps, the end of the beginning. As for combat, Torch revealed profound shortcomings in leadership, tactics, equipment, martial elan, and common sense. Certain features of the invasion, such as amphibious assaults and attacks on an enemy's flanks, would be polished by harsh experience and provide a template for Allied offensives throughout the war. But the U.S. Army was simply inept at combined arms, the essence of modern warfare, which requires skillful choreography of infantry, armor, artillery, air power, and other combat forces. Most soldiers also remained wedged in the twilight between the habits of peace and the ruthlessness of war. Worse yet, few realized it. Tens of thousands of American soldiers had heard the bullets sing, and any number believed, in George Washington's fatuous phrase, that there was something charming in the sound. That was only because they had not heard many. Those who had seen American tank shells punch through the French Renaults swaggered through their bivouacs with helmets full of Algerian wine, crowing, "Bring on the Panzers!" Such confidence was so infectious that the British and American chiefs of staff suggested paring down the Torch forces in order to undertake other Mediterranean adventures, such as an invasion of Sardinia. "For God's sake," Eisenhower replied, "let's get one job done at a time." But even the cautious commander felt a little cocky. The White House was told to expect the occupation of Tunis and Bizerte in December, and the fall of Tripoli in late January. They believed they had been blooded. They believed that overpowering the feeble French meant something. They believed in the righteousness of their cause, the inevitability of their victory, and the immortality of their young souls. And as they wheeled around to the east and pulled out their Michelin maps of Tunisia, they believed they had actually been to war. Part 2. Chapter 4. Pushing East. We live in tragic hours. At 2 a.m. on November 8th, the American Consul General in Tunis, Hooker A. Doolittle, had rapped on the front gate of the governor's palace, demanding to see the Vichy Resident General. Vice Admiral Jean-Pierre Esteva soon appeared, immaculate if unorthodox, in full naval uniform and bedroom slippers. An elfin bachelor with a square-cut white beard, Esteva was known as the monk for his ascetic habits, which included rising before dawn each morning to attend Mass and eating nothing before noon except dry toast and an orange. The son of a cork merchant from Reims, Esteva, at the age of 62, was looking toward retirement so he could devote himself to his greatest passion, the magnificent Cathédrale Notre-Dame in his native town, where 26 French kings had been crowned. Doolittle's breathless enunciation of the Allied assault seemed unlikely to smooth Esteva's path to old age. The Admiral listened as Doolittle, whom one acquaintance described as an Esquire fashion plate gone seedy, predicted the imminent arrival in Tunisia of Allied legions so vast they would darken the sky with aircraft. "They had better hurry up, because the others will be here within 48 hours, Esteva said dryly, and escorted his guest to the door. Posing as a French farmer on his way home, Doolittle soon fled Tunis in a borrowed car with his Spanish maids and Pekingese dogs. Upon reaching the Allied lines, he told anyone who would listen, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" There was no need for Admiral Esteva to specify who the others were, and he had actually underestimated German agility. Tunisia was only a panther's leap from Axis bases in Italy, as the Deputy Führer Hermann Göring had observed. At 10:55 a.m. on November 9th, the first Luftwaffe fighters touched down at El Awina airfield northeast of Tunis. Dive bombers and transport planes soon followed after making a low, intimidating pass over the city. Hastily mustered German troops, many of them only marginally fit for combat, stumbled down the ramps. French troops ringed the field, and French armored cars on the runway greeted each landing plane with guns trained at the cockpit. This impasse lasted several hours until a Luftwaffe security force set up machine guns behind a hangar and laid mines around the French vehicles. Choosing to heed directives from Vichy rather than the confused gabble coming out of Algiers, Esteva ordered the cordon removed. By dusk, 90 planes had landed. German troops marched from the tarmac to bivouacs along the narrow Carthage road, singing Lily Marlene as they dug their revetments. The Wehrmacht's entrenchment in Tunis set the stage for a confrontation between German and Anglo-American armies that was to scorch 2 continents over the next 2.5 years and cost several million lives. Here began the struggle for possession of the earth itself, or at least the western earth, an unremitting series of titanic land battles that would sweep across Salerno and Anzio, Normandy and the Bulge, broken only by brief interludes to cart away the dead and revivify the living. Hitler had learned the full extent of the Allied invasion while stopped at a remote rail siding in Thuringia. He was on his way to Munich for a reunion of the old beer hall Kämpfer. Within hours he recognized that if the Allies seized North Africa, they could transform a peripheral expedition into a platform for the invasion of southern Europe. That would imperil Italy, his closest ally, and access possessions from France to Greece. To give up Africa means to give up the Mediterranean, he declared. It would mean not only the ruin of our revolutions, but also the ruin of our people's future, Hitler subsequently wrote Mussolini. He signed the letter, "Yours in indissoluble unity." Already 230 of Germany's 260 divisions were on the defensive. Some German strategists sensed that their war's arc had swung from expansion to contraction, but Hitler refused to accept that Germany had lost the strategic initiative. Tunisia was to be the cornerstone of our conduct of the war on the southern flank of Europe. If secondary to the Eastern crusade against Bolshevism, it was vital nonetheless. At his most grandiose, Hitler conjured new African offensives. To the west, to drive the Torch invaders from Algeria and Morocco, and to the east, to drive the British Eighth Army across the Suez Canal. By late November, the Führer's strategic vision would be articulated in a one-sentence order. North Africa, being the approach to Europe, must be held at all costs. That sentence condemned 1 million men from both sides to 7 months of torment. On Tuesday, November 10th, Wehrmacht paratroopers arrived in numbers for the first time. A platoon from the 5th Parachute Regiment flew from Naples and immediately fortified the main road leading to Tunis from the west. Guns earmarked for Rommel's army in Egypt were diverted to Tunisia and dragged forward, still wrapped in shipping paper. Fuel was so scarce that troops eventually used heating pellets made from grass and the residue from olive presses. Commanders hired French taxis as staff cars. Messengers traveled by Tunis street tram. A young Gefreiter carrying dispatches reported with delight that no one had made him buy a ticket. Weak as the German vanguard was, the leaders of Vichy France's 30,000 troops in North Africa were weaker. Ambivalence racked the French high command. On November 11th, Hitler ordered German and Italian troops to occupy Vichy France. That same day, Admiral Louis Darien, commander of the Vichy naval base at Bizerte, 40 miles north of Tunis, told his subordinates, "I count on everyone to keep his calm, his sang-froid, and his dignity." That night, after receiving new orders from Darlan in Algiers, Darien decreed, "The enemy is the German and Italian. Blaze away with all your heart against the foe of 1940. We have a revenge to take. Vive la France!" French officers drank champagne toasts, and all ranks sang the Marseillaise on the Bizerte docks. This jubilation lasted less than an hour. At midnight, 40 minutes after Darien had issued his battle cry, he annulled it by order of Vichy. "November 8th, we fight everybody," he wrote privately. "November 9th, we fight the Germans. November 10th, we fight nobody." November 10th, noon, we fight the Germans. November 11th, night, we fight nobody. Perhaps no passage written during the war better captured the agony of France and the moral gyrations to which her sons were subject. On November 12th, Darien phoned Admiral Darlan, then still gripped by indecision, but received no clear direction. The increasingly listless Esteva was even more enthralled to Vichy. A German officer concluded that Esteva was capable of only nodding his head. It seems that he is not quite equal to the tense situation. Esteva agreed. After 40 years of obedience, I cannot begin to disobey orders now. The first sea shipments of German troops and equipment, including 17 tanks and 40 tons of ammunition, arrived November 12th. Darien was scheduled to retire in a month after 42 years of service. Now he predicted, I shall be known as the admiral who delivered Bizerte to the Germans. Sadly, yes. By November 14th, the Germans had inserted 3,000 men into Bizerte alone. They controlled all the important buildings in Tunis, where troops marched four abreast to occupy the Marshal Foch barracks downtown. The abandoned U.S. consulate became the Axis command post, notwithstanding German grumbling that Tunisian office personnel cannot read or write. To make the German contingent appear even larger, paratroopers were driven in circles around the city in armored cars loaned by helpful French commanders. The Tunisian Bey, whose family had long ruled the country beneath the firm hand of French guardians, quickly pledged loyalty to Berlin. In gorgeous uniforms of scarlet, black, and gold, his bodyguard marched from the royal palace, using the newly fashionable goose step. Soon enough, Darien would receive a German ultimatum: surrender all French troops and ships in Bizerte within 30 minutes, or see 6,000 French sailors shot. He capitulated after extracting a single concession: the retention of a French company under arms to lower the garrison tricolour with honours. Darien's request to keep his own sword was denied. A French court after the war would convict and imprison Esteva for national unworthiness. Although the admiral once asserted that it is an honor to suffer for the high ideals of civilization, his own suffering derived from baser stuff. Darien, too, eventually drew life in prison. He would be freed less than 2 weeks before his death. After killing hundreds of American and British soldiers during Torch, the French had failed to so much as scratch a single German invader. Only the French commander of the Tunis division, General Georges Barré, refused to kowtow. With 9,000 troops and 15 ancient tanks, Barré sidled westward into Tunisia's wild hills, there to await developments. The fire that consumed proud Carthage after Romans sacked it in 146 BC was said to have burned for 17 days. French Tunis was a cold ember from the moment the first German shadow loomed. "We live in tragic hours," Pétain observed. "Disorder reigns in our spirits." Conviviality reigned in the spirit of Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, known as Smiling Albert for his toothy grin and unquenchable optimism. On the morning after the Anglo-American invasion, Hitler had phoned Kesselring to give him a free hand in Tunisia. This was the Allies' misfortune. The son of a Bayreuth schoolmaster, Kesselring belonged to an ancient Bavarian clan whose fortune had been lost in the hyperinflation following World War I. Courtly and fluent in Italian, he had broad hips and a hairline in full retreat. He had been an artilleryman and balloon observer in the Great War, then had learned to fly at the age of 48 and soon ranked high in the Luftwaffe. One of the Reich's ablest commanders, he was both daring, shot down 5 times in his career, and brutal, having orchestrated the terror bombings of Warsaw, Coventry, and many cities in between, as well as the air campaign against Russia. When German anti-aircraft gunners in Tunis fired at his plane by mistake, Kesselring rebuked them for missing an easy target. On November 10th, Hitler formally seconded Kesselring to Rome as Mussolini's deputy. With authority over Axis air and ground forces in the Mediterranean, the Field Marshal politely rebuffed Il Duce's proposals to attack the Allies with poison gas and to transport war stocks in hospital ships. Instead, he focused on building a bridgehead around Tunis and Bizerte, dismissing complaints from subordinates that the Axis forces amounted to only a drop of water on a hot stone compared to the Allied host. The Allies had achieved strategic surprise, Kesselring conceded. But could they exploit it? Why had they not also landed in Tunisia, which had nearly 800 miles of coastline? Kesselring approved the conscription of Tunisian civilians to build fortifications and unload Axis ships. But an impenetrable bridgehead was not enough. On November 13th, he ordered his lieutenants to plan an offensive to the west. The only way to forestall the loss of Africa was to counterattack across the Tunisian mountains into Algeria. Smiling Albert meant to chase the Anglo-Americans back to their ships. A cold country with a hot sun. 560 road miles separated Algiers from Tunis, and the first Allied troops cantered eastward in the rollicking high spirits obligatory at the beginning of all military debacles. Virtually everyone from private to general presumed the expedition would be a promenade. Much chatter was devoted to the likely date of arrival in Tripoli or even Naples. One soldier spoke for many in his bravado toward the Germans. "Those squareheads can't fight. Hell, leave them to the limeys. We'll finish the Japs." A young officer reported that the only anxiety in his tank battalion was that all of the Germans would escape before the Americans could prove their mettle. Town mayors donned their frock coats and top hats to greet the Allied convoys with warm, incomprehensible welcoming speeches. Cheering crowds offered rough Algerian wine and hampers of tangerines. Jeep drivers in vehicles named Kidney Buster, Misconduct, and Misdemeanor twined winter roses around their radio antennas and pretended to enjoy the proffered local cigarettes, soon dubbed Dung d'Algérie. "Vive l'Amérique!" shouted the Arab children to mostly British troops. To deal with the inevitable traffic fatalities, a sliding scale of reparations was established, paid in the oversized French currency GIs called wallpaper. 25,000 francs, $500, for a dead camel, 15,000 for a dead boy, 10,000 for a dead donkey, 500 for a dead girl. British troops dominated the initial convoys, camouflage clothes knotted in big bows atop their helmets like Edwardian motoring veils. The Algerian villages reminded some veterans of Flanders, with their shuttered hotels and their fishmongers in striped sweaters. For those traveling by rail, the narrow-gauge boxcars with neatly lettered signs, 40, Chevaux 8, brought memories of the Western Front. There, too, the French rail cars had fitted 40 men or 8 horses. So slowly did the Algerian trains chuff uphill that soldiers often hopped off to walk, brewing their tea from hot water in the engines as they ambled alongside. For the Yanks, it was all new. The skinned goat carcasses dripping blood in roadside stalls, the Algerians hawking grass mats and bolts of blue silk, the cursing muleteers, the peasants leaning into their iron-shod plows, the buses propelled by charcoal engines lashed to the bumper and stirred by each driver with a poker. American units chosen for the vanguard strutted with pride. The 2nd Battalion of the 13th Armored Regiment rolled out of Arzew toward Algiers and beyond, their tanks stuffed with eggs and hidden bottles of Old Grandad. The 5th Field Artillery Battalion swung onto the road with guidons snapping. Each battery presented arms to the 1st Division Color Guard and, when the caissons go rolling along, crashed from the division band. Eastward the caissons rolled, past Algerian villages with adobe walls loopholed for muskets, past groves of mandarin oranges hanging like red lamps, past clopping French army columns of hay carts drawn by crow-bait horses, past mounted artillery officers in double-breasted tunics, past stubbly wheat fields that had once served as Rome's granary, and past aqueducts dismembered during the Vandals' century of anarchic misrule, and now bleaching like stone bones in the sun. At dusk they bivouacked. Soldiers swam in the chill Mediterranean or washed from their helmets in the delicate ritual called a whore's bath. They staged scorpion fights in gasoline flimsies or spooned whiskey into pet lizards to watch them stagger about. The evening mist rose from fields with a scent like fresh mowed hay, which troops had been taught was the odor of deadly phosgene. At least one unit panicked, with shrieks of gas, gas, and a mad fumbling for masks before reason returned. Soldiers sharpened their bartering skills with hand gestures, talking loudly in the distinctively American belief that volume obviates all language barriers. One sharp trader swapped a box of candy piece by piece for 3 bottles of perfume, a dozen eggs, a large portrait of Pétain, and a small burro named Rommel. Pilfering by the impoverished locals was epidemic. Troops smeared fuel cans with bacon rind in hopes that the Quranic prohibition against contact with pork might deter thieves. Allez! The soldiers would shout, often their only French, except for the hugely popular C'est la guerre, after discovering that thieves had slashed the canvas top from a jeep to make shoes. A single parachute canopy was said to yield more than 500 sets of silk drawers. If they could have carried it away, a division history declared, they'd have stolen the air out of tires. Disdain for the Arabs grew by the hour. The Army's chief quartermaster described his native workforce as useless, worthless, illiterate, dishonest, and diseased. At dawn, the promenade resumed. One sergeant, perhaps confounded by the stink of human waste widely used as fertilizer, wrote home, "Every town over here smells like something dead." The day would come when that was literally true. For now, though, the benign sun and doughboy camaraderie moved some men to lyricism. "The sky is almost unbelievably blue," wrote an officer in the 1st Division, "and the nights are a poet's dream." In the gnarled hills that steadily mounted toward the Tunisian frontier, shepherds watched the columns draw near and heard the chorus of a battle hymn sung with sufficient verve to carry above the harsh grind of truck gears. "She'll be coming round the mountain, she'll be coming round the mountain, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes." Thanks to Ultra's decipherment of Axis codes, Eisenhower and his lieutenants knew precisely how many German and Italian troops were flooding into Tunisia. But poor understanding of these deployments' significance compounded other, earlier miscalculations. Allied intelligence had predicted that up to 10,000 Axis soldiers could reach Tunisia within 2 weeks, but that these would be troops of low category and without motor transport. The Allied forecast as to the probable scale of Axis intervention turned out to be an underestimate in every respect, a British intelligence study later concluded, with results that were, to say the least, unfortunate. After a fortnight, the actual number approached 11,000. They included crack paratroopers and panzer grenadiers with heavy equipment and trucks, and they were soon followed by the tanks of the 10th Panzer Division. There was much talk in Allied councils of speed in countering the Axis intervention, but little speed was applied. Eisenhower and Clark had planned that the seizure of Tunisia would fall primarily to the British. Having carried most of the load in Torch, the Americans would provide an occupation force and reserves to guard against a German thrust through Spain into Morocco. Scant thought had been given to actions after the initial landings, and only sketchy staff work was available on terrain, logistics, and air support in Tunisia. But given German celerity in occupying Tunis and Bizerte, Allied leaders decided to hasten the move of American troops eastward to bolster the British. 3 U.S. armored battalions and other units were to be dispatched disparately and then farmed out, fragmented, to British commanders who possessed scant armored forces of their own. This American muscle would add more than 100 tanks to the Tunisian front. Proverbially, no military plan survives contact with the enemy. That is never truer than when there is no plan to begin with. No scheme existed for integrating U.S. units into British organizations, or for provisioning them, or for getting them to the front in the first place. Eisenhower would complain that his ad hoc orders to support the British with American troops were not clearly understood nor vigorously executed. To his brother Edgar he confided, "I suffer from the usual difficulty that besets the higher commander. Things can be ordered and started, but actual execution at the front has to be turned over to someone else." I get so impatient to get ahead that I want to be at a place where there is some chance to push a soldier a little faster or hurry up the unloading of a boat," Eisenhower cabled Beetle Smith on November 16th. Yet he remained in his Gibraltar grotto for nearly 2 weeks after the French surrender, far from Algiers and far, far from the battlefield. From his office, he railed against Esteva and other French commanders in Tunisia who, without the slightest trouble, could cut the throat of every German and Italian in the area and get away with it. The Allies could take all sorts of reckless chances, Eisenhower added, but only if Esteva resisted and the French took chances of their own. His denunciations of the enemy were often mild, even prissy. "We will all be together in a fine headquarters one of these days," he told Smith, "and really set out in earnest to whip these blankety-blank Huns." Rarely did he convey savage determination to overcome all obstacles, to smash, to destroy, to butcher. He professed a violent hatred of the Axis and all that it stands for, but no hate lodged in his bones. He was not yet ruthless. Nor was he yet much of a field marshal. Air and naval attacks were poorly planned and indifferently carried out. Few Allied aircraft had been allocated for reconnaissance or for assaults on Axis forces arriving by sea. Strategic bombing was launched only against targets in Italy and elsewhere outside North Africa, with no bombers initially available to batter Axis concentrations in Tunis or Bizerte. No naval attacks were launched against Axis convoys for 3 weeks. Not a single Axis ship was sunk on the run to Tunis in November. Perhaps the biggest deficiency was transportation. Ignoring their logisticians, Eisenhower and Clark had chosen to devote the limited torch shipping space to tens of thousands of extra troops at the expense of vehicles and arms. For an American force designed as an occupation army, the decision was plausible. But the Oran convoy alone was paired by 10,000 vehicles before leaving Britain. Unloading snarls made matters worse. By November 12th, 8,700 vehicles were planned to be ashore in Oran. The actual number was 1,800. Now, with the ostensible occupation army transformed into a strike force, most units were immobile. Inevitably there was chaos, the correspondent Philip Jordan wrote, that sort of amateur bungling to which the army is liable when it tries to organize something outside routine. Ordnance officers wandered through Oran with $5,000 in silver ingots to buy trucks fueled with charcoal, or to hire horse-powered livery for hauling ammunition. The North African rail system proved particularly frail. Half the rolling stock was paralyzed for lack of fuel. Few French rail cars were strong enough to carry medium tanks such as the American Sherman. Of the 9 small trains that crept eastward from Algiers every day, 2 were required to haul coal for the railroad itself, and 1 carried provisions to keep the local civilians from starvation. French, British, and American logisticians fought over the remaining 6, which usually took nearly a week just to reach the Tunisian border. Even success in snaring a train was no guarantee of movement. To demonstrate the new fraternity between former adversaries, U.S. Army public relations officers organized a festive departure in Oran for a French battalion heading to Tunisia. As newsreel photographers recorded the scene, American soldiers crowded the rail siding to exchange cigarettes with their French comrades and wave bon voyage, only to hear the station master announce that delays in the east meant the train could not leave for at least another day. The engine and cars rolled a few hundred yards down the tracks, gaily huzzaed for the benefit of the cameras, then backed up after dark to await a better day to go to war. This muddle greeted Lieutenant General Kenneth A.N. Anderson, who on November 11th took command in Algiers of the newborn British First Army with orders to High East. "I applaud your dash and energy," Eisenhower cabled him on the 12th. "Boldness is now more important than numbers. Good luck." For a commander of congenital pessimism, and Anderson's was bred in the bone, this dismissal of mere numbers rang hollow. First Army comprised hardly a division, with 4 British brigades and a hodgepodge of American units. Even so, Anderson moved from the command ship Bulolo into the Hotel Albert and announced plans to kick Rommel in the pants as soon as possible. Then, alarmed that the phrase implied an insouciance he did not feel, He circulated a written addendum to correspondence. "The German is a good soldier, and I expect hard fighting." Anderson had been born in India on Christmas Day, 1891, son of a knighted railroad executive who eventually packed him off to Sandhurst. Badly wounded on the Somme, he also had fought in Palestine, in Syria, on the Indian frontier, and at Dunkirk, where he commanded a division during the evacuation. He was clean-shaven, thin-lipped, and deeply religious, with untidy grey hair, small eyes, and, one American officer noted, an air of grinning preoccupation. He was said to lack the jutting chin that gives force to personality. A British acquaintance wrote that he looks more like a moderately successful surgeon than a soldier. In dress, he favored old-fashioned breeches and puttees. As his troops moved east, he could occasionally be seen peering under the tarpaulin of a rail flat car to see what the train had brought him. One British general damned Anderson with faint praise as a good, plain cook, a bon mot that soon circulated through all the right clubs. Certainly, he was the sort of gauche, abrasive Scot invariably described as dour. A sardonic subordinate nicknamed him Sunshine, while his American code name was Grouch. Fluent in French and Italian, he could be silent in any language. Even his rare utterances were to remain private. He soon threatened to expel from North Africa any correspondent who quoted him. Eisenhower remarked that he studies the written word until he practically burns through the paper. Few guessed at Anderson's perpetual struggle against what he called a queer sort of inhibition or shyness, which prevents me coming out of my shell. Often I would like to expand, but find it very difficult. A queer thing, human nature. It was no doubt God's will, and he very much believed in God, just as he also believed it is good medicine to one's self-esteem to meet with serious setbacks at timely intervals. Such palliatives awaited him on the road to Tunis. Anderson's most ambitious timetable on the eve of Torch called for Allied paratroopers to be in Tunis and Bizerte by November 12th, with reinforcements following immediately. The exigencies of invasion, including French resistance and the broadcast of American paratroops across half the continent, knocked that schedule askew. Instead, the slow overland movement of troops by road and rail would be paralleled in a series of shallow envelopments by seaborne forces along the Mediterranean coast. A battalion of the Royal West Kent Regiment landed without opposition early on November 11th, 100 miles east of Algiers, at Bougie, where the candle was said to have been invented. But heavy surf caused the Royal Navy to scuttle a similar landing 30 miles farther east at Djidjeli. This small setback carried large consequences. The inability to bring fuel to the Djidjeli airfield kept RAF Spitfires there grounded for 2 days, leaving the exposed force at Bougie virtually without air cover. At 4:40 p.m. on November 11th, 30 Ju-88s attacked Bougie harbor from the cover of low clouds, closely followed by German torpedo planes. 4 bombs punctured the transport Awatea, followed by a torpedo that lanced her port side. At a 40-degree list, she soon burned with greater fury than any Bougie chandler could have imagined. The destroyer Bister picked up 25 survivors and played hoses on the transport's glowing plates, pressing so close that flames caressed the destroyer and Awatea's portside davits briefly fouled the bridge. After 20 minutes, even the doughty Bister stood off. Gutted by a colossal final explosion, Awatea sank at 11 p.m. 2 bombs hit the monitor Roberts, wounding her badly. Worse befell the transport Cathay, which had 1,200 British soldiers aboard. Battered by near misses that dimpled her hull, Cathay then took a dud in the galley. That was enough to panic the quailing crew. They lowered boats without orders and rowed away from the abandoned and terrified troops. A rescue flotilla of landing craft managed to get nearly everyone off, although one lighter was bombed, and a surgeon reported seeing a soldier with both legs blown off, swimming frantically using only his arms. Shortly before midnight, Cathay caught fire. She burned all night before sinking. November 12th was also bad. To better prepare for more air attacks at dawn, the anti-aircraft ship Tinwald weighed anchor at 4:45 a.m., only to strike a mine sown by a German plane. She sank in 7 fathoms. A dawn attack did materialize. Bombs hit the transport Karanja, whose decks were packed with survivors from the Cathay. They again promptly lowered boats without orders. Sensing that the morning belonged to the enemy, Karanja's captain ordered his vessel abandoned at 8:30 a.m. She soon sank. Most soldiers and sailors demonstrated pluck, but no elan could obscure the fact that 4 British ships had been sunk and a 5th damaged before the strike force was barely beyond Algiers. Several vessels pressed into duty as hospital ships returned to Algiers harbor with the dead sewed up in canvas sacks and the wounded making a shambles of the mess deck tables. The British troops ashore at Bougie pivoted eastward with an occasional wistful look over their shoulders. Among other losses, their greatcoats lay at the bottom of Bougie Bight, with the wintry Tunisian Atlas looming ahead. Things went better at Bonn, 125 miles east of Bougie, where in the year 393 a council of bishops had first recognized the canon of the New Testament. 2 destroyer transports landed an unopposed force of British and American commandos who sang the French anthem as they disembarked. 300 paratroopers, commanded by the infelicitously named Major R.G. Pine Coffin, soon leaped to join them. A hard landing killed 1 man and injured a dozen others, including a concussed paratroop officer who would lie in a coma for 4 days, murmuring, "I'll have a little more of the turbo, waiter." As the sun set on November 12th, this Allied force was only 185 road miles from Bizerte. Unfortunately, Bonn was also comparably close to Kesselring's airfields in Sicily and Sardinia. Bombs blew up the rail station, the cinema, and the sidewalk bistro with its striped umbrellas. Bombs eviscerated the port elevator, a golden cascade of grain spilled across the wharf, and sent mothers scurrying for shelter across the cobbled streets with their grocery bags and perambulators. Of 22 piers in the port, 18 were soon wrecked. The attacks so terrorized the locals that when 6 Allied coasters put in later in the week, no Tunisian labor could be found to unload them. British soldiers pressed into service as stevedores composed a bit of doggerel for the occasion. "In this force we've just one moan, too little meat and too much bone." Having chased Napoleon Bonaparte into exile, the British Army perhaps felt justified in ignoring certain of l'Empereur's precepts. For example, the dictum that the most difficult maneuver involves marching widely separated columns against an enemy who has time to strike at them one by one before they can converge. Such an assault across a broad front was precisely what General Anderson and his lieutenants proposed. Moreover, they intended to do so with few tanks and little artillery in hilly terrain congenial to defense and ambush. On November 14th, Anderson ordered all available Allied troops eastward in hopes of attacking Bizerte and Tunis within a week. The British 36th Brigade, 4,500 men from the 78th Division, would hug the coast on the Allied left. An equivalent contingent in the 11th Brigade would follow a parallel route 25 miles to the south on the Allied right. In the Allied center, a patchwork group of 2,600 tankers, riflemen, and parachutists, known as Blade Force, was to work the broken high ground between the 2 brigades. The British plan would cut the Axis bridgehead in half and isolate Bizerte, which was to be captured after Tunis had fallen. American units would be fed into the attack as they arrived. For now, Anderson's army numbered just over 12,000 men. All available troops amounted to barely 1/10 of those landed in Torch. British armor featured the Valentine tank, an obsolete can with a 3-man crew, a cross-country speed of 8 miles per hour, and a gun that fired 2-pound shells comparable to heaving loaves of hard bread at the enemy. The plan was made, the plan was fixed, and amending the plan, despite evidence that thousands of veteran Axis troops were extending their bridgehead westward, had no appeal to the orderly British mind. Precisely what Anderson could have done otherwise, given his paltry force and stringy logistics, is debatable, but gathering his scattered troops into a compact, clenched fist would have been a start. And then they were in Tunisia. Crossing out of Algeria along the ancient border between Numidia and Carthage, the road switchbacked through stands of cork oak and mountain ash rich with the mossy scent of mist and wood smoke. The nights turned bitter with icy winds and hail that forced men to tip their helmets over their faces like a knight's beaver. Letters home began stressing the North in North Africa, which soldiers now described as a cold country with a hot sun. Slightly larger than the state of Georgia, Tunisia in winter seemed more like Michigan. On the rare occasions when open fires were allowed, the Americans huddled close in their blankets dusted with snow. The shivering British pined for their lost greatcoats. As marauding Messerschmitts became increasingly common, campfires vanished. Breakfast was eaten facing east, so every man could scan for fighters on strafing runs out of the sun. Supply was patchy, with absurd surpluses of hair oil and other inessentials, and desperate shortages of artillery rounds, fresh food, and commodities like cutlery. The most important thing, a British tanker advised, is never to be parted from your spoon. To protect Anderson's far southern flank, Eisenhower dispatched Etzen Raff, whose American paratrooper battalion had regrouped after its dispersion across the Mediterranean in Operation Villain. Raff's ruffians jumped, successfully this time, from 33 planes on the East Algerian town of Tebessa. He then herded them onto green passenger buses, fueled by charcoal, and placed a machine gun in each rooftop baggage rack. On a perfectly plumb Roman road, they drove past pink stucco farms and Neo-Palladian French villas to the remote Tunisian oasis of Gafsa, where the force soon grew to 2,500 men. Behind them, American combat engineers heading through the mountain pass called Kasserine found themselves detained at a border post by French customs officials who demanded that duty be paid on all materiel. After realizing that Frenchmen and Arab alike were mesmerized by the power of official stamps, the engineers fabricated their own rubber imprimatur and just stamped the hell out of everything. But most of the Allied force was farther north, in the two brigades lurching in loose tandem toward Tunis. Lancashire mill workers, Kentish clerks, labourers from Surrey all came under the British 78th Division commander, Major General Vivian Eveley. Known as Santa Claus for his ruddy face and imposing girth, Eveley was a saddle-nosed, gap-toothed man in a beret with the obligatory English officer's moustache worn on his upper lip like a campaign ribbon. He was mercurial, with a loud, braying laugh that could quickly give way to scolding invective untrammeled by his tendency to stutter when enraged. Eveley was said to be feuding with one of his subordinates, the commander of the elite First Guards Brigade, over the bloody foolish issue of seniority. It was also said that he was keen to seize Tunis before others of higher rank could swoop in and claim credit. With Anderson's approval, Eveley decided to leapfrog 500 paratroopers ahead of the meandering brigades. The British 1st Battalion boarded planes in Algiers and on November 16th jumped on the border town of Souk el Arba. 5 soldiers were wounded when a fumbled Sten gun accidentally discharged, and another was garroted in mid-air by his own shroud lines. The entire town turned out for the dead man's funeral, and, following local custom, all 3,000 people insisted on shaking hands with the battalion officer designated as chief mourner. They hurried onward by bus, 40 miles, to Béja, a hilltop town dotted with ruins from the days when local grain fields provided the bread to complement Rome's circuses. After a miserable night in filthy weather, the battalion moved its command post into the local slaughterhouse on November 17th. 500 men marched through Béja's narrow streets in their soup bowl helmets, then discreetly changed to red berets and marched around some more to simulate a non-existent preponderance for the benefit of any Frenchman or Arab of wavering loyalties. Fooled or not, the locals cheered from the balconies of their white houses and the parapets of Béja's Byzantine towers. They cheered again on November 18th when a British patrol to the northeast ambushed a small German column, killing 6 enemy soldiers before returning to Béja with 9 scuffling prisoners and a captured German staff car paraded like a centurion's booty. The ambush had occurred barely 10 miles from Mateur, the gateway city to Bizerte. How close they were now! To British and American paratroopers and to the 2 brigades slogging behind them, the prize seemed within grasp. Then, Stuka dive bombers found Beja for the first of many, many raids. The Tommies called the attacks bouncing, and the cheers stopped. Bombs gilded the town with fire and peeled back the French mansard roofs along the Avenue de la Gare, exposing charred rafters and scorched wallpaper like something publicly naked and shameful. Bombs plowed the little gardens and reduced mud-wattle Arab houses to dust. Bombs ruined the ruins, Roman and Byzantine, and it became hard to tell antique reliquae from modern wreckage. Beja was bounced so often that by the end of the week 300 Frenchmen and Arabs had been killed, and there was not enough lime in all Tunisia to unstink the dead. Local enthusiasm faded for the Allied cause, or any cause, and even the shadow of a large bird sufficed to send citizens howling through the streets in search of a refuge that did not exist. As Bonn and Bougie had been, and 1,000 other towns between here and Berlin would be, Beja was caught in the crossfire between the Allies and their Axis enemies, victimized by the total war that had begun this week in this place. Medjez el-Bab. Whoever has Medjez el-Bab has the key to the door and is the master of all Tunisia, Hannibal supposedly declared. The quotation has the tin ring of apocrypha, but the sentiment had been true in the centuries before Christ, and it was true in 1942. Modern Medjez el-Bab was a dusty market town smelling of rosemary and juniper, and fed by roads from every compass point, a place for flinty merchants to sell French colons the tobacco and salt with which they paid their Arab farm workers. Traces of Rome